It just so happens to be that if I accidentally, I try not to just purposely play mediocre games. Like Lake, I went into hoping it was good, Fortune 499, I was hoping it was good. Mind Scanners, hoping it was good. I thought Dear Simulator was going to be funny. Cotton Fantasy, I was hoping it would be kind of like a fun shmup and, have some funniness to it. And it was, but, it just doesn't end up that way always. Sometimes we get the good ones, though, but I don't know. I mean, I guess there's high enough standards. Play enough shit. You just get high enough standards for it. I'm not going to like everything I play, and I don't want to. Like to be truly impressed by shit, not just like way too easy to please, I guess. You just can't recognize the difference between something good and something like that's a fucking asset flip. I'll watch people do that. Like, wow, this looks really great. And I'm like, this is literally an Unreal Engine 5 asset flip from a fucking asset store. And like, and you know it. It's they even draw attention to it. It's like, it's weird, man. Like, how do you even think that? Like, I don't want to have that kind of standard. That's too much. Best game. It'll be notable. Not gonna be best game though. Most of these bad ones are gonna be like some kind of notable. Yeah, anyways, Eternal Cylinder. um This game is notable because its art style and its concept are like really good. So this is the people who made Xenoclash. So they do a really good job at making kind of very bizarre worlds. The way they feel and the way they look. Yeah, Xenoclash people. And this is no different. So the idea of the game is you are these little indigenous dudes who can suck up different little fruits or creatures or whatever, what have you, and morph themselves into different shapes. And you need to use these different shapes to traverse the environment quickly or solve puzzles or platform or essentially just kind of spore yourself, like mutate yourself to get through the environment quicker, because there's a giant cylinder that goes as far as the eye can see left and right and is very tall, being pushed and steamrolling. Yeah, that's gonna be a crazy block there, man. the Kinovian arc. That's steamrolling all life, and killing everybody, and it's being pushed by the mysterious fucking 50-armed weird dude with a fucking pyramid in his face, and it's bizarre. We'll just go to AI2 suck. And then I moved on to the next one. 2 hours of my life gained. I get them back. But yeah, so it sounds really cool, right? You mutate yourself, you run around really quickly and traverse the environment while you're being chased by this gigantic cylinder that's trying to steamroll you to death. And you'd be right, it's a really cool concept. But well, one, it runs like shit on the Xbox One, but it's also an Epic Game Store exclusive. But outside of the little things, sorry, my throat. I've always got like something draining in my throat while I'm talking, so I have to keep taking a break. The problem is it's way too long. It's really janky, and the gameplay just cannot stay interesting enough for the length, man. A lot of the transformations too can be a bit annoying, useless, or there's not enough of the interesting stuff you'd like, or it's hard to keep anything permanently. So sometimes you'll just be kind of doing a a boring transformation. Sometimes you'll have something fast and cool. But yeah, the biggest problem is like it's too fucking long. Like it's really neat at the beginning. You're running from this thing. You're like, what the fuck? And you're warping. You're going as fast as you can, and then you get a little bit of a break, and you gotta like try to like up your dudes and get ready for the next one. And then they kind of keep doing it for like 10 hours. You'll get some story breaks to explain things here and there. You'll get some new objectives where you, instead of just running from the thing, you're gonna go like maybe above the thing, or maybe you're gonna, instead of going above the thing, you're gonna go break these artifacts or something, or try to do some kind of weird I don't know, dimension thing to try to maybe stop it or something. You'll do a couple little things here and there. Go meet new elders to give yourself new powers or something. But yeah, I just don't think the transformations are readily available enough. They don't all feel good enough for a game to be that long. It's a great concept for like a 5-hour game that's much more densely, compactly designed around turning yourself into a jumpy, swimmy, speedy, runny, flying, glidey creature while you're discovering the mystery of what this giant cylinder is, while you're in the process of running a long distance over varied terrain to get away from it. It's too long, man. It's just to the point where it's like I would go from saying it was a good game at the beginning, like, wow, this is really cool, to like, by the end of it. Jesus, my nose. It's a shame. That's why I say it's notable. It's really neat. I recommend taking a peek at it. I mean, if you are going to play it, don't play it on console. At least not last gen. Hopefully Xenoclash 3. But it's not called Xenoclash 3 anymore. I don't remember what it's called. Hopefully that's a little better. Still, cool idea. I respect it for that. Do it. Demon Turf. So you might have seen a bit of this game during some of the news outlets and all that shit. It's the game where you're essentially like a 2D cutout running around and platforming in a 3D world. I would probably put it as good. I've got some issues though, but I've heard the DLC is actually way better. I'll have to play it at some point. So yeah, it's essentially kind of it's an execution focused platformer. There's a bit of a exploration, some side stuff you can do here and there, and a few extra challenges. But otherwise, it's just a hub that you can explore, like a town with a few different worlds with subworlds and levels within them. And you're just this little demon chick who wants to beat up the demon lord and become head demon, essentially. So you take over all the other demons' turf, and you do that by beating bosses, and to beat bosses, you go through levels, and there's a good variety of levels, visually and in the platforming. The mechanics are a lot more, I wouldn't say rigid in a bad way, but you are going to have to dedicate yourself a bit more to jumps and stuff. It feels pretty good, though. You're getting your dives, your glides a little bit, your double jumps, your wall jumps and shit. Because it's 2D, some of the confirmations and cues for some of those will look a little odd. You're 2D in a 3D world, but and for that also, I also feel like the animations on her, just some of her walking and shit, look kind of whatever. They don't flow as nice as you'd like, as like maybe like a Mario, or maybe even like a Hat in Time, right? But it's still fine. So overall, I would say I liked the more challenging kind of execution 3D platforming. You do get a little bit of freestyle if you want. It's not as much as like Hat in Time. That game's kind of like Sunshine, where you really freestyle where you want to get to stuff, or even Super Cloud Build, like we were talking earlier. It's a bit more about kind of doing what they want. You can skip some stuff here and there if you're really good at stuff, or after you get enough skills, abilities, and shit. But mostly what they want. Yeah, the big problem is you do need to redo pretty much every level, if I remember right, to get to the end, and they're more challenging, they got more shit in them. They're all remixed. That's kind of was iffy on that. The biggest problem, though, and the thing that would keep this out of being one of the best is the fucking combat is horrible. It's super boring. So you don't kill enemies with damage. You kill them by pushing them into shit or off of shit. And it sounds about as rough as it is. It's a cute idea. I get they just don't want to be like a button smash you win kind of thing. But that means every situation needs to be in a arena, and there always has to be something they have to run into or can get shot off of. Most of the combat's just holding down charge attacks to try to push people with like big like gusts of like hands, like big hands, like wind hands. And it just doesn't feel good. It's slow. It gets in the way because it has to rip you into these like arenas for too long. Too many levels require these combat sections. They just don't feel good. I respect what they were trying to do, doing something a little different, but it probably just didn't need combat, man. I mean, you look at something like a Mario. What is its combat usually? You just fucking jump on the motherfucker or throw something at him. It's simple because you don't really want to take too long to fucking distract yourself from the good stuff. It's just another obstacle, another thing you do. Maybe it's a little complicated, like a boss here and there, and they make up for that. Instead of adding more mechanics on, they make the boss have a bunch of gimmicks that your jumps and stuff can interact with, right? Like you climb on them, and you ground pound certain areas in the right order or something, right? But it's still the core mechanics, right? They don't have a whole combat system completely designed for fighting in arenas in Mario. They just use what you already kind of got, which is some light combat stuff to augment and freshen up the level and the stuff going on while you're exploring it. And so in this, yeah, exactly. It's like, it's usually a bad idea. And it's usually at its best when it's light and you're just kind of moving on from it. I don't think it's bad to have simple combat mechanics where you just punch a guy and move on. That's fine because it's simple. It's as simple as a jump. It's just a different kind of obstacle. But when you get like a full system like this and you're getting ripped out of the fun stuff to do it, it better be good, right? Because now we're going to spend a lot of time on it. And I'm going to be looking at it way more critically because it's all I'm doing right now. And I got ripped out of something fun and it's just not. So in the DLC, which I've not played yet, it's standalone DLC, there's no combat. They completely gutted it and it's just platforming. It's like Neon Splash or whatever. I want to play it. So I guess they listened. There's just apparently no combat at all. It's just raw platforming. So that's cool. That's probably going to be pretty neat. We'll play that at some point. I think it's pretty cheap. So just not been in the mood right now. I got other 3D platformers I could buy for cheap. Yeah, not a bad 3D platformer if you're looking for one. I think it's worth playing through. It's not like Hand Time Solid or anything, but it's good. Just the combat's not going to be your favorite thing. If you can like just cheat through it somehow, go for it. I don't think it's worth your time, especially the side arenas. Those are just pain because that's all it is combat, just gladiator combat for a while, and it's RE6. I mean, we could talk a little bit about RE6. Goto, you got any words about RE6? I can imagine the 2 words he has an emote ready for us. if he's even here. But yeah. This is like my fourth, fifth, or sixth time playing through RE6. Probably the most painful. I think RE6 is really starting to set in. It's never was a good game. It was never rancid, but after 5 or 6 playthroughs over the years plus, many of them smashed out Bronk with Ripper. um, I think I'm about RE6 out. Me and Ripper were gonna do some kind of RE marathon, like a series marathon. We'd swap. We'd baton between. I'll do 6 again for that if we do end up doing it. But goddamn, yeah, I'm pretty done with RE6 for probably my life. Um, it's just not. It's got some interesting dodge shoot kind of mechanics and stuff. There's a lot of content. It's essentially like 3.5 full games. But holy fuck, the shooting gets old. The story is bad, but not funny bad like 5. It's just dull a lot of the time. There's some funniness, I guess, because it's still cheesy RE. But honestly, it doesn't even feel like enough happens. Like, there's no the characters aren't interesting enough. It's this global world romp, like, but like it feels like it's just kind of pointless. It's just we don't want. I don't want to get too into it. If Goto's here, he'd be like, "Games suck," and that's it. I think that's what we're just gonna leave it. You talk to Ripper about doing that though. I don't know how long he's out of school. Oh, there it is, man. Game do suck. Yeah, anyways, this is our Goto playthrough. I co-opted that with him. I had fun co-oping it, but yeah, the game itself. I turned on infinite ammo after a bit when Goto wasn't watching for myself on like beast mode weapons and shit because I had that unlocked. I was just like, I'm gonna use my good stuff. We're just gonna blast shit. Like I need anything I can get, man. Tunic. Let me get some music going for that. I haven't fully gotten through this soundtrack, I don't think. Godly soundtrack, by the way. Was this even nominated for one of the best soundtracks of the year? Yeah, I thought this was a pretty good game overall. Minor gripes. I didn't do every single thing in it. I was kind of just done by the end. But overall, I liked it pretty well. Usually games with good soundtracks I tend to like, it seems like. Yeah, I would say this is really good. I don't want to get too into spoilers because Goto's looking to play it. But I will talk a little bit about it. So if you don't want to hear about it, if you consider anything a spoiler, maybe wait until I get to the Corey, which was shit. That was really bad. Yeah, so Tunic, it's essentially a Zelda. It's like a 2D Zelda with 3D movement, but 2D Zelda, top down kind of feel. With a touch, just a touch of Souls type of shit. So limited healing, limited healing, difficult-ish combat, a lot of key tools and stuff, secrets to find, lots of stuff to explore. Definitely not like a super easy game or anything, but very rewarding. So if you love Zelda, I mean, look at him. It's Link, man. Like that's kind of the whole point. But the neat thing about it, other than a pretty nice little visual style and great music, is the secrets and more importantly the La Mulana-esque elements to it, which is where I'm in. I wouldn't say it's too bad. It's really not too bad. And this was made way before Souls got ultra popular. It was just in development for way too long. So I can't blame them too much. But yeah, I wouldn't let the combat deter you. If you like 2D Zelda, you should like this. But yeah, it's a little harder than normal Zelda. But yeah, wrong about it's your favorite game. Oh yeah, you don't think if you like Zelda, you might like this? I think it's similar enough to Zelda. I mean, a simple attack, mechanics. Top down adventure, a lot of little items and upgrades to find and ship. Key items that help you go explore other stuff more. I mean, fair. Yeah, I mean, maybe the combat would be too much. I wouldn't call it Souls-like, but it has elements of that, right? The more deliberate combat, we got to think about the spacing a bit more. Zelda's like that, but it's a more forgiving. But yeah, I would say the puzzle, like I said, the puzzle solving, the environmental stuff, the adventure feel. That's definitely more Zelda, but I mean, yeah, it depends on what you feel about the combat. Yeah, there's rolls, there's stamina and assists. Yeah, that's the big stuff. I mean, if you really hate that stuff, then yeah, it might overshadow it. But otherwise, I feel like it's just a Zelda game. Partially, there's other elements that are more like La Milana. um, which is yeah, where the instruction manual comes in. That is the coolest part of the game by far. I think Fasto would agree with that because I think you've said that before, right? Fasto, the instruction manual is like the best thing. Which ties into the La Milana-esque type of shit. And the puzzles, which was my favorite part of the game. I love the idea of you being able to do things you don't know you can do, and the game is centered around you discovering it by adventuring. So you get a manual, you're like, oh, I can do this. I didn't know I could do that. And you learn how to do it. You're like, what does this symbol mean? What is this mechanic? And then you discover out how to do it. And it's this really nice looking, great manual. And there's like secrets in the manual. And as you get way farther into the game, especially a lot of the side stuff, you're getting a lot more kind of like hidden, like environmental puzzles, secrets kind of within secrets, hidden in plain sight kind of shit, kind of like a La Milana or like a ESA endgame maybe. And it doesn't go quite as hard. It's a little easier than like a La Milana, but it's got yeah, and a lot of it's side shit. But it's super interesting regardless. And it's a nice reprieve from the rest of it. If you just want to play it as like a Zelda thing, and you just want to blast through it, you'll still get the instruction manual. You'll still learn a lot of stuff. How to do a lot of things is only going to be in the instruction manual. Where to go, maps. It's all in the instruction manuals and stuff. They all have different styles. It looks really good. So I think that shit's really neat. But yeah, the La Milana shit I think was the extra cherry on top for me that I really liked. Even though I kind of got done with it and I skipped out on a couple of those things because I just kind of had my fill. You already pretty much finished the game at that point, or I did, and so I was like, I'm just kind of, I had to take like a day or two break for something else, and I was like, okay, I'm done, but I still liked it a lot. Yeah. So I think there's some things you could say maybe I could see certain people not enjoying, like maybe the soul shit. I didn't really have a big problem with it. I liked the soul shit just fine. Are the key item things as good as like a like on some of the dungeons as good as like a Zelda? Like maybe not always. It is a bit more actiony at times. It does have more free kind of movement and shit. So it does play a little different regardless. You discovering mechanics and all that's a little obviously something that doesn't happen in Zelda, so. But I don't know. I just think it's a clever idea. I like the idea of you discovering how to even do anything in the game and it being tailored really carefully around you not even knowing basic things and that being part of the experiences that you find on the way through these collectible pages of instruction manuals. And if you want to go really hard, you can go extra deep into some secrets. So Yeah. And if anything else, I think it had pretty good presentation. I didn't mind the art style at all, and the music was kick ass. So, big fan of the music. It just kind of has this dreamy synth sound to it that makes, I don't know, every area feel pretty good to run through. I don't know. It gives an atmosphere to the game for sure. Without it, it would be totally fucked. Yeah, Lifeformed is a god, dude. He's Dust for shit. This shit. There's some other chick who worked on this too. It wasn't just Lifeform this time, but yeah, he's really good. I would say without the Lifeform soundtrack, it would be significantly shittier, but it would still be good. I think the core fundamentals there. I like them, and I like the clever shit. Maybe it doesn't go quite as hard as like some of the other stuff I like Lana, but I don't think much ever will. You're only gonna get games that kind of like give a more accessible kind of itch or scratch to that itch, right? It's very rare something's gonna go so hard to be because I mean Lana is like it's a game that's not made for a lot of people, right? It's made for a very small amount of people. So you're never going to quite get that itch scratched because it's like ultra niche. But this game tries to do makes it a little bit more accessible. It's got some side stuff that's interesting. ESA does the same thing. So it's cool seeing that. It's also cool seeing that kind of interesting idea of hiding mechanics away woven into the base game too, which you could say is similar to that. Yeah, I love Lama them. That's why it's so good. Anyways, yeah, let's do the quarry. We'll keep listening to Tunic. But yeah, I liked it. I liked it a good bit. Like I said, I was done with it at the end, though. I was done, but doesn't mean I don't like it. Let's get this one. I didn't do this one on stream. I actually watched somebody play this. I do plan on finishing today, I think. I'm gonna try to. We got a ways to go though. But I already told Godo I would. 158. Up to you. Yeah, I appreciate the company. Yeah, little. I know it's a little long. I appreciate that anybody's been here even this long. Once we get past the 158, the rest won't take more than 30 minutes probably. And then we'll just chit chat about how the year was a bit. I'll probably try to nail some of these a little quicker. But some of these were really interesting, I think, worth talking about. And it's been a long time since we have. So. Yeah, The Quarry. I watched this one. And usually I don't like to say I played something if I watched it, but it's a movie game, so I'm feeling okay about it. It was fucking bad. It was horrible. I don't know what happened to these devs. Until Dawn wasn't godly, but Jesus, dude, they haven't made anything good since. Like, what the fuck? If you want to watch a game, I really wish, these are my guilty pleasure. I love watching these games because they're fucking hilariously bad. But, like, I really feel like I should play them on stream because they are hilariously bad. Because they're such a funny stream game. But, like, I've just, it's kind of like my, like, bi-yearly or just yearly ritual, depending on how many of these they put out, to just, like, watch certain people play this and just get a kick out of it over, like, a night or two. So, like, I feel like that's why they still make money on these, because they're almost hilariously bad. And they're not just like B-movie bad, where they're like purposely cheesy. They're like almost incompetently put together. Yeah, fuck a watermelon. Like this game, the dialogue doesn't flow at all. The scenes are just cutting like randomly around, and there's no flow to what's going on because they're trying to keep all of your decisions in mind, and it just doesn't fucking work right. And it just looks fucked, and it makes you just like like constantly you're getting like disjointed, especially by the end. And you're like, what's going on? What's going on? And the game they did after this year was somehow even worse. I was watching people and they're just like, just bad. Like, what's happening? They don't understand what's happening because like they just can't, between the animations, the contrived situations they're in. Yeah, their other game came out this year. What was it called? The Devil and Me. Yeah, Dark Pictures Anthology, The Devil and Me. And they've done all the Dark Pictures games. They release one of those a year around October, which is crazy that they released the Quarry as well somehow. The Devil on G String, dude. The best game ever made. Yeah, but it's just like the characters are, every situation's ultra contrived. The characters are all just super unlikable. The drama is super forced. And don't get me wrong, these old slasher horror movies tend to have like kind of like forced drama just to kind of have things going, or to give you an idea of these like extreme personalities because they don't have enough time to really build the characters. They're just gonna die, right? And it's like every one of these games, if you've ever watched any of the other Dark Pictures anthology games, it's always the same shit. Super contrived, inhuman, just bizarre drama. Super forced. Super. And like that just permeates every fucking scene. And then just these wacky, also contrived, just like murder monster things going on. And scenes that are just super disjointed because they don't know how to weave your choices in correctly, and the dialogue's just fucked. It's just bizarre how bad they are. I feel like the Uncanny Valley, the lip sync and all that keeps getting worse. They just keep looking worse. You'll watch it and they'll be like an animatronic, like smiling like this, and it's just like fucking like, what is going on, man? Like I feel like Until Dawn looked better than this, and that was like a decade ago. And it's like it just feels like Telltale. They struck lightning with Until Dawn, and now they keep cranking them out yearly to get that big money, and they're just fucking rancid, dude. They're so bad, but I love how bad they are. But they're not B movie. I think that they definitely make them cheesy and shitty on purpose at times. Of course, some of the kills, it's a bunch of 20-something-year-olds joking around about sex and all that, and goofy shit. But like you can see what they're going for, and they fail that too, right? Like it's not B movie. It's like just like C/D movie, just really fucked. Like you're failing at being a proper B movie kind of thing is what it feels like. I would really recommend watching all these games. I'm not gonna put them as notable because I don't think they like truly have like something like like interesting about them. They're just like insane train wrecks that it's bizarre they even exist. And they're movie games, so it's always interesting, and it's like horror violence. So. Was this one they're on a side of a fenced room and there's a guy on the floor switch and he gets off it, someone else dies? Zero value games. The value is like just enjoying how just fucking bizarre it is with friends and shit, or with other watching other people play. It's a great watch people play game. Side of a fenced room and there's a guy on the floor switch and he gets off it, someone else dies. Maybe? Does anybody remember? There's so many kills in all of these games. I mean, the first Dark Pictures anthology game was them on a boat. Oh, and they all have usually M. Night Shyamalan twists to them, which is also funny. Which is them on a boat, like a bunch of divers going to boats and stuff. The second one was about like witch trials. The Quarry was about essentially just like a Friday the 13th camp with like killers going around or whatever the fuck, some hillbillies and some Wolfman thing going on. Werewolves and shit. And then The Devil and Me. Oh, the one before this was about like aliens. and the military in Afghanistan or something, which was really odd too, because like they would try to put all these like high school drama things with a bunch of like military people, and it was really funny seeing them try to fit like like try to create these like hardened military dudes with their super contrived high school drama type of shit mixed in with it, and it just is so bad. That's the best one out of all these that isn't Until Dawn. I forget what it's called though. And then the fourth Dark Pictures game, The Devil in Me, is about essentially a hotel of um that a serial killer, I guess, runs. That's full of traps. It's like Saw. Well, that's the all of it, Cora. So much of it just doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah, sure, the contrived situations in horror and slashers is always a thing, but it's like it's one of those things like, it's like some like you don't even know what you're looking at sometimes, like, you know, like there clearly like, somebody should get caught and then they just don't, or somebody will walk in and like just leave and it'll just cut, you just warp like outside of the building, and like you're just like you're thinking you're missing. It's like one of those things like you're like, am I dreaming? Like, am I missing something? Is something going on? Like the rapid cuts and like where they don't fill in the blanks of stuff happening and how characters end up in weird places. It's just completely fucked, man. I mean, in some ways, these make fucking like the plot holes and like AI look like fucking gems, man. It's fucking odd, man. It's really funny though. Yeah, yeah, horrible game. Definitely watch it though. Oh, Mario Strikers. I gotta say on the Mario Strikers games, I thought they were all really kind of weak. Am I the only? Anybody else feel that way about Mario Strikers? Oh, let me read that one second. We'll just have Mario with a soccer ball. This was when I was knocking on Mario Strikers. I hope you were a huge fan. I guess not. He might not be anymore. Yeah, horrible day. I mean, I think that they're good multiplayer games with your friends, but in terms of the value they provide, for just a solo play and how kind of shoddy a lot of the menu work and features are, they're really light. Like when you compare them to the soccer games, the driving games, these feel cheap. Okay, yeah, you were an huge fan. Tennis, yeah, we're gonna do a tennis-a-thon at some point. I did the golf-a-thon. Get ready for the tennis-a-thon. We're gonna have more Camelot RPGs. There's Golden Sun Tennis, just like there's Golden Sun Golf. I'm ready, man. It was four people in rooms through like a fence. The killer and a locked up person on one side, and two people on the other side of the people on the other side steps on a plate near the fence. And if they get off, we'll kill the locked up guy. And there's a letterbox sort of hole in the fence, and the killer just goes up and is going to kill the guy on the plate. So there's an option to leave the plate. And as he just gets like, stabbed in the throat, the letterbox could have had. Oh fucking hell! It almost feels like Until Dawn, but there's no way. I don't even remember. I don't even remember. I don't remember that. But I bet it's happened. There's so many people who die in so many just like bafflingly contrived situations that even something that stupid is probably not even special at the end of the day compared to all the other stupid ones. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, that kind of shit happens a lot. Like just they could just easily get out of something, but they just like choose to die. Soccer games aren't really fantastic generally. It's hard to top the other Mario spin-offs. I've never played them, but they look like shit. I've been in the mood for golf games, kind of in the actual golf, but less so. Pangia. I don't. I never played these. Oh wow. There's some big titties on this golf game. Huh. Maybe it's time to play. Oh, never heard of it. Oh, okay. Neat. Yeah, golf's pretty fun. I mean, I like the extreme golf games. Yeah, Golf Story. Oh, that's from it. Oh, really? The lore, dude. Yeah, dude. I gotta do something. Um, yeah, I'd really recommend golf games. I mean, there's some really solid ones. It's like Akira said, it's kind of hard to do like soccer as well, I guess. Where it's easier to do golf because golf's on big giant courses where you things like mini golf exist. There's a lot more creativity you can do. You can have really wacky shit happen. Soccer is more locked into a very rigid sport, which is fine. Um, you can still make the mechanics feel good, and I'm sure you could have hazards and stuff like strikers, but otherwise you're gonna have to focus on like extraneous shit, like a campaign or someplace to explore, or something you can use soccer mechanics in, which I hope is what Sports Story is about. But you can do that with golf too, so. And that's kind of what Golf Story is. You play golf. It's a lot more about being an adventure game and using golf mechanics to adventure, along with your typical course holes and shit. But I mean, your Mario golfs and stuff. We did the golf-thon. It was really fun. Oh, nice, cool. As the quick play, just like it's like courses, just like a 9-hole or something. It's dead now. Yeah, I don't know what other golf games I've got planned. It's like everybody's golf and shit, but after the golf-a-thon with Mario, I was like, I'm gonna take a break. 3 9 holes? Oh, cool. Yeah, I feel like with the soccer game, you got to do it like Golf Story, which maybe that's what Sports Story is. Yeah, you make some crazy like extreme maps. You make an adventure where you're kicking around the ball and I mean, Dodgeball Academia was kind of like that. Just not that great. Or you explore like a campus and you use that sport to do certain things as well as play like a more extreme game of soccer, I guess. You could do it, but yeah, it's much easier with golf when you could just literally make a huge course of crazy shit and then still play like normal golf, right? To do more than that, you have to have like a new kind of gameplay in it, essentially. So it's like, how do you change just normal soccer competitive Glover, dude? That's what we need, man. Yeah, I need esports Glover, dude. Can we make it? Does anybody want to be on my esports team for Glover? It's like relay. So anyways, Mario Strikers. Like I said, they just feel humanity's not ready for it. I don't think we ever will be. Killer Queen, very dangerous game right there. Would not recommend Killer Queen. Funny in some ways, but also just irritatingly shit. It's funny to play with Goto though. But yeah, Mario Strikers. It's just a multiplayer game. Very few features. It feels really tacky. The menus look really shit. Like the shell for the campaign. It's just you going up against NPCs and just typical matches, which is fine and all, but it's like you're kind of just in a dingy room and just this shitty fucking font and like window to like tell you about your matches, and there's this crappy little scrolling paragraphs to tell you the story that's going on, and it just feels like it's really tacky and kind of um, just barely tacked on there. Um, so it's really just about the core mechanics and the soccer. That's it. There's nothing else in it. Full price game. Welcome back. And I would say that's really about it. And those are fun. Solo not as much, but I don't think they're as smooth or as interesting as I'd like. And the soccer's not extreme enough. as I'd like. And there's the main way to win, especially in the first one, is to just do like super spikes. So it makes it kind of one note. Like I think all of that combined with having nothing but that as the game, like it just makes it just not good enough. I don't think it's outright bad. I guess it's just very whatever. It's just purely for multiplayer. If you try to sell that nowadays, people be like, "What?" And they were, because the new one came out. I was gonna play it, but it got lost in the mail, and people were like, "What?" I bet it's the same shit. I bet it's exactly the same with nothing added on, just like the old ones. Because Charged was the same thing. It was a little smoother, but otherwise it was the exact same shit, and it was just boring. I just got bored of it. I'd almost call them bad, but no, I didn't do them in multiplayer as much. So, significant unexpected determination. Soccer sucks. Yeah, maybe for games. I don't know about anything surprising. Probably not yet. It's mostly just explaining the general thoughts on these and um the why. The best games though, that'll be where maybe there's more hot takes. I mean, it depends on what you think. I only put like some of the Kirby games in here. Um, I didn't like Lake much. Yeah. I thought it was well, I went into it for a while already, but I thought it was hit the nail too hard on the head. Don't think they let enough. Yeah, it is Life is Strange average in a way. I this was one I was kind of iffy about putting it in worst. I was gonna just leave it as mediocre, but I pulled people and they're like, "Ah, that's pretty shit." I'm like, maybe you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I think it moves too quick at times, like Cora said. I don't. I think it's a story that's been told a million times. City life sucks. It's great out there in the small town, but they don't really let you feel it. It gets too boring. The characters don't get enough time to breathe and the relationships to grow. You don't really feel how great it is out there in the old wilds. Should be in mediocre. I kind of feel like it should be too. I was just giving you crap. No, but it's true. You just happened to pick on the one that I was kind of like iffy about putting it there, but we'll see. I'm gonna review it all again later and compare them, but so mediocre, it's good. Yeah, I don't know. I think, I mean, I did come across I did play some games with a story that I had played a game like half a year before that was telling a very similar story in a very similar environment that was like already so much better. So I think I was like, I had a lot of direct comparisons. Yeah. And when worst is a thing is about worst is it's a very strong word. Lake is like kind of on the outer edge of that. Like Corey's really fucking bad. Lake's like a little bit more personal. You know, like I said, because there's some other games that I feel like already kind of did that, but better, not terribly long before that. No, I hated Triangle Strategy. Oh, maybe not hated it. Or are you joking? No, Live Alive's awesome. Yeah, Live Alive's great. Triangle Strategy was not. Triangle Strategy, I almost want to put that as a bad game, but I think that's being a little extreme. It's just extremely dull and mediocre. Now, Live Alive was awesome. That'll be one of the best this year, for sure. Absolutely. You'd be right about that. Yeah, see, that's the thing is really like, is Lake in there and Triangle Strategy is not? I might delete Lake. I'm going to delete Lake. I think about it. Because they both had really bad stories, but at least Lake had the decency to not be 40 hours long. Anyways, Yeah, I would say I like Lake better than Triangle Strategy because it was shorter at least. Triangle Strategy, I was like glazed over in boredom. Lake was just kind of just not executed super well. It wasn't, and it was a story I've read a million times. Right? It wasn't like ultra boring or anything. Yeah, the Lake fans, dude. Yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge. Um, I didn't play many TMNT games. I'm not a huge TMNT guy. Um, yeah, that's a pretty big part. Diving headfirst into a lake's a pretty big deal. Great. I love when I add this game to anything. It's like massive. So I don't have a lot of nostalgia. Don't have a lot of knowledge about TMNT. Haven't played almost any of the games except a really shitty 361. So I am literally just talking about it as a beat 'em up. It was pretty good as a beat 'em up. It's not that kind of beat 'em up that's got there's some that are like Streets of Rage, where it's a beat 'em up about careful spacing, um, you know, more complicated combos of buttons and figuring out your strings, kind of like a fighting game and stuff. And then you get ones like this, which are just like you just fucking go up and you smack dudes, and it's about knocking them around and knocking them on your teammates and being able to move really far and really crazy and do a bunch of different moves relatively easily. And that was really fun. I think it was really clean. The music was good. I played it co-op with one person. It has like 6-player co-op if you want though. Jesus, I've gone through almost this whole roll of toilet paper. Blowing my nose a lot. Jesus. I still feel like half of it's gone down my throat. Yeah, I know it's not gonna be like one of my best games of the year, but I think it's just solid, right? I think the more into TMNT you are, yeah, I keep eating. It's so tasty. I mean, it's really tasty. I eat it after use, of course. Add flavor. Yeah, I think it's the movement's really smooth. I've played a fair bit of beat 'em ups at this point, but good amount of levels, some nice set pieces, a lot of different characters. I played the news reporter lady. She was fun. It's smooth. It's fast. Um, I can't really complain too much. Um, it's not like the best 2D beat 'em up. It's not the best 2D beat 'em up combat or anything, but that these are still being made and they're still pretty quality is nice. So yeah, I just don't have any I don't have like a big history of TMNT. So. Any fan service or anything is lost on me. I wouldn't replay it with people probably. I mean, maybe I would if somebody really wanted, but so I don't like it that much, but can't complain. All right, Pocky and Rocky Reshrine. What did I think of that? Did I think it was? I mean, I don't remember what I thought about it, but what would I say? It's like bad, good, mediocre. I think I'd probably put it in the middle. Good fan service. Yeah, it looked like there was a lot of different enemies and places you go to and nods. I could catch when they were trying to do fan service. I just didn't know the fan service room. Jesus. Yeah, Pocky and Rocky Reshrine is a remake or kind of a remaster of an old school top down kind of twin stick game. It's not really twin stick. If it was, it'd probably feel a little smoother. But it's a game where it's auto scrolling. I guess it's an auto scroller semi shmup thing. You walk around as like this little shrine maiden. It's co-op if you want, or as one of her friends, and you kind of just you do some melee attacks or you shoot a bunch of whatever laser beams or whatever shrine powers you got, and it's kind of just auto scrolling through this very good looking kind of feudal Japan yokai Oh yeah, she has a raccoon friend. She has a lot of friends, but yeah, he's like a raccoon dude. A tanuki or something without the ball sack, of course. How many games have the full ball sack? I mean, Neo does have the full ball sack tanuki, to its credit. Um, but yeah, it's a very cute game. The art is really nice, pixel art. Take a peek. It's fun. It is very old school. Nowadays, this would be a twin stick shooter. You'd aim in a direction, you do some melee. This is a lot more. You're gonna need to memorize the zones. It can be pretty hard at times, at least in the beginning. In what? In Pocky and Rocky or Neo? Pocky Rocky doesn't have anything, I don't think. Oh, I don't know. Was there tits in that too? Oh no, they nerfed the tits. I remember hearing about that. I don't know if there was any balls either. I was talking about Neo. Neo, the game has ball sack on Tanuki. I don't remember any of that in Pocky and Rocky. I don't think so. They probably nerfed it. I feel like I would have remembered. Yeah, probably nowadays they probably censored it. Let's be real. Neo 2 has ball sack. Yeah, we need to get a compilation of all the games that have ball sack. Red Dead Redemption has ball sacks that shrink. Tanuki balls. Tanukis famously have giant nut sacks they carry over their shoulder. That's kind of their thing, right? Plague Tale has huge pig nut sacks. I don't remember why. I don't know why I remember all the. I mean, when you see a giant, huge nut sack on a character or an animal in a game, you kind of are like, oh, because that doesn't happen very often. Yeah, look up Tanukis. I think they generally in mythology have massive, fucking huge psycho nut sacks. I think that's kind of their thing, right? So usually, if they're trying to be like really accurate about the portrayal, they have huge nuts that they carry over their shoulder or something. Yeah, psycho nuts. The magua. Uh, um, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, man, they really should have Mario like dragging his nuts. Oh, dude, that'd be so funny. He's like flying, and then he like fucking drops his fucking nuts, and then he just like just bowls over like a Goomba as he's flying by with his huge nut sack, and then he like fucking pulls it back in. You know, that'd be awesome. So yeah. Is that like a fan game, dude? The Wrecking Ball nutsack, dude. That's a war crime. Dude, if I was a Tanuki, that's what I'd be doing, man. Double firm trim shaver. Oh my god. Anyways, yeah, Pocky and Rocky Reshrine. The big takeaway is it looks really nice. Sounds pretty good for the time. I'll walk underneath the Tanuki tree. Not enough media is willing just to portray the full body in general, especially American media. Uh, oh well. I guess you could be like Japan and always have like everything's asshole. That's halfway there. I don't think anybody's advocating for more asshole or ball sacks in games, though. I don't know if it really matters, but especially not on animals. I don't think I care too much. I don't think it adds a whole lot of immersion for me. But oh well. Yeah, anyways, Pocket Record Shrine looks nice. Checking out on that front. It's a nice piece of like little history, I guess. I'm not terribly familiar with the original or the series at all, but if you like feudal Japan, you like yokai, kind of demons and myths and stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff there. Like I said, nowadays it would probably be a twin stick shooter. It doesn't feel the smoothest because you're aiming in the direction you're moving, but it's auto scrolling, so it means that you don't have as much freedom there to react as much as you'd like. And you're gonna when the screen's full of shit, it's a lot you run into a lot of shit more easy. By the end of the game, you get so strong and there's so many super juiced powers and stuff, you could just shit through everything. But in that early game, you're going to be redoing stuff quite a bit, which isn't bad, but I'd almost prefer more difficulty from smooth controls and being able to react and harder enemy setups than really just memorizing levels. Yeah, I want more nutsacks in games, dude. I hope Link has a huge, giant nutsack bulge on his Grado outfit. Or his ninja Ashika outfit. Very important to my video game experience. I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it. I mean, it's good, but I didn't like have that much fun with it. It's got good elements to it. I'm not so far that I'd call it like notable. It looks really good. Yeah, Mario's got nipples. Next, half chubs and fucking bulge on Link. A note's calm. Notes. You don't want to see me writing more shit, man. I'm more nutsack. Yeah. Needs sack. There you go. Oh, did you put it in the not safe for work in Discord? I'd like to see it. Giant nut bulge to be awesome. Already done. Let's see what we're cooking with. I hope it's like Kirby with tits or something. Oh, go to link to me something. Nakazawa. Did it just come out in Japan or something? Kodaka would say God of War Ragnarok. Dude, Ichikoshi said the Centennial case. Was he paid to say that? Nakazawa saying Disco Elysium. Fucking base. Nakazawa's the only one we can trust anymore. So maybe you can link that in chat. I don't know. I mean, I'm like talking about weird shit. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's so perfect, man. Like by far the best game on there. Nakazawa would actually say is good. 13 Lords of the Shogun. Yeah, Kodaka. Come on, dude. Come on. I mean, the sheer budget behind it, maybe that's I get that. I don't know about Centennial case, dude. Nakazawa, the most impressionable work of media. Oh wait, oh god, there's more. Is he gonna fall? Most impressionable work of media: 13 Lords of the Shogun, The Match, Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I didn't watch all those, so no idea. Most noteworthy person. Oh, Nakazawa. No. Elon Musk. Yoshihiro Togashi, Alberto Milgo. I don't know these people. Well, at least Nakazawa like Disco Elysium, dude. Yeah, man. You win one, you lose one. Elon Musk. Really? Nakazawa, really? Maybe he likes it because of the dystopian future angle. You know? Like Musk will be the first guy to bring in IO as he's unhinged. Maybe that. He doesn't say why, right? Yeah. Maybe he likes the unhinged factor. Anyways, Pocky Rocky Reshrine. You know, I'm gonna put this as notable. I don't think it's super fun as a shmup, but you know, I think the art is really nice and it's a cool piece of history. I think you should check it out for that at least. Ultra cursed. Oh wait, I was gonna check the Discord. Holy, look at the cock on that motherfucker. Look at the cock on it. Hot. You're back. I need to go to the bathroom, man. Where's my phone? Yeah, Kirby is the sack. Nothing but sack. Just fucking 15 pounds of sack and dick. That's good. There's a condom one too. Oh, is Kirby a condom? Yep. Alright, I wish Ichikoshi would have said AI, the Somni, or the AI, the Nirvana initiative as its most striking game. That would have been the most Chad play, man. The most impressionable person himself. Yeah, we played a lot this year. A little less than last year, I think, but some of the longest games I've ever played were this year, and I did like 3 of those. So, but I also didn't have an MMO expansion this year, which makes a big difference. Anyways, Sunbreak. Sunbreak's good. It's Monster Hunter. Um, they make Lance the best it's ever been, which I love. A lot of cool new monsters. Gameplay is probably the crispiest it's ever been. The post expansion updates have not been that great. I would say overall. I still think Iceborne was probably the king on that. But I was pretty happy with the base amount of content we got, which is really what matters. Yeah, we've got more to play though. They're still updating. Not the best looking game, but it looks and runs fine for Switch. Right? It's obviously not gonna look as good as World, but I can't complain too much. It's more Monster Hunter. It feels good. The monsters are good. The end. That's really about it. That's all I gotta say on it. We'll be playing more, yeah. Oh, the story's bad. As usual. Posted another Kirby. Those Kirby's. Love it. Those fucking hairy mini Kirby nutsack. I could show that shit on screen. Alright, Dragon Quest 8. I have talked up and down about Dragon Quest 8. It's a good game, of course. It'll go in here. Yeah, not my favorite Dragon Quest, but I don't think it's bad. Yeah, for sure, Ping. No, wait. I don't want to do it that way. I forgot. It's in order the way I put it in here. If I order it, it's gonna be fucked. The core. Well, I'll just let you see what these are. Let me close this. Yeah. So far, we've got the Quarry, Deer Simulator, the Cruel King and the Great Hero, Super Kirby Clash, Kirby Battle Royale, these 2 Kirbys, that Kirby, Horizon, Wolfenstein, The Old Blood, Roman Sands, Unparalleled, Once Upon a Crime in the West, Thorn, Crescent Bay, and Pokemon. Look, dude, these are bad Kirby games. These are good Kirby games. The rest are okay. Yeah, these never let anybody tell you there's not a bad Kirby game. There's at least 4 of them right here. What's up, Arcus? How you doing? But yeah, that's where we're at right now. But we're about to hit so bad it's good 3. So. Oh, and some of the worst shit. One of the arena battlers is good. Yeah, surely. You getting better? Not really. My throat doesn't hurt as much, although it's going out from talking so much and just the drainage. But I have gone through so many Kleenexes today. I have to stop all the time because my throat is full of shit, and then I start choking on it almost. So, but I'm okay. I don't feel like horrible, but Yep, I got some lemon tea and honey right here, boss. So I'm drinking a Coke right now. I'm not gonna waste it. So. Yeah, I probably should. I really should get some honey and tea. I've done that in the past. It's the best way to go. Yeah, a nice acidic drink should help me. I've had it in the fridge for like 4 days. Like I just want to drink it. Yeah, Jessica. Well, yeah. I wish her character was a bit better. Yeah, she's got the titty. That's for sure. People remember that. Yeah, I'll be ditching it a bit more soon. I don't do soda as much. I don't buy it as much. But I do a fair amount of energy drinks, which is pretty much the same thing. I just do a lot of drinks in general. I'm always drinking some kind of calorie drink. I just love my drinks. I like drinking shit more than I like food. So I'm gonna move back over to tea and coffee and water soon. Frescas and shit. But yeah, Dragon Quest 8. It's good. It's good because for some of the reasons it's also bad. The scale, the feeling of adventure is pretty solid because of how just large it is. It's a big world. The jump to 3D is very pronounced. It's got Yangus. He's fun. Voice acting. Adds a few new systems to the game and all that. It's still just got the good creature design, nice town exploration and comfy worlds and gameplay of Dragon Quest. It's got issues. I've talked about them a lot before. The 3DS version fixes most of it. The PS2 version is bogged down by shitty encounter rates, bad crafting, not enough info on the RPG side of things, not enough info on the crafting. Zones that are too big and empty, which is extra bad because of the encounter rates and stuff. And all of those things kind of combine to create a game that's kind of more of a pain in the ass than it should be. And I also didn't feel a whole lot for the characters. Not that I tend to in Dragon Quest until maybe 11, but that was supposed to be standout. Instead, it's just kind of okay. So, still a good game. I don't think it's going to go further than that. If you really want like a breakdown, go watch the tier list. Go watch the Dragon Quest 8 mod. I've had to have said at least like 5 to 8 hours of things about like Dragon Quest after I've beaten it at least. Not to mention the stuff we talked about during it, so I'm not gonna go anymore. Let's move on to the best game of all time, KDkill. The Calumniation games. Oh, that's gotta be good. It's got games in it and it's a VN. This game has a 77% with 22 reviews, which probably are half of devs or something on Steam, dude. Does this guy say Game of the Year? Yup. This is my Game of the Year. Zero chance anything else is even going to touch it. And that's a based review if I don't say so myself. Yeah, you should experience all of KDkill. We mention it enough in here. You would enjoy it. So yeah, KDkill's a VN. Like, let me go back. Let me go. Yeah, it's the one with shmup gameplay. The best handshake in media, quite possibly. In all of media. I laughed so hard. I think I laughed almost harder at that than almost any So Big 3 moment. No info given. Yeah, sure, why not? I think they count. But who really cares? It's just stuff I played on stream this year. And anyways, this game also has a shmup inside of it. I can't find this person's reviews. Oh, here they are. Yeah, it's got more gameplay than Discully's. Oh, they've got a review for Scar of the Doll. I was gonna buy that soon. This was censored. Awesome. Operation Babel. Kick-ass game TBQ HWF and FS. What does that mean? Return to Shirinagasu Island. This is sincerely one of the best VNs I've ever played. What the beep? Who the heck is this Hyogo Onimushi guy? Is this somebody we know? What the? Balan Wonderworld. This has to be a fake account. Oh no, I love it. Don Don Pachi Resurrection. Yup, this is pretty sweet. Shenmue 3. This game is so beautiful, an absolute gem. It's a shame have its reputation destroyed by Epic. Panzer Dragoon. Ginga Force. Yep, this is pretty sweet. Oh, he reused his review. Oh, no, wait. He has less periods after the yup. Fight and Rage. I played that game feeling kind of shook by how good this is. Shenmue 1 and 2. Absolutely incredible. Damn, these are... He says exactly what he needs to say. Doesn't need any more, man. just says exactly what he's saying, right? No, I would say, yeah, I mean, beans are games. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that, like, Until Dawn's not a game because it's mostly cutscenes. I don't think it really matters either. It's something we played on here this year, something that we talk about a lot, and that we can draw comparisons to with all the other story games and shows. I think it's fair. It's a good question, though, but yeah, I think it's fair. And yeah, definitely this game. It's how so KDkill is a death game, VN about a death game and some people trapped in it, but also it gets into random shoot 'em up territory. That's actually the good part of the game is it's got a shmup game in it, and the shmup's pretty decent. But the story is like, it's not like slow, boring. It's just bizarre. You cannot tell what the fuck the author's intent is in this game at all, man. Like, I can feel spiritual presence all across the internet. Yeah. yeah. You're like doing like you're in pods, like fighting each other mentally and taking down their emotional walls physically with like shmup gameplay. And like it's really random out of nowhere, and you can never tell what the intent of the author is in this game. It's just bizarre. You can't tell when it's trying to be funny, when it's serious, if it's trying to give you a twist, if it's trying to take the piss out of itself, if it's trying to be like a mystery death game. Like, it's just, it tries to do so much shit, and it just fills it all. It's got escape rooms. It's got point and click. It's got shmup. It's got some decent art, and it's just fucking odd. The mysteries and like the breakdowns and like the conflicts and stuff. Yeah, the handshake. Like, there's just, it's one of the lowest rated VNs on my list for a fucking reason, for sure. Yeah, definitely one of the worst games I played this year. Absolutely worth checking out. It's not quite sure Nagasu non-stop funny bad, but it's pretty consistently fucked. It was not supposed to be a part of So Bad It's Good 3, but it was a little extra. It was a little pre-game for sure. It ended up being a part of it because it was so fucked. I was hoping it was gonna be good, but what do we even say about AI 2, man? that we haven't said for dozens of hours already. What do you even say about it at this point? Yeah. The best. Thumbs up. We go home. The best game. Oh wait, I was gonna get the Andy's Community thing. One sec. Where is it? Where is it? Oh god. I've read this before. Oh, the document, man. Oh, I probably put the Andy's Community ones in like the a different folder. Have that saved in your note? Based. Can I get the killer's Chuny paragraph? I have that saved in some note, but I'm looking for something. Right on the fucking money, dude. This is boom right there, instant. Oh, where is? No, you both had it. Fucking guess. Where is my? I don't know my ABCs. There it is. Yeah. The Minecraft had fucking. But anyways, yeah. What do you say about AI too? Is that the American Psycho one? I feel like we need to watch American Psycho again in Discord, but we just did it. But then all these people come in who've never seen a single movie, and they're like, "Hey, I haven't seen American Psycho," and I'm like, "Oh god, gotta watch it again." You do need to see it. It's really funny. They're both macro on your phone. Yeah, I mean, it's a really fun movie. Yeah, it's really good. But the memes, yeah, it's great for that too. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like you could just say memes and say the game sucks, and that's all you need to know on AI too. Try getting over it. The song, dude. I don't even think I have the song on tap, man. We got some time before Punchline. Can you believe Punchline was within like a month of AI too? That's exciting, man. This was a strong month. KDkill, Punchline, and AI too. Yeah, I can't wait. I only feel alive when I'm dogging on Ichikoshi games. Let's see Paul Allen's VN. Let's see Paul Allen's tier list, man. Yeah, it finally was the push, man. Just enough people in here talking about AI2 where I'm like, fuck it. It's time to. Yeah, let's see Paul Allen's VNDB. What game's rating would he have the reaction to he does in the movie? Would it just be like really obscure but really good VNs rated like 10 out of 10? and then like really like popular but shitty ones rated really poorly, like just really quality VNDB where he's just shocked. It's like so much better than his thousands of games played or something. Alcana. That's it. Yep. That's the fucking review, dude. Yeah, when he's holding the card or whatever, where he's got a Paul Allen's. Let's see Paul Allen's card. And he's like holding the card, and he's just like, it's like way better or whatever than theirs. He's like freaking out. Let's see Paul Allen's VNDB. Yeah, AI2 though. I don't know, man. It's just fucking bad. Um, Uchikoshi's had such a fall from grace, man. I mean, he's probably still a great guy. I don't mean it personally like that. It's just his writing. They've just gotten so much worse since the days of Ever 17 and the Zero Escapes. Well, first two. Um, and the Infinity games, and even AI one. It's a pretty big drop from that. Yeah, World's End um into like AI 2. It's oh yeah, that's how I felt when I that's the best way to describe it. Maybe we won't get into the whole thing here. We can if people want. But it was just I think that was what I just felt at the end of it. I think I said it a lot. I was like, it's just kind of pathetic, man. Like it's just kind of sad almost. Like it's just the amount of plot holes, how inconsistent the characters are, where the story even goes, how just goofy it's trying to be, the tonal whiplash. Like, some of that would be okay if it just really owned it right. Like, the retcons, like, you use even, not even a magnifying glass, just pure reading glasses. And it's just like, I can't believe a price for first cheese sandwich at Steins Gate. Look at that subtle off white coloring, the tasteful thickness of it. Yeah, I love that one. Yeah, everything is contrived as fuck. It's probably one of the most contrived games ever, man. Like everything is written for these weak twists. The game is breaking its fucking legs in 20 different fucking ways just to make this shit work, and for no reason. And it just hurts everything. And it's breaking something that sucked in the first place. It's like it's a pair of legs made out of hardened feces, man. Like they're not. It's not even a good pair, man. But they're still getting broken backwards, man. It's over fast. We could look it up on fucking YouTube, bro, or something. I mean, yeah, Tama was really hot. Oh wait, it's not even on. Wait, do I have it then? Did I download it from you at some point? Oh, Tama. We're talking about the other chick. I don't care about Tama as much. I'm talking about the darker skinned lady. What was her name? What was her name? Oh, oh, it was Tama. Who's Aiba? Aiba's the main one. Yeah, okay. Tama's good. Well, Tama looks good. Character. Just when you think maybe she's gonna get going, they just kind of have her be like a babysitter for the rest of the game because they dropped that other character off the map. Yeah, 428 Tama's awesome. 428's awesome. Yeah, sign of a great VN Fasto. Maybe I do have it somewhere. Let me look it up. Maybe you linked it to me in Discord before? Yo. Punchline underscore BGM dot 7 zip. Which wave file is it, dude? What am I gonna be playing after all these? I don't even know what these are. What's the good shit? What's the one, dude? Yeah, I mean, we could. The amount of time and effort that's gone into analyzing AI2, the document, the amount of time we've spent streaming it, rewatching people streaming it, talking about it, we can't really do it any justice right now without going hard. Um, it's just I have it fast now. I download. You gave it to me. I have it. Which one? Oh, you have the entire song. Yeah. It even has the glossary, dude. That's fucking Bateman playing Sekimea, man. I guess it's not an RPG mechanic. My god. Even as a search function. The anti-document on stream. Oh Jesus, dude. I think I have read that before on my own. Or at least gotten quotes from Go from it. Isn't that the one where the guy is just essentially like going down the document list and just saying, nope, it's all because it's insanity or something, right? Just like total bullshit. Like that you can't even take seriously. Like there's no real reasons. It's just nope. Like that kind of shit. But yeah, I can't tell you. I mean, I loved Uchikoshi's old stuff, and he's just fucking dropped. AI2 is a joke. They're just not. They're just not even trying with this anymore. It's given up the idea of even. I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, you're doing a good service for preservation here. It's just like it's just bizarre, man. If you've never played AI2, you've never played AI, you've not really played through the guy's works or anything. It doesn't make as much sense. But it's just like it's just Swiss cheese, just full of so many holes. Everything's bent over backwards for the dumbest of reasons. Somehow people still lap some of it up. It tries to get by purely with quirkiness, and you even look at it with any kind of magnifying glass, even a little bit. Anybody, unless you're just not thinking at all, you're gonna be like, what is going on? And it's not even just like, you know, it's a mystery story. It's about mystery and figuring out a mystery. So you're supposed to look at it with an eye like that. And even if you could say it's not that way, it still barely works as even a character story where you're okay with plot holes everywhere. It just tries to be a little bit of everything and just fails, man. Yeah, the humor is it's almost offensive, man. It's just like this many sex jokes. Like I like sex jokes, man, but like god damn. Like you really think this is gonna like I'm more offended that you think I'm actually gonna laugh after how many was it? How many? What was the stats on that? Let me look. I probably sent him to go to sex jokes. What are the numbers? I have them saved somewhere. I don't know where though. The secret is he's only good on someone's comment, hold him back. Trump's the first game in almost every aspect except comedy. Whoa. Yeah, like retconning everybody, lobotomizing everybody, And just assuming nobody's gonna care, man. And the thing is, a lot of people don't. It's just crazy. Okay, I have the official count somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is. 279 sex jokes. 152 reused jokes from the first game. Jesus, dude. Yes, we counted every sex joke in the game, dude. It's fucking insane. It's crazy. 279 sex. I remember what I wanted to say. Does anyone else find the entire premise of the game being a simulation all along underwhelming as a resolution? In that game, yeah, sure. Everything else was too. Why not? It's disappointing more to me because it's just another poorly set up cop out twist to try to make it seem more interesting than it really is. It's another kind of like an Inscription where, whoa, isn't that crazy? What does it really mean for the world? Do they really weave it into the story outside of just the Illuminati cult saying it's possible? Does it? I mean, I guess it does affect. Well, it does affect the kid, the psycho kid, or not the kid, the Thomas dude or whatever. Sorta, but like, I guess it's not the worst thing. But everything else is so bad, and it barely affects the story. It just feels like a twist for the sake of it. We'll see where it goes. In AI3, they've talked about doing more with it. The ball sack conversation. So many files in the mega from where I ripped is missing music. Oh, dude, it's over. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't hate the idea in general, but in the game itself, yeah, it's not really like that great. I mean, I thought the part where she revealed it was kind of spooky and interesting. So really, it was one of the better parts for me, but it's still a good part in a shitty package. So it was still a shitty part. It just was less shitty. Fuck you. I have them. Yeah, I've got them. I want to have sex with Tama. Based. Sick review, dude. I mean, what else do you really need to say? Some of the best bits are the characters getting the shit slap kicked out of them. It's just, I don't even know what I'd call a funny part of AI. What was the legitimately? Oh yeah, I had a counter for funny jokes too, didn't I? It was like really petty. Did I, or did I or did I not? I think I was gonna not do that because it's gonna make me not want to laugh even more. I don't think there was. Oh, it was punchline. Okay, I think we got like none in punchline. No, the spooky part was her, the chick, the presentation of her. She kind of was just off in the middle of like a void with her creepy face. Um, but no, I mean, I don't really care for the twist, but it really doesn't do anything either. So yeah, it's kind of just like, it's just there. It's like an Easter egg. Um, yeah. Honestly, more people than a lot of the bullshit I'm reading here. Yeah, really. You don't think her standing there in the void with the spooky face and the music going on and you jumping there from like nowhere, like just kind of appearing there and everything's going apeshit isn't a little like at least bizarre? Like something's going on. Like you just typed in this big code or whatever, and then everything's going apeshit and like I mean the actual idea that you're in a simulation isn't spooky. But I thought a little bit of the presentation of her and the context was a little. Yeah, if you're talking literally that they discovered it's a simulation, no, not really. I don't think that's scary at all. I don't think anything. I barely feel anything playing that game. But the literal like presentation of it as she's revealing stuff right before was a little bit, just a little bit. I'm like, whoa, this is a little odd. I mean, you gotta understand. I just came out of a vegetative state, playing the whole game, right? And then I get that, and while it's not super crazy, I mean, I was pretty much like in a coma before that. So like it was definitely a little bit more interesting. All right, like I was feeling some more feelings because it was at least something. So like it's like it's in comparison, it's kind of it was kind of a little spooky, but I mean it's not really only a bit, right? You look dead. I was just really disappointed in the game. It was just really bad. I was like, Jesus, this is. I mean, it's funny bad. It's interesting to talk about it, but I was just like, it's just pathetic. Dude. It's just pathetic game. Yeah, that's my thing. Yeah, exactly. You want to see cool meta shit? Play Remember 11, Ever 17, even. IO or some shit. Man, I mean, it's crazy, but like that's more what we're talking about. Like that's where it's actually weaved into the plot. The twists revolve around them. It's building to them. They have a purpose. And AI 2, it just feels like a hey, here's a little extra twist. It's like one of those like meta, like I said, like an inscription or something. It's just kind of like a whoa, that's crazy kind of thing. Not impressive. Dude, this isn't a single song. This is a fucking 300 megabyte file. This man thinks I actually want the entire soundtrack again. Are these like labeled or something? I do have the Punchline soundtrack. You gave it to me. I told you. Did you not? I even asked you, I was like, which of these WAV files is the one we want? Right? Right? Huh? Did you not? Did I find it? I've literally got Punchline sitting right here, dude. Let me compare the files. Rainstalked, yeah. Because I spent so long on that. People were so mad that I was sitting there trying to figure out her rainstalk. I was even doing a little bit of it off stream. Very funny. Okay, now this shit's taking forever. One sec. It's having an issue. One sec. It's like slowly going through everything. Okay. Yeah, I have Punchline. I mean, they're all like WAV files, right? New Age Clown. Okay, at least yours are organized here. Why is my hard drive having such an issue with these? That's pretty funny. Yeah, I'll add it. Yeah, but Fasto Link, he gave us organization, which matters more. But okay, New Age Clown, Forbidden Takeshi Hapokino. Oh, man. Should we have a little taste? Let's have a little taste. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let's go, dude. Let's go. We played. Dude, help me. Was this actually good? I'm trying to remember what happens here. Okay, this one's actually good. Well, we don't want that. IE.wav. Now we're talking. Let's go, man. Oh, desire. It looks funny just from that. Oh, here it is, dude. Mm. Oh, yeah. It's not Tonic. Yeah. Yeah, it's my favorite Tonic song. Oh, my God, dude. Uchikoshi. Imagine making Punchline, World's End Club, AI 2 within a 4 game period. Oh, we'll be back. I can link you the link if you don't want too fast. That Pokemon that would be such a better game, Kodo. Yeah, I'll save that. I'll link it to him. The fuck, we're not DMing Sam? Where's our DMs? Never DM'd you. Here you go, dude. Our first DM, a fucking Punchline OST link, dude. Oh, too slow? Well, you can download it twice. You deserve it. Okay, anyways, I don't know what else to say on AI2. I feel like it's pointless even going into detail. We already kind of talked about it. It's a pathetic. It's just weak. It's crazy weak. I've almost grown just numb to how shit it is. I'm just so used to it at this point. Yeah, he's fast. Oh, he's fast. Yeah, it looks funny, Dyson, for sure. I like that emote. OG possessed. We've exhausted this topic. You never truly can exhaust it because it's the game that keeps giving, but it depends on how deep you want to go. And for this event, this is probably enough. Yeah, go watch the VODs. Go watch any VOD. It'll be mentioned in there, especially a VN VOD. Any VOD you want, you get a take. Let's move on to the so bad it's good proper disaster report. Did I play my first disaster report this year? Huh. For some reason, I thought that was on a different one, and we just played Raw Danger. Raw Danger just eclipsed the first one so hard, it doesn't even matter. All right, disaster report. So that yeah, Kino, absolutely. Yeah, these are some video games. Disaster report. Is disaster report like bad? Like truly bad? It's funny bad, the story, but it's like almost purposely fucked. I've seen shit in 3. One's funny. There's some funny moments. I laughed a lot, but a lot of it's gameplay and shit. It doesn't take itself. It takes itself more seriously than 2 does, and it's a much worse game objectively than 2. But like, I don't know if it's just outright bad. It just has funny bad moments in it. I'm just gonna leave it here. I mean, it's not like truly fun. God, these are so hard because like they were fun to do, but they're not really that bad, I would say. Um, this a notable game? I guess. Is it notable? Are we putting so bad it's good games is all notable because they're funny? Probably not what I'm kind of want to go for with notable. Yeah, I don't know. Disaster Report, just funny conspiracy story about a Japanese city that's falling apart from weather and bad construction and all conspiracy bullshit and it's all sorts of shit. There's action, intrigue, there's romance, survival. It's got it all. Um, I mean, it's probably bad. I should probably put it in one of the worst, but it doesn't. It's not like it plays that horribly. It's really stiff and janky, but like it moves along at a pretty steady clip. And it never gets truly boring. I mean, some of it's because it's bad funny, but yeah, that's the thing. Is like it's not really super fun. The concept is cool. Yeah, Raw Danger is like actually like way better. Like it just looks better. Everything is just so much more polished, and it's trying to be bad, but it's still like bad and funny. Yeah. Disaster Report 1 is like coincidentally that way. That's the thing is I don't know if the first one is. It's bad funny, but I don't know if it's intentionally funny. At some points, I feel like they not so much though. That's why it's kind of more pure so bad it's good because I really feel like it's trying to be a bit more serious at times. And the second one's where they realize, yeah, this was really goofy. Let's just go in on it. It's still it's still really funny either way. But a lot more of it, there's some of the writing's funny, but a lot more of it's just like, you know, the janky animations. A building just falls on you, just drop with a huge nasty thud. Just shit like that. It's just like those kinds of moments are the funniest in Disaster Report. Yeah, the Disaster Report too. They definitely were like, yeah, we're going all in. So I'm just gonna leave it where it is. Mr. Mosquito. Um, is this bad? Is Mr. Mosquito like properly bad? I mean, it doesn't really feel good to play. It can be a bit annoying by the end. Yeah, I mean, it's probably bad, but it's really funny, right? It has a sequel. I really wanted to play it, but you need it needs some kind of fan translation. It's funny though. The cutscenes are like supposed to be funny, and the whole game has got an aura of goofiness about it because you're just a mosquito that everybody hates, fucking up town, the house, and it just gets out of hand, and everybody gets fucked. Um, but it's also just so ridiculous, and the gameplay is so wonky half the time. It's just kind of funny bad. It's not a game I'd replay because it's just like a good time, like gameplay wise, like it's fucked. But I don't know. Is it? Is it bad? It's so purposely goofy though in the cutscenes and shit. And it pulls it off well. You can only really say Mr. Mosquito's like bad in the gameplay. And it's not like that. It's pretty bad though. We'll just leave it. It's a safe pick. Deep Fear. Hmm. Let's see if I can find some Deep Fear. Where's my Deep Fear quotes? I don't know if there is any. Man, like Avatar. Uh, yeah, it was annoying, so I would keep it in bad, but Deep Fear, dude. This game was amazing, dude. Yeah, where's my Lex? The Lex Live. I gotta get the YouTube. Deep Fear. Let's just get the game poster up here. Deep Fear is part like actually really cool. It has like a legitimately really sick ass opener and OST by the guy who did Ghost in the Shell's music on the original movie. Some of the concepts and the setting and stuff are really neat. The underwater, science facility, all that kind of shit. But holy fuck. I'm so split on it because part of it's good and then part of it's just horrible. It's like a Resident Evil game with like infinite ammo, so it's more just kind of actiony. The dialogue is insane. The voice acting, insane. It's so fucking bad, but it's so funny. But then like you get legitimate moments of actual like serious, like the fucking like the trailer, the opening is like what, and then as soon as somebody opens their mouth, it's like what. You just fell off a cliff, right? Like somebody just dropped your ass, man. You're about up to the top of Olympus, and then you get kicked. Like as soon as the voice acting starts, like somebody who did the cinematography, like the cutscenes and shit, was a beast, and then whoever did the dialogue and the voice direction was absolute buffoon. Um, as a game, though, I mean, it just plays okay. It's funny. Yeah, I love the Saturn and Dreamcast PS1. Like those horror games are insane. Carrier. I'll write it down if I haven't already. I think we already talked about that second one, but I'll double check. So. Ooh, I was gonna do that like D2 game and all those. The D games. Those look funny too. Yeah, it's probably like Deep Fear. The intro music for Deep Fear. Yeah, we can do that. Here, let me just capture it. Oh, I changed it. I just want two separate windows. Oh, that's. I want to make a duplicate. Last time I tried to play a video, it crashed the whole thing. I watched it. And the trailer was really good too. Yeah, it is, right? Can you believe it's a game I played during so bad it's good? It's the guy who did the original Ghost in the Shell music. The trailer's really sick too. It's a little loud. Like you're about to watch some sick ass movie, man. You're playing Deep Fear. Very crunchy. Yeah, this guy's probably not get the best capture. It's probably right off the PS1 or Saturn. Yeah, Kenji Kawai, that's his name. Yeah, you see Kenji Kawai. It looks like it's a fucking movie almost. You're like, whoa, shit, let's go. You know, this is gonna be sick. And then as soon as somebody talks, you're like, ah. Yeah, the one where the guy's like, kill a monster for me or whatever the fuck. And he's like, is he like a John? Kill a monster for me, and he slides him his lubed Desert Eagle across the ground. Or the M19, oh, the M1991, excuse me. Yeah, not the M1911, the 1991, the new model. I wish I could find that quote, dude. Are they gonna show the first line of dialogue? You're like, oh, dude, let's go, man. This is actually sick. you you can kind of feel it, and then he says his first full line, and it's over. Oh, maybe you're thinking of Blue Stinger. Yeah, and then you just know it's over, like right there, man. So it starts out like super keen on you, like, wow, this is gonna be awesome. And then it just goes straight into like fucking horrible, funny, bad. And the story is ridiculous. The gameplay is like okay, like Infinite Ammo Resident Evil. Yeah, it's really funny. I would really recommend watching a playthrough of it. But it goes from being really good to really bad, just everywhere. Do I even put it in the worst? It's just let's put it in a notable. The whole Kenji Kawai opener and like the good parts of it, it's something special, man. What a game. I don't even know if I can outright just say it's like the worst thing. I mean, it's got really bad parts to it, but not all around, man. The dog? Oh, yeah. Are you thinking of the Raz Carsey one? Overblood? Where the guy's a clone of him? Is that what you're thinking of, Akira? There's so many nano machines in these fucking old ass games, man. I don't know exactly. I mean, there's Blue Stinger, which has monsters, which are like from aliens or whatever, like warping people. Oh, spoilers. I gotta protect the sanctity of Overblood, my man. A guy on a helicopter, and he's like a Terminator. Does anybody remember? Maybe it wasn't here. It sounds Kino though. Sounds like a game I need to play if I haven't. The whole city turns into machine monsters. Yeah, it is like a separate thing. They all have fancy new nano machines. Oh man, that sounds awesome. But no, I don't recall that. Definitely not one of these. These are more localized, not like full city. All right, well, let's move on to the next game while we're talking about this. Holy shit. One of the games of all time right here. One of the most boring experiences. I I was in like pain. I was so bored playing this game. It was really good. Ripper. Yeah, Ripper chats. If you can enjoy Ripper, you are an ascended human. Ripper does have funny, bad elements to it that are enjoyable. The actors, there's a lot of like famous actors that put on some really funny FMV performances in it. But anytime that's not happening, Ripper is slow. It's one of those games where every time you move somewhere, you slowly move and turn for like a full like minute cutscene. I'm offended. Oh, how could you? No, I want to play it how it was supposed to be. It's a very interesting experience playing those how they intended, getting the full like weight of the horrible decision of making you walk between all these areas with no shortcuts for how annoying the puzzles are, for how vague and like arbitrary they are. I liked doing it this way. Yes, if I ever recommended this to somebody that didn't care about that kind of thing, yes, absolutely use a fucking guide for everything. But for me, it's like I want to play them all natural, and that was part of the fun. That's why we still talk about this game because it's so fucking boring and bad. Would have just been another FMV rando game otherwise. Um, yeah, just close the game. Yeah, so this one's just super bad. It had some, like I said, some funny FMVs, like we were talking about, but it's not more than like an hour of like a 15+ hour experience. Some of the cyberpunk stuff is kind of interesting to look at. It's got an okay kind of like world design to it, but the gameplay, the puzzles, the actual story, it's just all so trash. I mean, in terms of the story, not only is it like compartmentalized, it's like kind of modular or whatever. Oh, sorry, not compartmentalized. Modular. You can like they just take little details in and out depending on your playthrough, so it changes who the killer is, which makes it not as interesting because that means there was no clear plan for who was going to be the killer, which means a lot of the information's just busy work. I haven't played Nano Breaker. Is that funny? Should I add it? Nano Breaker. Holy shit, this game looks, dude. It's like Sephiroth with like an arm blade with explosions behind him. Oh yeah, I'll look into it. Maybe it'll be a so bad it's good thing. Oh, sorry. Like I said, I am sick, so I'm kind of 11.5 hours in. I'm hurting a little bit. Discount Revengeance. That sounds funny. So yeah, the really like modular ending, the absolute just painful, vague ass puzzles that barely work. Um, the amount of time it takes to get everywhere, it's pure pain, dude. It is an awfully painful, boring game. Yeah, so big for coming early tomorrow. Let's move on from that. We need to start speeding up, I think. VIP with Pam Anderson, the PS2 version this time. Guess I should write that down. It's on the other list. I have that labeled with consoles and shit. So I played the BIP with Pam Anderson on PS1, which was a version made in China by a different company. It follows about the same beats, but it's like super hard, Simon Says. The PS2 version has juicier cutscenes. Instead of crazy Simon Says, it's got like easy QTEs that have like animations and shit behind them. Horrible, plays horrible. It's essentially just a giant QTE for 3 hours. Super boring by the end, but it's really funny. The cutscenes are funny. But yeah, really bad game. Metroid Other M. Yeah, probably the worst Metroid game I've ever played. The story is an absolute joke, and it's crazy. Another Team Ninja classic game, though. Don't forget, it's Team Ninja. The story is a joke and actively makes like Metroid lore and story just worse. You should just ignore it. It is funny at times, though. But yeah, if you ever wanted to see Samus as a bumbling, weak, shitty, drooling fuck, well, there you go. That's your game, dude. It's really good at that. She even like pretty much gets people killed because she's so like so much PTSD. Um, from somebody that she fights every game. So it's just really bad. Um, but the gameplay is really bad too. It's a mix of 2D and you have to use the Wiimote to flip in and out to go first person to fight and shoot. It sucks. It feels really bad. The levels, as usual, that Team Ninja level design, just really boring hallways with very little fun stuff to explore. They don't look that great. They're not fun to move in. You don't really get that much cool tech. You get like a speed booster you can use in like a couple places that are pretty much set up. It's just not fun to run around in. It's not fun to fight. The combat is essentially just iframe dodge rolling and then charging a beam and shooting. It's trying to do like a melee thing because it's Team Ninja. Just doesn't work. There's some okay thought there, like an idea there, but it never pans out. It's a really bad game, but pretty funny at times. Muscle March. Oh, this game is actually good. I played this because I was watching somebody do a little bit of it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna squeeze this into so big, even though it's not so big, and it's gonna be really short, and people are just gonna be like, oh yeah, so big. I'm like, no, I want to play this game because it's based on. So we did. It was good. The music was great. It reminded me like Katamari. All it is you play like 4 or 5 super huge muscle men running through fucking towns, like blowing up walls and shit, doing different poses. It's ultra fun, very Katamari strong. Yeah, he plays big muscly ladies, big muscly bears, and big muscly dudes from all different countries and stuff. And you just run through a bunch of. It's like a short little arcade game. You just run through different environments in a kind of an arcadey way, and you have to like match up the poses. It's a little jank at times. Maybe that's partially because how I played it. Pretty cool, good game. Yeah, it's funny for a bit. It can get pretty hard, but it's just a lot. It's a really charming game. I liked it a lot. Check it out. How many people know about it? I need to take a small break. We still have a lot left. Two might be the longest one yet, dude. I'm talking too much about each, and we'll start speeding it up. Yeah, it was a good time. I had fun with it. It was a cool little game to slide in there, even though it wasn't quite bad. Well, thanks for hanging out so much today, Outcast. I'm glad you had a good time with your buds, with your dinner. Yeah, video games were a mistake. It's just like Miyazaki said, anime is a mistake, and also video games. I'm sure he said that last part too. Okay, Overload. Kino. I mean, that's really all. I mean, what else do you need to say? Kino. Raz Karsi fucking Kino. It's just the perfect game, I'd say. People Yeah. Context, these are even in context, these are funny, but just seeing them like that is some of the funniest shit, dude. Uh, holy. Yeah, just him infinitely moonwalking. You could have it go out of frame and then come back into frame on the emote. But yeah, Overblood is really bad. It's painful to play. It's the combat's bad. Some of the final sections are just a pain. You got to replay through, running through the areas. You can miss the ability to save, shit like that. But oh my god, is it funny? About 8 9 hour game about a guy, Raz Carsey, the guy, and his pet's robot, Peepo. Um, running around this mysterious facility they wake up in and finding out what in the fuck happened to them, where they are, and uncovering a plot full of intrigue and twists and romance and Raz Carsey. Definitely check it out. If you like, yeah, really jank, old ass PS1 era horror games, I mean, this is. There's somehow a lot of them. I am shocked every day on how many we learn of. There's a sequel to it, but it's like totally unrelated. We'll probably play it at some point. Well, we will play it. We have to. I'll be the only person to play it, but we will play it. I mean, there's not much else to say on it. It feels horrible to play. Like it's super fucked, but it's really funny. I know we don't want to go too much more into it. It's jank. It feels like beyond even some of the most dog shit ones, right? Like the cutscenes are so rough and so shitty. It feels like it was made by just like some like a bunch of college kids or like high schoolers. It's just something off, man. DP just going on a binge or something. Yeah, it's always fun playing ones nobody's heard of. Too. I try to slide in a few crazy ones here and there, but I usually keep it to events so I don't run out of them. Yeah, we'll do Hybrid Heaven next time for sure. We'll see. Chase the Express, dude. That sounds that sounds really good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some deep diving as well. There's so much out there to find. Do I need to add that one too? I'll add a bookmark or a page for it. Is it funny? Covert Ops Nuclear Dawn. A very different name. I might already have that added. We'll see. Ugh. Okay, next. Let's keep them rocking. Worth being on the list, yeah. I'm sure. Why not? So BCV battle construction vehicles. Don't forget, this block is all just really bad, funny games. This game was a game about. It was pretty much just anime cutscenes and stuff, but a group of people, or mainly a guy, who battling in like a death match, essentially. Um, Other people in big construction equipment like tractors and diggers and shit like that. Just just big like steamrollers. Um, that's like runs in the family. They do construction jobs, right? But to get the most deals, the most that's really hard to explain this game. The most contracts, if you will, they tend to fight other firms. And so the game is essentially a fighting game where you control tractors and shit and beat the shit out of other people in like a kind of Street Fighter esque way. And there's VN in between. That part's not very good. But the cutscenes are really funny. They're pretty ridiculous and stupid. It's a pretty funny game, and the ending is like ultra kino. Where the great evil dad's just like, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. Definitely check it out. There's not much else to say. It's not great. It's not super funny, but it was funny enough for not being super long. The biggest problem is there's just no music in the VN parts. It's dead silent, and the VN parts are just not funny enough. Needed more cutscenes, probably less kind of filler dialogue. It's already got a ridiculous concept. You don't need to do too much more. Yeah. Right, Ill Bleed. Ill Bleed. Yeah, this one's really bad too, but it's really funny. It's like purposely really funny though. But it does play like shit. There's like an assload of enemies. It's a bit like the levels like the fucking the corpse factory or whatever, where there's just millions of corpses and you run around the fucking maze and shit. It's just like, oh my god. And it's like the game is just a giant shitpost, and it's super funny because of it. The voice acting's great. Sexy doll. Sexy doll, the fucking like what was the name of the worm again? Like the worm bit. So essentially the game is you're in a like a fucking theme park or a circus or something, whatever you want to call it. And you go there with your friends, and it's a thing where you have to like go through these separate essentially movies that you play through physically. These like haunted house sets, and this music's distracting me a bit. Um, Good music. And yeah, you essentially have to survive these things, and they're all just really wacky. There's some that are like you're a toy you're a toy like an Indiana Jones toy who's trying to save a sexy doll. Um, the Opus music. I should. Oh no, go don't let us. He has to play it. All right, Sam. Yeah, there's one where it's like the guy like is feeding his worm. Um, and she gets really big and like kills everybody in the town, and you gotta like take her down. There's some that are just like meta, like joke things about a haunted house. There's the Killer Man where there's it's super aware of itself, super funny. It's made by the Blue Stinger guy. I would say this is way funnier and better more put together. Um, it's got Doug's Bauer in it, or Dog's Bauer. He's in it. I don't know. It's a game you just kind of have to see. It's rough. It plays like shit. It doesn't have the wacky melee combat exactly of the of Blue Stinger, but really, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, I mean, how can you go from such a fucking amazing game to such a piece of shit? But whatever, at least he's still working. Or she or whoever. Um yeah. It plays really bad, but it's just a purposely funny, like B movie kind of game, and you definitely gotta experience it or at least watch it. It is so self aware. It's very cool. Oh, Escape Academy. We're just leaving Raz Carsey on screen for a minute. You can see what I'm highlighting. Escape Academy. I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere with it. This was not in the so big. I just did this on the side. It was the second top. I just wanted to start doing different games because we've been in so many bad ones. And I couldn't sleep. So me and Ripper did Escape Academy co-op. It's just escape rooms. It's about an academy that makes escape rooms, and so you're kind of discovering a little thing going on and some lore about the place, and you're going through all these different escape rooms in first person. And they're pretty fun. The story of it's not really that special, but it's fun just running through escape rooms. Some of the puzzles are cool. I wouldn't say it requires co-op, but co-op, I mean, helps a bit, right? It'd be cool if it required co-op a bit more, since it does have it. My nose. But it was a cool time. It's on Game Pass. I'd recommend giving it a play, especially if you got a bud. But it's not like a crazy escape room game. I wish the story's a bit better. Some of the escape rooms are a little harder, but there's good variety there, and I like the ideas. For escape room simulators, the business though. Goda, when are we playing that, man? Do I need to pick it up? Or we already played that. Oh my god, he's got too much Elden Ring to do, and then straight into Silver Case. Yeah, pretty cool. I'm not gonna put it anywhere crazy, but we will pop it there. I should probably put Ill Bleed as like a notable game too. Should I? Yeah, just pure death. I mean, I think Ill Bleed's notable in how just like crazy the setting is and how on purpose it all is. Like Overblood's absolutely notable, but I would just recommend my So Bad It's Good list. Notable's usually for something more positive in a way, right? So I'm kind of going more for something actually kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, all these games are really notable or interesting for how bad funny they are, but yeah, I think a little bit's like actually got something, right? Kind of, no matter what its quality is, that's kind of neat. The Disaster Report's the same way. Is Disaster Report 2 even bad? Like, is that a good game, or just leave it where it is? I feel like I almost put it as a good game. Or at least just leave it. The best game, man. It is really funny regardless, though. It's hard to really nail because it's funny in that it's purposely shit. Like, the story is not, well, maybe not shit, but purposely extreme. You got a lot of different characters, just everything's going wrong, crazy conspiracies, wacky antics, a crazy amount of dialogue choices, and some of them are really nuts. Shout outs to the bit at the end where you can have her licking the knife and wanting to bang the serial killer or whatever. Just really just off the wall fun shit you don't really see in a lot of games. Um But yeah, I mean, it looks pretty decent on PS2. A lot of crazy weather effects. The jump from Disaster Report 1 to 2 is insane. They actually push it pretty hard. The atmosphere is pretty good. I mean, it feels like you're running around like a little city that's falling apart for sure. Not a super hard game. There's definitely some jank set pieces, but really not too bad there. It could feel a little better than it is because we played so much shit before that, but I wouldn't call it a very ultra fun game, so maybe I wouldn't put it as like a good game, but it's absolutely like a notable game. Just how purposely goofy it is, the setting of everything falling apart. It's just neat. I think it's worth checking out just for all that. It was definitely a great finale game. A very good sub-attitude game. The end sequence is godly. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Didn't our friends say that they're fan translating the kaiju one as well? That's gotta be fucking funny, man. It's gotta be. With like fucking Ultraman and shit. Oh, I don't know if it has Ultraman, but it's like that kind of thing, right? Ugh. Yeah, what's up, Glitzy? Good morning. Alright. It's literally Ultraman. I mean, dude, that's gotta be an amazing game. Please tell me somebody is fucking fucking translating that. Yeah, we're over halfway through. We got like 47 more, and then just to wrap up and the final filter, which will not take long. I'll just bust through it. Oh yeah, this year's taking a bit. Maybe even more. I think I say that every year. Every year takes longer than the last year. And we get more people in here, more chit chat. Bazoink. Yeah, so Live Alive. Let's just start moving. I could talk about any of these games forever, honestly, man. Like, but let's keep on moving. I feel like that's the problem. Is I always feel like I could. We got more to say, but the laddies. Yeah, Live Alive. Definitely one of the best games I played this year. An excellent game. A game where you're like, why is Octopath Traveler so bad when this game that was 20 years older than it is so good? That does the same thing. The remake changes the scale of a lot of stuff. I imagine cleans up the translation because there wasn't ever one before. Just a fan one. Adds a lot more presentation. I think at points touched up. I don't know if they changed they definitely touch up and change the music and stuff. But it's an actual, from what I've seen of watching the original, a good remake and actually improves on things. Very very rare. A game that actually could make use of a remake, and they do. Some of the sections, I won't go into spoilers, but we can say the name at least. The robot guy section, it absolutely makes the section. The remake does, and I'm sure it's still cool without it. But the music, the atmosphere, the way they turn it into more of like a horror thing, I think is because of the remake. Yeah, it's just a crazy good game. I mean, the variety, you got Wild West JRPG shit. You're getting full story horror stuff, like straight up RPG Maker horror shit. You're getting fucking robot mech fights. You're getting fucking stealth ninja shit. Like, it's got fucking all of it. And it all comes together. I won't talk about how, but it does come together in a pretty satisfying way compared to Octopath Traveler. it's like, it's like, I don't know how they did it and then not did it way later down the line when they had a fucking blueprint right there. But it just feels like a game where they wanted to do a bunch of cool experimental little ideas. in the JRPG world or not, or maybe just stories, and try to make a game where they could put them all together and shit, and they did, and it's really good. I think it's a great game, and a pretty damn fucking good remake. Yeah, dude, we were joking about that earlier. It's like I saw a train in Octopath Traveler 2, so that means it's already a better game than the last one because there was nothing as exciting as just a train in the first game. Saga, yeah, I haven't played Saga yet, but I wouldn't be surprised because if there's no way they're falling live alives, because it just doesn't even get close. I mean, granted, the setting doesn't. I mean, live alives all throughout time or whatever, where it's like, Octopath is in one zone or one world, um, but they don't even make an attempt to like blend things together in Octopath. They don't really feel that significantly different, regardless. Yeah, Live Alive is it's just it's creative. It's just you can feel them just want to do something really cool. I mean, yeah. And the remake is just it does a really good job of improving from what I watched of a playthrough of the original. Most things. I'd probably still feel pretty good about the original. Sakuraba or whatever her name is, who does Kingdom Hearts music, does the music for these. I think she was a part of the remake. It was at least her songs getting touched on, anyways. So there's good stuff there. It's crazy it never came out west. I don't know how. Also, I need it Tylenol. That's one thing my head usually starts burning after these. Oh yeah. I'm not even looking up a picture of Killer Queen, dude. Fucking porn in it. Yeah, definitely play Live Alive. One of the best games of the year for sure. It'll end up in one of the best categories. It's just hard sex, yeah. Or worse, knowing Killer Queen. Oh, what a video game. Yeah, Killer Queen is definitely one of the shittiest fans I've read. It's funny bad at times, but it's like mostly like just like the authors going out of their way to make the characters as dumb as possible. The kinds of situations they put them in, and like crazy sex situations they throw them in and try to write off as like emotional for how fucking like fucked they are. Like you don't know because like I'm not gonna start talking about that shit here, but um, it's very funny, but very like really like the balls on the writer to think they could get into some of these like touchy or mental trauma kind of topics while also turning around and having a titillating sex scene. It's just like really funny and there's a lot of it. Um it's very, very special. And also, yeah, the mystery is just shit. The escape survival room shit is just super contrived. Everybody, I was just like raging. I wasn't raging, but yes, I was just like, what the? Just super, just like, what in the? This is so like irritatingly, like everybody's irritatingly stupid. Yeah, Uda still takes the cake because it's pure boredom, but Killer Queen is like just trebling. Like you're just so like just what is going on? What are you saying? What are you doing? Why is everybody so stupid? Like just crazy situations they put them in, and then like for nothing either. There's some cool bits here and there, but like it just doesn't go anywhere. The payoffs are just shit. Call the twists and shit a mile away. They reveal everything that's going on pretty early, essentially, and then you just play the rest out. And you're just supposed to be interested in it, not for the mystery, but just the raw survival. And then there's nothing smart about it. Nobody's smart. They'll pretend they're smart. They'll pretend these characters they're writing are extremely smart, making crazy plays, and they're like the dumbest shit things ever. You can poke a hole in like everything they do. It's interesting, but goddamn, Remember the naked scenes? I'm just thinking of the part where he's got her in the tub or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of naked scenes, but I'm not getting into it. It's just like Jesus, dude. What a game, man. That's all I gotta say. All right, Dragon Quest 9. Oh, I need to take a little break here in a minute just to rest the voice and just take about. Nose has been acting up a lot. The song's sick. I like that kind of. I don't know what that sound is. That kind of like echoey in the distance. Kind of horn. Reminds me like kind of like a desert, like you'd use in that kind of soundscape. But yeah, Dragon Quest 9. This is a little large. This is probably one of my least favorite Dragon Quests. It's not. I don't hate it as much as two. Well, not hate. I don't dislike it as much as two. But it's down there. It's a game made for multiplayer. Sort of. That doesn't. I mean, I can't really do it anymore, and it's mostly just endgame grindy. Seeded dungeons anyway, so it's not really that interesting. And so because of all that focus on the multiplayer shit, the campaign's pretty short, pretty weak. Has a little bit extra dungeon design than usual, but just not all that great. The story's nothing. It's over before you know it. It makes some quality of life changes over the menus and the crafting, then over 8, but I'm not gonna put it as a good game. I'm not gonna put it as a bad game. It's just kind of there. Oh, yeah. Ninja Saviors: Return of the Warriors. Um, you know, I would say I like Ninja Saviors. I liked it. You're essentially it's just a remake slash new installment thing. What? What did I do? Oh, because the music? Yeah, I listen to the music all the time. It's great music. I've never seen it though. I've got I've got a lot of music from it. Yeah, where I've never seen stuff. Yeah, I love the Duck's nice music. Look, I've got soundtracks for shit I've never watched or played. I like music. I don't do that as much anymore, but this is an old soundtrack. Watch it now. Pretty fucked up, man. I thought you had something to say about Ninja Saviors. I was like, damn, we got a Ninja Saviors. Dude, watch tomorrow, lock it in. But then Godo can't watch. He can't play Elden Ring. I'm down if Godo's down. I need to take a day's rest for my voice anyway. What's up, Godo then? Huh? Otherwise, I'm watching Elden Ring and resting. But yeah, Ninja Saviors: Return of the Warriors. It's just a clean beat 'em up. It's not the kind of beat 'em up that's got free movement everywhere where you just press a button, you're flying across the screen, picking up dudes, comboing them. It's more of kind of like a footsies sort of like spacing kind of one. It's not like Streets of Rage where you have more complicated combo inputs or anything. It's pretty simple to understand all the moves that the robot ninjas can do, but it's a lot more about looking at the set of enemies, the environment, taking your time, kind of getting your spacing right, using the right abilities to take the people out, I'd want. Doing a couple combos if you can, just for fun, and kind of just like trying to play smart and move your way through it. I kind of enjoyed it as this like semi-methodical kind of beat 'em up. Also, it was just cool, right? It's about these pretty much suicide bots sent on a mission to these fucking robot ninjas are sent on a mission to take down the dictator or something. And they're the last ones who can do it. And it's just kind of like one of those fun little beat 'em up setups where you're just gonna go kick some ass. Pretty fun. I liked it. I guess I don't know if it's a new installment or like a port. I don't know exactly, but it was pretty neat. Okay, next, Amicom Detective Club, The Missing Heir. I'm just gonna leave this one where it is. I think. Uh, I think the remakes presentation is godly. It's really nice. And it's cool seeing this kind of like classic adventure game murder mystery that helped. Yeah, coming in. I'm gonna take a break right before punchline. We'll play some music. Um, I liked waiting for it. Where do you think it's gonna end up? Just skip good game filtering straight to best game. Every category. Who knows? But yeah, missing air. Yeah, it doesn't for sure. Starting to feel it. But yeah, I don't know. Missing Air, it's cool. It's a cool piece of history, but it does feel dated. There's a lot of like kind of arbitrary flags you have to go through back and forth that can get kind of annoying. Unlike Ripper, it takes 2 seconds to check them, so it's not too bad. The mystery of what's going on is kind of fun to play around with, but the reveals and kind of the pace and the character moments aren't really that strong. Um, Still great looking game and it's worth checking out. A little pricey though, but it's pretty neat. I feel like kind of almost historical VNs. But yeah, on the flip side, 2 is a lot stronger. 2 actually has moments where I'm like, whoa, this is neat. Has actual cool like framing of like characters and like cool set pieces, like spooky serial killer stuff. Kino shots, like cinematography kind of shit, right? Like cool pieces of art. Cinematography is probably not the best word for it, but you know what I mean. Where there's some actually cool shit to look at, some edge of your seat shit. They try to actually bait you sometimes with red herrings and stuff, so they kind of know you're kind of what you're trying to predict. You still generally know what's going on, but they throw just enough fake outs in there to be like, well, maybe it's not this because they faked me out before, which I think is pretty cool. Oh yeah, I still have to go through all this music. Yeah. It still has a really high standard of presentation with the remake. And yeah, it's got more mystery, more exciting events, better reveals, better characters. The setting's still fine. It's a school in like a bit of a city, but it's definitely 2 in a row, dude. Yeah, why is this game only got a 6 out of 10 on Steam? Punchline. It's 50% off, dude. What a deal. The visual novel database helping us out right now. Whoa, so small. That's as big as it needs to be. Yeah, let's not conflate its importance. Or it's important, but that's not gonna say how good it is. But I would say the second one's actually good. I'm gonna put that in here. I think it's an actual good game. It's not godly. It's still got limitations from being a fucking NES game. Um, it's not like the most robust story. Like yeah, it's got weird like supernatural shit. There's goofy stuff. It's still easy to guess for the most part, but it's fun to at least attempt it because it's not as like they at least give you options. But I think it's a game that while it's a pretty steady first 2/3, the final bit is really strong and it leaves a great taste in the mouth, which doesn't always happen. Me, go gaga. The only thing other than gacked Genesis poetry that Crisis Core is worth fucking playing it for. Me, go gaga. Ugh. But yeah, so yeah, I would say that one's pretty good. Punchline. The next. Where's my punchline music? The punchline music, then. What? Whoa. What? Whoa. I'm gonna take a break and we'll come back. I'm too busy being poor right now. I haven't played anything new lately. If I couldn't rent games, I would be not playing a lot of these. What? Whoa. Yes. Kino. The Kino song, dude. For the break. This one? Let's go, dude. This is what John Souls is fucking walking into as he's about to kick some ass. Alright, I'll be right back. Holy Kino. Alright, I'll change it. There you go. The jingle version. Anyway, let's get some of this shit. Some of that new age clown music, dude. While we talk about the best game. Turn it up a little bit. You can try to hear me over it. So yeah, Punchline was fucking horrible. The music comes in, dude. Oh god. This game, yeah, Fever Dream is the best way to put it. Yeah, if you didn't get enough with ZTD, you didn't get enough with fucking AI2, you still didn't get enough with World's End Club. I'd like to recommend you Punchline. The game he made before ZTD. This was the beginning of the end. This I really recommend you play through this. The vocals, like Mega Man 11, like fucking robo vocals. Yeah, you should, Dyson. Let's go. Here we go, man. Yeah, that's what we did call it, right? The new age clown music, because it's like so like tech. It's got like all this fucking like synths and shit, but it's still like goofy clown music. Yeah. So this is made by how was it, Kotaro Uchikoshi? Yeah, just fucking, just fucking. Let's go. I love Punchline. So this game is a VN that started as an anime, and then they did the full VN with extra scenes and extra. I don't know what they added extra because it pretty much just pads it out even harder than it probably already was in the anime, and just adds like nonsensical fluff and gameplay bits. But anyways, the game is just like, it's a mix of anime. Where's the Punchline cover? Right here, brother. That's what it looks like. It just doesn't say Punchline because I got the Japanese one. Whoop. Unless it means something else. No. It's that's they just take fucking the anime and splice it into the game. And then when that's not happening, it's a bunch of insanely oh no, yeah. It's a bunch of insanely poorly textured, poorly animated chicks in a room that has like 2 pixel like textures on all of the objects and shit. Yeah, the Detective Club ones look really good. Yeah, so the idea of the game, if I could explain it, I guess, is that this guy has superpowers, but if he sees panties, the world will explode. So it's a really high class, just high caliber concept. So you think the game is all fan service, but yeah, that's actually just the fail state. So you don't really see that many. They take it kind of seriously, although it's still a goofy game and tone. Bass boosted, yeah. Oh, don't get me started on the bass boosting. So, anyways, you're playing this guy, and you're like, "Wow, the world's gonna end." This, superpowers, right? It's clearly a VN about running around, kicking ass, doing bass boosted, baby. So you clearly would think that it's about a world romp or some kind of fight in a city. No, this is a high quality VN. It's a high quality story. This is a story about a guy who turns into a spirit and sits around the Kino-san in a all girls with just him as the one male apartment building. So like the superpowers don't matter for most of it. It's just him living with a bunch of chicks. One's a robot, as you find out later. One's a superhero. One's a fucking just horny old lady. One's a neat. These are all huge twists, by the way. Yeah, spoilers for Punchline. These are all reveals. Yeah, you know, these are big moments. You find out these things. Wow. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just him talking to these chicks, or not even really. He's a ghost, so he doesn't talk to them at all. He just exists. Let me get some more of that new age clown music as a ghost, and technically his actual body is being taken over by somebody and sitting in a different room that they can't get to. So you're essentially just peeping. Her being horny, not as much a big reveal, but her not being able to get a man, that's her story arc. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, it's hard to really put Punchline into words because it's a disjointed mess with poor characterization, poor fucking like everything. I just watch the VOD. You want an actual review of the thing? Go watch the end of the VOD. Because it's hard to even like grasp. It's essentially 10 hours of filler, mind-numbing, like slice of life to new age clown music like this. Oh yeah, we were gonna do a watch party of the anime, weren't we? We should. Yeah, we should watch the anime that they splice sections into the VN. I'm really glad that Uchikoshi saw fit to really expand on the IP there, adding nothing. Oh, the VODs? That could be funny too. I feel like it'd be a little. I feel like an asshole watching myself with people laughing about it. I'd go on like a big rant and be like, oh man, there I go on that rant, hey guys. Like, probably just watch the anime. But yeah, it's. I put it pretty low on the tier list. And let me see here. Where's my VN tier list? It's like. Where did I put it? Yeah, it's like a low 2. Pretty sick rating. It's right up there with the big boys like KDkill. I'm pretty close to Killer Queen. Thank you, Ivy. Yeah, I'm got a lot of drainage right now. Not feeling too great. My throat's going because I've been talking all day, but we're gonna make it. My throat actually hurt yesterday, so at least I'm okay today. Yeah, the music. Talking about Punchline makes me happy for sure. Hitty talking shit about the anime. Yeah. Yeah, luckily in our watch parties we don't allow voice, so you don't gotta hear me fucking rant. I might rant in text though. But watching a VOD of myself, then you actually have to hear me and then see me type about my rant. That's what we were saying is I think that VN would make it worse. Because it isn't good. Once the story really gets going, 10 hours in out of its 12-hour runtime, it's essentially just like a fucking goofy like action superhero thing where every hit is bass boosted to fucking like hell and back to make this hit sound really hardcore. Can I get a clip of that? Do I have my VODs for Punchline somewhere? Let me see if they're on some. I might have those downloaded. Punchline. Oh, I don't see Punchline there. Do I not? Did I just download those VODs? Or maybe I don't have them. Maybe did I not? Would I not save the VOD? This might have been during the emergency time. I don't remember. Huh. I'll have to look around at some point. I can't find any good info. Oh, they are on YouTube? Why can't I search my own fucking YouTube channel? Oh yeah, for sure. I got you. Maybe I did put a space. You might be right. Yeah, the soundtrack's really bad. It's Takeshi Abo who does like Metroid and all that shit, right? And other shit. Punch line. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, I got the names wrong. Sorry. What's his name? Yeah, I'm starting to go. Clarify it for me. I'm looking through the fucking VOD right now. Yeah, maybe he doesn't. Only made this song the good one. Okay. Oh, that's right. It was Famicom. Some guy. Yeah, Uchiko himself. We can only hope. Yeah, my bad. I was thinking of Takeshi Abo did the music for Famicom Detective Club, and the guy who made Metroid helped. He made Famicom Detective Club, like the director, right? Wasn't that what it was? Is that where I'm mixing them up? Look, I'm trying to spice up the story here. I'm trying to find a scene. Yes, this song's actually good. Remember when we thought the soundtrack was going to be actually somewhat decent? Where's the bass boosted shit? I guess there'd be bass boost and oh yeah, the game crashed a lot. That's cool. There should be bass boost in the intro, right? Gun. Let's see if we can save this. Can we find some fucking bass boost in here, dude? Oh, yeah, we had a funny jokes counter because it's supposed to be a comedy. There was like no funny. There was like one. I was like, I kinda almost thought that was funny. Like, nah. It's like really bad. Oh wait, did he raise the gun? Sorry. You kind of get the vibe from these. All right. I'm looking for some bass boost. Yeah, let me go do the stream one version. It has bass boost immediately. Or maybe I could just find the fight scene, the anime one. Yeah, the final fights are funny, dude. Where are they, man? When did it happen? Oh yeah, they were really quiet. Oh, here we go. No, wait, this wasn't a final fight, right? Or was it? Dude, I can't even. When did everything even happen in this? God, in the fucking. Oh, is it really that far in? It was before that. Oh, it was in here, dude. Yeah, when they're like fighting all the dudes or whatever. Oh, and I loved how you had to watch the entire opener every like 20 minutes in the fucking game too. Do you guys remember that? Where we'd have to sit there and watch like an anime opener every fucking time something happened. I just want to hear some bass boost, dude. We need him though. He does the bass boost hits, right? Part one. Yeah, there's more bass boost in part one. Let me go find it. Hold on. Where is it, dude? Oh, this part, dude. Sorry, I'm getting context for the bass boost for you guys, and we're just watching the fucking playthrough right now. This is the very beginning of the game. And this is more exciting than anything in the rest of the game. He doesn't know, dude. Where's the bass? There's some really nasty bass boosts. I just don't remember when they start. Yeah, panty shot and bass, dude. I don't think so, Kota. Can I go back? But we're just getting the bass boost. Her panties changed from white to pink. Dude, she changed forms. Of course her panties would change. Because she's a master of detail. I'm just gonna rewatch the entirety of Punchline while I'm sitting here. Yeah, all the cutscenes were super quiet. The sound effects. You might be onto something, Klitsu. So you watch this and you're like, man, it's just gonna be action, right? And it's all just slice of life in a fucking horrible slice of life in a fucking apartment complex. Click your link. Yeah, the quality animations here. I really wish we could just have that on infinite loop forever. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's pretty good. I was trying to where was the bass boost, man? Somebody find me just a really nasty bass boost while we're talking about this. It's hard to believe it's worse. Yeah, how does he manage? We've heard that already. Music.wav. Yeah. Anyways, we got a little taste there. It's got a bunch of anime in the very beginning. and you're like, oh, this might be really shit, but like at least goofy action pack shit, and then it just comes to a halt and spends over 10 hours with the most mind-numbing gameplay, with the shittiest 3D animations and modeling and textures, doing absolutely fucking nothing. With the most unfunny, crappy comedy for a game called fucking Punchline. And then it ends with a little bit more anime where they fight, and then like some shitty fucking epilogue that only was story found in the VN. It's just, it's not like ZTD funny bad the whole way through, but it's just like what are we doing? Like what is even the point of what's going on? Why is it so bad? Why does it look so bad? Why did they add all of this to a fucking an anime? Well, everything happened off screen, man. Right? I mean, every time she went out to fight people as Orange Julius or whatever, it was just like off screen. All of the stuff they're doing is happening somewhere else essentially, and they're just hanging out in this apartment. The very end of the game though, yeah, they body swap back because of course there's body swapping. It's an Uchikoshi thing, right? Um, handled with nothing but grace, of course. It's a body swap plot line, yeah, where they resolve it by saying that they end it with them all dying or seemingly going to be dying, and then they actually just body swapped, and it's fine, and everybody's a good guy. But the guy who was actually the bad guy, like is wanted or something, but they're not gonna like turn him in, or he has to help them. I think fight crime is like his punishment or some shit. Yeah, like somehow you're in the body of Gunman, and it's okay. And then like, or wait, are you in the body of Gunman? Who's in the body of Gunman? Yeah, no, yeah. Orange Julius is in the body of you, who's actually a chick. Shocker. Um, and then the fucking yeah, Gunman goes inside the body of Orange Julius or the MC, and then the main character goes in the body of Gunman, and they're not dead, and they all have to fight crime together or something, and they live happily ever after. And I don't even remember what it is. I don't know. It's hard to do it justice. It's really funny. Orange Julius is a brand of um juice and smoothie shops in America. I don't remember her actual name. Wonder Juice or some shit. Oh, here we come, dude. Here we go. Look at this shit. Go to delivers. It's like 5 times as loud as the rest of it. Thank you. But they do this a lot. This like ass rending, like crazy sound effects. The chart of the three-way body swap and going nice original concept. Never seen this before. It was funny that the Uchikoshi still managed to like reuse his twists in a game like this, right? We were like, oh no way, right? Like, this doesn't look like there's much room, and then he still does it. All right, is that it? Was there more? Yeah, the Uchikoshi bingo. I really wish I had it for um uh World's End Club. You'd almost get blackout bingo. Oh yeah, the Neat pilots the mech because she's good at video games. The sound effects are so loud. It's funny, we're watching the good parts right now. Well, they're comparatively good, right? Yeah, that command room, dude. Anyway, you got the idea. We don't need to spend much more time on it. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really hard to like. Yeah, it is like default metal, like hitting metal noises. Like in the beginning where she has like her plastic straw and it's making like metal pipe noises. Pump it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just really funny. It's not like the funniest Uchikoshi bad thing, but it's just his lowest effort feeling shit. Probably next to our World's End Club. I was gonna say next to Punchline. Punchline is the worst thing next to Punchline. Yeah, just the 3D modeling, the filler, just the go nowhere plot, the weak characters, the shitty spliced anime with horrible sound balancing and effects, and it's really funny. Maybe World's End Club is even more sad, and it's definitely more funny if you've read all of Uchikoshi's stuff because he does like all of his twists again. But Punchline's a nice piece of history since it's the beginning of the end. Yeah, World's End Club is way funnier. Like Punchline is like mind-numbingly boring for a lot of it. Yeah, it's absolutely fucked. But yeah, but you get more out of the context of playing all of his stuff in World's End Club than Punchline. Yeah, dude. Oh my god, we were like, okay, if this game isn't a simulation, we're fucked. It's actually bad, like really bad, right? They can't save it, and then it wasn't a simulation. I was like, oh no. Really? I mean, World's End Club is super, super, super boring too, but I think we just got so much out of the stream value of World's End Club, maybe. Or Punchline is just mind-numbingly fucking weak in the beginning, middle, but still funny. Yeah, it's shorter for sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, kick that off the thing there. Yeah, a lot of World's End Clubs mine. I mean, they're both fucking horrible. And it's really impressive that Uchikoshi, I think. Let me get my VN tier list up. I should just leave this up on the side. That Uchikoshi manages to. Oh, yeah, cock versus ball torture, pretty much. Yeah, that Uchikoshi manages. I don't know why this is always so left just here. It's or right, just fine. That he hits like almost every bracket, right? He's got a 10 here. He's got a 9 here. An 8. A 7. He's got a 6, which this is a little generous, I feel like, with AI1, but I did it anyways. I don't think he's hit a 5 yet, unless I'm blind. The 4, never 7. Is he in here in the 3s? Yeah, AI 3, dude. Gotta get in that 5, baby. He's not in a 3. No, I'm hoping AI 3's in the 3s. That would fit better. Yeah, I want to believe, dude. An 11. What if it's actually good, dude? Yeah. Like, did Nasu put out some decent stuff? Yeah. 2 Punchlines, GTD's a 1, and World's End Club's a 1. He's just like, that's what's so interesting about it. He's just fucking all over the place, man. He's got one of the worst VNs I've ever read in my life. and then one of the best. And we've read a good few. So it's just like, what the fuck is going on? That's why it's so interesting to play like Punchline too. Crazy. Anywho, we should probably keep moving. We can keep talking about Punchline, of course. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Oh, no, I'll just leave it up. Who cares? Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I would say I was underwhelmed a little bit by it. I still liked it. I still 100%ed it. I think it was fun enough for that, which still means a lot. Exploring around wasn't like super, compelling, but there was a lot of side stuff to do, a lot to check mark off the list. It was a great game. It was one of the few this year where I didn't stream a lot of it. Most of the side content I just didn't think it was a big enough deal, and it was fun to just kind of have something on the side and just kind of go through content and knock a lot of it out. I don't think it was as fun on the stream because I couldn't have something on the side because I think a lot of the content just wasn't engaging enough. I think the story at points has some cool stuff going on. It falls apart and ends up just being bad, I would say, by the end of the story. I don't think it's a good story, which is a shame. I don't care for the environments as much as the first game either. But the side content in general is still like okay, the quests and stuff. There's at least still full stories and shit. It's better than one. In that capacity. So it's kind of up there with like 2 with like okay side content, right? The combat I think is neat. It kind of goes back to a little bit slower style of 1, but with still quite a few little systems and shit like 2, just not as much. It's all right. I had fun with it still. I think overall it's a good game. I'll put it in the good game category. But I would say that I was not as impressed or wowed with it as much as I was with the first one, and I still thought the second one was somewhat entertaining despite being a little bit more aggressively anime in a bad way. And having a bit more nonsensical plot as well. But 3, I feel like, yeah. I mean, yeah, the message, I mean, there's good things there for sure. And I really did like the beginning where they're kind of like, you're learning about what's going on and there's a mystery and you're traveling and the character growth and the bond between the friends and all that. But it kind of feels like an Ys 8 where like it does that for a bit and then it kind of goes into like the actual plot and then it's kind of just the meanie madman is out there and we're gonna have a bunch of platitudes and goofy bullshit at the end, and it felt like it was all getting rushed really fast as soon as they went to go to the final bit. In a game not that long, it kind of sucks to have the end feel a little rushed and leaves off for a lot of shit. It still ties into the first 2, so it's like I wouldn't say you'd want to not play those or something. I don't know. It's still good. It looks fine. It's not a bad game. There's just I don't know. There's just not enough. It just wasn't pushing it. Like you get a vehicle on part of the game, but it doesn't feel that great. And I feel like the rest of the game should have had more of that, right? Like it feels like, okay, we really need to push it to the next level, right? Like let's maybe some more vehicle stuff. Let's find new ways to explore the environment, new mechanics, right? Instead of just walking and one of my 5 unlockable abilities in a 150 plus hour game is the ability to climb a wall with vines on it. And it's like, I want to dream a little bigger at this point, right? We've done a lot of these games. You could argue the Skells or whatever in Xenoblade. Xenoblade Chronicles X were probably a next step in a way, even though that game is probably my least favorite of the 4. I was hoping for something like that, just pushing it a little bit. Because if the story's worse, the combat's fine. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't know if a Sawano soundtrack is what we need. Although at least that was funny. But yeah, it's like if the story's not going to be up to snuff, the gameplay's not going to be really that different, I did like the RPG back end a bit. Like, you know, the accessories felt strong, but that wasn't really enough for me. Some of the quality of life there was kind of annoying when you're switching jobs. Yeah, I think Samano, he went really hard for a while, and I don't hear much of him anymore. I think like his style got a little too overused, and he's a little too samey. At least in the period I knew him from. His Guilty Crown shit had a bit more spice, and that was one of his earlier ones. But yeah, I don't know what he's up to these days. I imagine he's still doing like Attack on Titan soundtracks and shit. But I like Sawano's music, but yeah, he's a little one note, man, because it's pretty distinct. But yeah, he didn't quite fit in. What's up, Redless? His song names. Yeah, but maybe he's still doing a lot of shit. I don't know, but I don't think it was the best pick for Xenoblade X, but it was funny. Obviously they didn't use him again in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3. Or was X after? Yeah, X was after 1, wasn't it? Was it after? Yeah. Didn't realize that was the second one. Weird. I always felt like it was after 2, but I'm like, no. Anyways, I just played it after 2. Yeah, I still like Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I'd be excited for another one. I just think they need to go a little bit harder with exploration mechanics. The kinds of things we're finding and doing in the environments. I think they need to go a little harder in. Just finding stuff to fight is fine. Finding collectibles on the ground is fine, but I think they could go a little bit harder. I think they're doing too much of the same thing, and if they're not going to nail it in story and art design, which I don't think they did in this one, then I think it's lacking in too many areas. I still think it's good. I still play the whole fucking game. It's all the way through, pretty much 100%. Enjoyable, but yeah, it was a game I feel like I needed to do off stream. Not because I thought you guys were gonna be bored, but because I needed something on the side to add a little spice to it, and I needed a small break. Not because I didn't want to stream, but because I feel like it's good to take a break occasionally to kind of just like reset the mind. You can get too much into habits, I feel like, on the stream, and like maybe I already do a lot of streamer consciousness shit, so I need a small break to watch some other stuff. I took a lot of offline notes. I wrote like dozens of pages of notes on Xenoblade Chronicles 3 offline. Just would stop and think about it and try to like think about commentary and reviewing and stuff a little bit better. This is obviously not really good reviews, and I don't know if I really do good reviews, but I just feel like I need to say a few things if I'm going to rate these games right now on a tier list here, or a semi-tier list. But anyways, yeah, the break was kind of good for that. Thought about a lot of shit. You break lies, yeah. And more importantly, for the game, it just was kind of necessary. It just, I don't think it was fun enough to be fully focused on. And I think that's a problem with the game. I had fun with those bits because I got to watch shit on the side and I didn't have to be really jacked into the game. But I think it's a failing of the game for sure. So I think they need to do better in the next one. If they do the same thing again, I'm going to be really disappointed. The first game should not still be the best game, but it is. Yeah, I'm still going to. I got 38 more. We're gonna have to really ratchet out the last ones. Well, some of these I've talked about more recently, so I should be able to get through them quicker. Plague Tale Innocence. The Opus. Plague Tale Innocence is, I don't know. It's just more of the same Plague Tale. It's a movie game like last. Or not a movie game. It's kind of like Last of Us. Very light stealth. Very simple mechanics and environmental kind of engagement. Oh shit, this is the first one. I played them both. Yeah, it's that good, I forgot. Yeah, so the first one, let's wind that back. That's we're getting into the spoilers for the next one there. The first one is even more on rails, even more like a Last of Us with crouch stealth. It even has less environmental interactivity. It tends to be you walk up to an area, you could shoot the distraction, or you could shoot the other distraction. Usually, just you can only pick one. The guy gets distracted and you walk past him. It looks really pretty, but that's pretty much the end of it. It turns into a Looney Tunes story about the evil Pope being able to control rat tornadoes or white rat tornadoes and stuff versus your little brother's black rat tornadoes. And it's just really goofy. You're inserting jelly into your fucking arms or whatever, some special rat juice so that he can live longer and control rats and stuff. And it starts out as an okay kind of like slow mystery, what's going on, some crazy, crazy hyper plagues happening. There's some kind of, yeah, did they get rid of the rat tornadoes in the second one? I wonder why. Well, they have a Rat Evangelion in the second one, I guess, but I actually like it better. Although we got Miles Davis. I got the VODs muted, so I guess it's fine. I'm still not gonna do it anyway. I like me some Miles Davis. So yeah, the problem with the first game is it's essentially you assembling the Goonies. A bunch of kids that you just happen to collect a bunch of teenagers and kids to fight the evil Dark Pope, and discover the meaning of Hugo's curse as some kind of dying kid who's got some curse that whatever, I don't even know it. It's obvious he can control rats at some point, because what the fuck is this curse if it has nothing to do with the rats? And so of course he can, and that's kind of the whole plot. And it's this 10-hour long game that lasts way too long, and you go through all of these very pretty environments very slowly with very little gameplay interactivity or anything, with the most just dull stealth, and you're supposed to just be pretty much completely jacked in just on the story front. They never shut up. They're always talking. They're stealthing right next to somebody who's talking. It's all about immersion and shit, but they do shit like that. It doesn't make sense. The upgrade system is weak. If the combat's as weak as it is, why would I want to upgrade half of it? So most of the exploration, which there's very little of, is in service of a system that's not good because the gameplay is not good. So it's all just bad. But it's piss easy, and it's got a lot of story. So I clap. I give it a 10. We move on. But really, it's just super mediocre. The rats are a cool concept. It's essentially just like a fluid with textured sort of rats, kind of, I guess, on it or something. They look really jank a lot of the time, but it's at least a cool concept. But it essentially just means you just put light down and then the rats move. And it's usually not a very natural, like you could just do it where you want kind of way. It's a lot more of just like set areas and puzzles in the first game. So yeah, that I don't think it's very great. I thought it was really just mediocre, almost bad. It was very boring. It was just too long. The characters, a lot of the voice acting wasn't very good either. They get a lot better in the second game. It just doesn't quite work right. We're gonna actually do the second game real quick too, because I could just bounce right off it. I would say the second game was a lot better. Some people like it less because the story, they don't seem to like it as well. I'm not sure what you can really see in the first game's like bare bones Goonies storyline with rat popes and tornadoes, but people managed. Maybe the first half or whatever was a bit more compelling. I guess it kind of is in the first game. You got a lot more family. It's a smaller scale. The novelty's there. The novelty's not there in the second one anymore. You know the world, you know the score, you know who's got rat powers, and you know who doesn't. Rat Pope's gone. So in the second game, it's twice as long. You get a little bit better gameplay, but it's still about as fucked. The game, once again, still looks really good, although it runs like shit. But more importantly, I think I was into the story a bit more. I still think the story is rough. But I think it ends on a very strong note. That is almost ballsy for a game that's kind of going for a movie simulator type of thing, like a AAA movie simulator type of deal. And I really respected it for that. It had some good imagery. And yeah, I just liked how it played out. I think the theme they were going for with the game kind of falls apart because of how fucking long the game is and how little they really reinforce it with like strong moments throughout. But if they could have condensed it down a little bit more, I think it would make the ending even stronger, and it probably would have just been an outright good game. I still almost want to put this as like a decent game. I think we're just gonna leave it. The first game I think is much worse. Both in gameplay and in story. There's a few good characters in the second one, but it's still not good enough to put as like a higher tier. Great looking games. I think I'd recommend playing them just to see the art. It's very nice. Play them on the crispiest graphics you can. I might fucking nose throat. But like, if you can't, you don't care about the art, I don't think there's a lot left there. You could say the performances in the second one are better, but they're not good enough to just watch the game for that. The ending is cool, but you have to sit through 20 hours of game to get to that in the second one. So, I think the National Treasure Indiana Jones storyline is a little goofy in the second one. It's a bit contrived at times. These emotional parallels they're trying to draw with these ancient people who did the same thing as them and all that is a bit up its own ass. But I don't know. It sticks the landing at the end, but it had already broken all of its bones in its body before that point. So it's kind of like, I like it better than the first one, but I still think they're both really overrated games. If you're just looking for a movie game, and you got, just a pretty movie game with a kind of a unique setting, this kind of like gothic, medieval, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say just watch a fucking movie instead, but if you gotta play a game, you need just like a light amount of interactivity. Play them on PC, despite it still being auto aim and shit. At least it feels a little better that way. That'll help you just a little bit more enjoy the gameplay. Don't look through side content. Just bust through it. You can do it even on easy, man. Just go through the story. They're way too long and bloated for what they are, but like they've got some okay parts. I'm not gonna call them bad, but they're kind of whatever. I'm interested in their next one. They tease another game, and it sounds like it's gonna be either future or like modern or something. From the little things we heard. So a game in that universe, but with like a completely different setting. Maybe they could really nail something fresh. Like I said, I think they got some better ideas in the second one, but well, there's potential there. There's cool things there, and I did think it improved. Although it seems like most people don't agree. I think the general reception is that it was like worse, but I liked it better. But I also thought the first one was like not really good at all. So I'm glad that's getting used, man. So good, dude. But yeah. So, anyways, Plague Tale Innocence and Requiem. I can maybe respect putting Requiem in the good game filter. But I'm not gonna do it. I think overall it's just mediocre. Splatoon 2 Octo expansion though. Rat Pope 3. The hurricane of rats, hopefully. Oh yeah. So anyways, Splatoon 2 Octa expansion. It's like a 10-hour rat tsunami. No, I'm hoping it's like a black hole of rats. It's like a giant space rat, maybe. They kneeled for the rat NATO. Or maybe it's gonna be like a 40K thing where there's like a giant rat that's like a spaceship, and then there's other little rats inside of it that are like morphing and evolving and stuff that they send out to like take over the universe. That'd be sick. Let me get a 40K rat Plague Tale crossover. The island of rats. Country of rats. The rat face. Yeah, we got the idea. Anyways, yeah, Splatoon 2 Octa expansion. It's just a 10-hour campaign with a cute bit of lore in it. Of just really well put together Splatoon weapon challenges and levels. They're just single player, kind of abstractly presented, just like floating gum and shit in the levels. It's just just hanging in the air. Areas where you just do shooting challenges or platforming challenges or mixed or just whatever weapons and stuff they got. They try to make a unique idea around it. And it's really fun. The progression's cool. It's kind of you going through like a tram system and then getting off at different points as you're choosing to do the levels and unlocking more and collecting the MacGuffins to then fight the bad guy that was right. And he should have won, but oh well. And yeah, it's just really fun. It's got Marina in it. She's hot. It's got the old guy in it. He's hot. It's got shooting. It's pretty good. There's not much to say on it. That's why I'm joking around. It's a Splatoon fucking single player expansion. It's good. Oh no, I forgot we had Soul Hackers. How about some Soul Hackers music? God, are we gonna get into Soul Hackers? Should I just say some like things on it and be done with it? Games suck. Yeah, that's all we gotta say, dude. Yeah, I'm not touching the Soul Hackers 2 soundtrack. Yeah, the Octo expansion is good. It's just an expansion, a single player. It's all. It's just a campaign. Not much of a story. Presentation's not super crazy, but that's cool enough. Soul Hackers 2, though, definitely one of the worst experiences of the year. We don't want to get into it. We talked so much about it already. It's like Punchline. We've talked the fuck out of it. In short, Shin Megami Tensei Tokyo. Or no, sorry. This is I'm getting ahead of myself. Shin Megami Tensei Soul Hackers 1 is definitely one of my favorite games and one of my favorite SMT games. It's a story about the intersection of demons and the virtual reality and technology and kind of a more localized story in a city about how all those things meld, how it affects people, and this group of hackers who are trying to uncover the conspiracies and stop it all. Soul Hackers 2 is about anime stereotypes, has no themes, nothing to say except that DLC is bad, and then proceeds to make $40 in DLC for its game. I like no themes. What is it about? What would you say folks, I mean, I'm joking around a little bit, but what, like, I can make a quick explanation of what Soul Hackers is, right? It's pretty strong, but like, what about Soul Hackers 2? It's about, once again, demons. Yeah, Ringo's ass. Demons that happen to be in a world that's full of tech, but it doesn't explore the themes or the intersection of these things, really. It's just people who know about demons and can control them, and they just happen to be working in the underground. I guess it's about different underground groups vying for control of the world-ending MacGuffin. There's no theme. It's more just a thing that's going on. So it sounds like SMT, but yes, other SMT games are actually good, and they explore other shit, or at least have good atmosphere and stuff. But Soul Hackers 2 doesn't have any of that. So the story's abysmal. There's a lot more of it. Most of the characters aren't too solid. There's like 5 songs in the fucking game. It's a 40-hour game still, somehow, a 30-40-hour game. The combat's still okay SMT, but it just doesn't. Everything it adds is not as interesting as anything that was added in other SMT systems. Like, I don't think the whatever the Sabbath was very fun at all. The demon combining and the recruitment of demons has been downgraded. The dungeons are just extremely boring hallways. The same 3 dungeon designs are reused over and over. All the side dungeons look the same. Yeah, I wouldn't even call it fun, because you could get better gameplay in any SMT game, or at least comparable gameplay. But you could also get better dungeon design in almost every SMT game. And you don't get bogged down by a story that has way too much dialogue and nothing to say. So it's like, yes, there's like okay SMT gameplay, but if you've played a lot of SMT, it's like, it's just not better than any of them. This is the same people who made Tokyo Mirage Sessions, one of my other least favorites. Yeah, no, was my favorite dialogue. Which had similar issues, but this is somehow much worse. Yeah, I just don't think they just can't nail it, man. No, there's a lot more to say about it. We've talked hours. I always feel bad during these because we start talking about these, and then I kind of just cut off before we really get into like the actual discussion of them. But I can't just sit here for like 2 hours talking about this game when I've already done it for dozens of hours probably before. I should probably just keep it to a really quick thing. But yeah, Soul Hackers 2 is one of the most disappointing games of the year for me, though. Is the idea. I'm a huge Soul Hackers 1 fan. It didn't do it in the music, it didn't do it in the presentation, it didn't do it in the story. Any unique thing it tried to do with yeah, we were. Yeah, exactly. We were having to listen to our own music, clown music, joke music, I'm in an SMT game having to listen to my own music. It was so boring. It's insane. One of the series with the most consistently good music. It's nuts. It's just bad. Check it out. I'm in a house like co-op it. That's my favorite fucking song ever, man. Yeah, if it had that, at least be funny. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a joyless, disappointing game, and it's very just dull and tedious. That they were charging full price for this game with 30-40 bucks in DLC on top of it for legacy monsters, and then in-game also railed on things that did that, was just so deliciously ironic or hypocritical. Atlas has just been really bad about that kind of stuff, but Jesus, man. It was pottery, as they'd say. Yeah, really bad game. Do not play it. One of the worst SMT experiences ever. The TGS VR showcase game. Yeah, Atlas sucked. This was cool, man. Yeah. This was a neat concept. It's not quite as typical game, but what it was essentially TGS created a small game where you run around a make believe like fantasy show floor for all of the games they had at TGS. The Tokyo Game Show is like an E3. And you do it in VR, but you can also play in, with a controller. Well, I use KDkill to use a controller, but keyboard and mouse. And it was really cool. It actually made us like, there's like a little achievements you could get and gear you can wear, and it was online. So like, we had a bunch of people in the stream in there who were like, we're like, whoa, it's you, it's Cora, oh, it's Cactus, whoa, and then you'd just be able to click stuff and see the trailer pop up. There's like, big statues and little things you could find. There's like a little story, and it was goofy, but it was really cute. It got me to watch most of the trailers. We learned a lot of stuff and saw a lot of goofy games, and it was a neat concept. And they put some effort into it, and I definitely would do another one. It's not like, but I guess it would be notable as well. It's obviously not like mechanically a very crazy game. It was still a little ghetto. There's a lot of like ads that you could find. It wasn't like a full crazy game, but for a free, neat like show floor like game where you just fully explore stuff and they have secrets in the story, it was pretty well done. So it was neat for sure. Splatoon 3, yeah, Splatoon 3 is good. I think it's objectively the best Splatoon probably, but I do think it's not as big enough step up as it should be. I think that they upgrade everything a little bit, but it feels like stuff that would be more of a fucking like, at this point, like a patch or like an expansion more than a full game. And they add in cool stuff like the lockers. They add in cool stuff, I guess, like the cards. Salmon runs full time now. There's rewards for it, but it's a full next game, right? It's not the next season. It's a full next game. Salmon Run needed to be way expanded on. That it's launching with like 3 maps, and there's only like 4 at this point now patched in. I mean, a lot of them are shits. Sucks that it's just like statues for you to unlock. That there's not multiple modes and bosses. That multiplayer, like, well, there's new weapons and shit, seems to be pretty like, I mean, fucking samey. I don't know how you really, I guess, change up the multiplayer more. Maybe some new modes. Is there any new modes in the game? In multiplayer? I don't think so. More of that kind of stuff. More weapons, starting with more maps. At least have all the stuff in the old games. I don't think the fashion's super crazy. And a lot of it's like amiibo shit you can get. Almost more of it's amiibo shit than it is fucking in-game stuff. And it's like, it's still really good. It's still the best because it's still building off of 1 and 2. But 2 introduces Salmon Run. It adds all these big new modes that become staples at this point. I only play Salmon Run. It's so good in the single player. And I just don't think they go that hard this time around. It does have a full campaign, which I guess is more than 2 had. The 2 had the expansion. The base campaign's okay. But the campaign in 3 is pretty good. And you get a lot of interesting lore. Fun challenges. It's a little easier, but it's still got a lot of cool set pieces and stuff. It was an enjoyable 10-hour thing. Or whatever it was. A nice super challenge afterwards too. Still, I would say objectively the best, but I really think it needed to be more than it is. I've put a lot of hours into it at this point, and I'll probably put more. But yeah, it's one of the best selling games on the Switch, but I don't know. The community, I imagine, is still pretty hot, but yeah, probably not gonna stay as hot, I'd imagine. I think a lot of it's just I don't like the trickle of content they do in these games. But I could get over it if they at least launch with a good enough amount of content and fresh big ideas for a full price game. So I don't know. yeah, good stuff, but yeah, kind of fucked there. Unsighted. Why can I not remember what that is? Is it too late? Unsighted. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, I remember this one plenty well. I'm gonna put this one in the good game category. I was a little iffy on it at times. The writing's a little shitty here and there, but there's not a whole lot of it. The top-down kind of stamina action isn't too shaky. Or isn't too shabby, I mean, but it's also doesn't have the most depth, but it's still a pretty fast game, movement-wise. There's some nice adventuring going on, a fair little bit of challenge, and a cool enough world just to find stuff in. It's I wouldn't call it like a Metroidvania. I wouldn't even call it like a Zelda. Yeah, it's what it is. It's like kind of a shittier crosscode. It's much shorter. It's trying to get a bit more into romance and stuff. The world and the plot's just not really there. And yeah, the amount of content, yeah, it doesn't compare to like crosscode or the quality of it. But it's a fun enough little kind of like adventure action. Um, yeah, Crosscode's more of an RPG. This is more of an action game. I would liken this more to like an action like Zelda. I'd probably say it's more of like an actiony, like kind of like Tunic is. Tunic's kind of like action Souls Zelda thing. This is kind of like that in a way. I don't want to call everything a Souls game and everything an action game. Stamina, but it's kind of like that. Right? You got a stamina bar. And it's top down exploration. I think visually it's not too bad, but you do kind of lose shit in the sauce. The coloring in the game. Sometimes things just aren't distinct enough against it, so you'll kind of like lose track of little things here and there in the shit, especially in the beginning areas. So it's not like the most amazing game to look at, but it's not like a nasty art style. I don't know. It's fine. Obviously, as I've been saying all night, if you want like a much larger rundown with real thought put into it, go watch the end of the stream with that game. I definitely disliked it a lot more at the beginning, but I warmed up to it. We did the true ending on that one. Had to kind of look it up. It was really out there, I guess. I might have figured it out, actually, but I don't want to take any chances. Point of no return. I'd already had a piece coming. It's super visible. Yeah, not an amazing game, but it's alright. Anyways, Opus. I'm not allowed to play the Opus music. Just imagine we're listening to Opus music right now. Here's my Opus song. Forum 2 from Soul Hackers. It sounds nothing like Opus. Yeah, this game was really good. I really liked Opus. It was one of the few games this year that I turned the camera off for full immersion. Get a little emotional and stuff even by the end of it. I think it's just well, let me explain what it is, I guess. I forget I have to do that for these. We're losing it. But it's essentially you are, it's a mix of overworld kind of pick, areas to go to in this kind of galaxy world map, to explore and learn about the game, mixed with 2D kind of like puzzling. It's not too crazy. It's mostly a story game. And I would say, yeah, the story on its own isn't super crazy. I think the lore is cool. I think the minute-to-minute exploration is neat. It's got great presentation, great atmosphere, a pretty strong ending that, yeah, if you're invested enough in the characters, is pretty emotional. I think it's good there, but it's definitely more just kind of about the journey. And I think all of that writing, all the lore, some of the implications in some of the places, the little events that happen, just the really kind of just this kind of relaxing, interesting like space music with this strong art style. It's not just typical spacey. There's a certain scale and like kind of light reflection off of stuff and glow, if that makes sense. This kind of like sheen that is kind of part of the art style. So you get these mega space structures with like everything's kind of just slightly above you, and it's like these interesting kind of like light reflections and stuff off the side of a lot of these, and it makes everything look really distinct to the game and really large. But the music, like I said, it's kind of serene mixed with kind of like a melancholy, like a sadness to it, because it is kind of this like post kind of war place with lots of different groups going on, and you get to just see all of these different, learn about all these different kinds of groups of people in this world and how they live, and as you're kind of learning about your main characters and their history and how they relate there and their bond and eventual what all happens with all them. Um, it should be. How should we do that? You could DM me if you think it's like a super spoiler, and I could respond to you in like vague stuff. Or, I mean, the thing is, I'd have to delete it from the chat, and Goda would have to look away if we did it in the chat. So maybe it'd be easier if you DM'd me. That fucking AI picture, Goda. Of just being punchline, yeah. It'd be easier that way, probably. And I'll just respond to you in chat here. Yeah, I don't spell Goda on it because it's worth it, actually, not really. I think the story's in some ways on its own, really size on how much characters, but the presentation, world building, general mood, etc. is very much enjoyable. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt on it. Like the ending of it, I was like, I'm surprised I'm getting as into this as I am, because I think it was mostly on the presentation. It was just really strong music. The emotion was really well displayed, and I cared just enough for the characters and all that to be like, oh, this is pretty strong shit. I would absolutely say I was getting caught up more in the visuals and the music than just the story. I don't think the story's bad, and I think the story is mostly focused on that world building and light character stuff more than really this epic where that's super focused on all this action and stuff that the characters go through. So, people might feel differently. People might think the story itself is extremely strong. I mean, it's necessary. It's absolutely all part of the same thing. It's not ignorable. But yeah. I think it's a really good game, though. I think they've kept building their craft. The first opus, cute game, kind of chill, cute little concept, but it's kind of boring and it doesn't have much scope. The next game really starts to nail an atmosphere, I'd say a bit more. This kind of like Makoto Shinkai, like kind of melancholic, like kind of sadness, but not just outright depressing vibe that a lot of his movies have, is what it reminds me of. A little bit more gameplay, it's still got some issues, but pretty good. And then Opus, the scale's big, the budget's all there, and they really know how to use it. Music's beast mode. Yeah, I'm responding. I'd absolutely agree. I think that framing was a really big deal. It colors the entire story. pulls you back into, the start because that's, and it kind of like encapsulates the whole fucking thing. It's just, I can't get into it, I guess, like you said. But I think that's a really strong part too. Because something's kind of going on, I guess, because of that framing. Um, and it's cool how they tie it all back in and how it contextualizes a lot of what's going on and how certain characters are flavoring, dialogue and all this and that. I think I like that a lot. For me, I'd say the ending that really worked for me was just the fucking. I mean, I was getting caught up in the presentation of it. I mean, I was absolutely like in the character stuff enough. I did say at one point, I'm sure you were there, that I think a lot of it happened a little fast at the end there, just a bit. And I was kind of like, oh, okay, something's happening here, and I wasn't like fully in on it. But once they kind of got you entrenched in it, and then really nailed the ending. I was like, I got caught up. It was like, whew. It was like, yeah, I was like the music, and the presentation of it. I was like, like that was definitely more where I was at. I think in the emotional side of things there. Like I said, I still like. Don't get me wrong. I still a big fan of. Oh man, this was me. Yeah, still a big fan of the story and the characters and all that stuff. But yeah, I gotta say, I think if it didn't have that presentation at the end there, especially with the credits where it's jumping to the different places and stuff, I was like, well, that was pretty cool. There. I mean, I wasn't like bawling or nothing else, but I was getting emotional for sure. And I was super immersion mode too, which helped. Camera was off and shit. Yeah, but hats off to those developers. I respect them. They've got some cool developer commentary in there you can watch afterwards. Yeah, they do usually have a pretty big boom. That's kind of what I mean. This game has all those same fixins, and then boom. Dude, I teared up for Fata Morgana. I did. For the brother part, dude. You just don't see it because I'm like, I try to be really controlled. Even though I'm getting emotional, I'm like, well, that part got me. I don't know how much I've teared up in stream. I don't know what game. But that part got me for sure. You said more though. I don't know. I think I might have for more for Fada. I don't know. That part was good though. I really like the brother part, man. With the horseman brother, the night brother, and Fata Morgana. I was really invested in Fata Morgana, but I think that was the only part that like really hit me. I was like, ooh, Jesus. I've teared up before just out of like excitement though. You guys ever done that, right? Like you're just like really into something and you're like, oh yeah, let's go. And then it's just kind of like, you're not like sad or anything. You're just like, whoa, just that kind of like you're really into what's going on, kind of into it, teared up. Sweet turn punchline. No, that was when your balls exploded from the torture. Punchline, like you're crying. Yeah, that's my thing on Klitsu is I don't think it was really. It's a very sad game and very like engaging story. There's a lot of emotions happening there, but just big heavy hitter moments enough to make you like get teary eyed. Yeah, not as much. Like I said, the part with the night brother and the acceptance there and all that, I was like, whoa, that got me. But the family stuff like that tends to get me. So that was really cool, and they set it up way earlier in the story, so that was pretty strong for me. Yeah, the brothers though, yeah. Teared up at the end of Myth. Where's Myth 2? Please. Yeah, Echo Star song, I definitely was good. I welled up a little bit, I would say. It was strong. I think it was more just like kind of overcome by presentation and stuff happening. And that the rest of the game was just really strong before it, so you already were kind of feeling stuff, right? Like the world was just very well put together. The writing was always really interesting. It always had a good sense, like I said, of like kind of a melancholic kind of sadness to it, but not like super ultra depressing. So that kind of carries, that vibe carries through the whole deal, and then it culminates in some pretty good stuff. Yeah, I'm really excited for that Project Mountain game, dude. I hope it's sick. They keep getting better by like big strides every time. I want to believe. Yeah, cool game. Potion Permit. No, not really a cool game. I'm excited. I'm pumped for Shovel Girl if it ever comes out, dude. I hope I cry like a baby, just sobbing, drooling, just coming, just bleeding, everything's on my nose is running for Return to Shirin Nagasu too, man. I hope all of the fluids are flying out of my body for Shirin Nagasu too. I want to be on my knees, crying bloody tears with my hands held to the sky, crying for how good that game's gonna be, man. Missing shitty coming too. Hyogo's insane, man. He's unchained, dude. But he has a lot of integrity as a creator, man. I love the guy for that. And he makes a very entertaining bad Vian. His art's gotten better. I would actually say the sprites for Shinagawa 2 look good, solid, maybe at most, at least. I'm like, oh, he's getting better. Will the storytelling get better? Unlikely, but what if it's actually good? What if it might be. It's possible. But anyways. Potion Permit. Yeah, Potion Permit. I don't know if I call it outright bad. Base yoga. Oh wait, he's got another part to it up here. Let me make sure I don't accidentally click this and have it show on stream. What does this say? I translate this. Oh, the Dakimura one? Yeah. Dakimura. I deleted the original tweet because I was drunk. I was going to cancel my retweet, but I made a mistake. Base yoga, dude. What a nice guy. Honest. Little Shoban, man. He's honest, dude. That's the thing. Like, he cares about his work. He pours the money back into it. He cares about the consumer, the reader. The stories might suck and they're really funny, bad, but like, he's a stand-up guy, man. And I would absolutely support any of his games because of that. I'm a proud owner, thanks to Goto, of the physical. Shall I grab it? I'm actually close. Physical Shirinagasu copy, dude. Sealed Shirinagasu, dude. Returned. Shirinagasu, dude. We will be replaying this before the second one. Yeah, I pray to this, and I pray to the wrapped vocal vocal album over there, the music album that came with it too, for a cheap price, right? It was like what, 20, 15, 20. Yeah, 17 across the world, dude. Yeah, he's put voice acting back in it. I'm pumped. We'll do another playthrough before 2. Can't wait. Well, I can wait. I have to wait. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Potion Pyramid. I don't know what I should say about it. It was a grind simulator. It wasn't about making potions. It was about chopping wood, smashing rocks, and doing oodles and boodles of grind quests for random NPCs to find out their stories. The stories were okay, but it wasn't enough to keep me interested in the game after we finished the core story of unlocking the island and fixing it up and stuff, and becoming like a full-on alchemist or whatever. Just a dull, grindy game that doesn't have the amount of features, comfort, or anything that something like Stardew Valley has. It doesn't have the same amount of diversions. It's got fishing, but it's not that good. It's got combat, but it's not too solid. Stardew has all that kind of stuff while still having, it has its mining, it has its NPC stuff. It's got holiday shit, seasons changing, farming, cattle, all that stuff. Potion Permit takes some of those things, makes them really grindy, boring events that you go do out in this like semi-open world. And it's just dull. I mean, there's just no joy in it. Like, it's very easy. I'm not. I don't know if it's just bad. It's just if they cut down, like even if they cut down on the bullshit, what's left is still just kind of NPC storylines, and those aren't horrible. It was comfy for a bit, but they need to go harder. The art was like fine, but it didn't really have a whole lot of charm to it. It was like crispy pixel art, but it doesn't feel very comfy. It didn't have like in Stardew. I'm gonna keep bringing up Stardew. It kind of has like this coloring to it. The days changing, the music and all that being very relaxing, kind of like farm type of feeling music. There's a certain atmosphere that kind of permeates the music and the visuals of like a Stardew, that I just don't think is really there. This Potion Permit, it looks nice, but it's a little sterile. It's just like, it's kind of like, it reminds me of like a AAA thing, right? Like the graphics, the pixel art's nice, but there's not much art direction to it. So that doesn't help. So that, coupled with grinding, coupled with just kind of having okay storylines for the NPCs, just wasn't enough. Finished it up and just kind of done with it. It's not just bad. If you really need something just to knock out and grind, and you really love your farming type of games, go for it. But like 5 potion games released in the fucking last couple months since Potion Permit, or including Potion Permit, so it's like really hard to get too pumped about it. Elysia was a game about some fucking dude, man. Was he a Viking, some warlord, some bandit who essentially gets isekai to this mystical world with his boys, his fellow crewmen. He's like a ship, like a captain or something of warriors or fishermen or something. And anyways, he gets isekai to this place that's at war, and there's evils and stuff, and he gets the magical spear of God. I don't know what it's called. And he essentially just becomes this like folk hero who runs around and gets his dudes back to reality after beating up all the evils and stuff and meeting the indigenous peoples of this place. And it's really hard to actually figure out that's what's going on. The story's not really in your face. And it's trying to be kind of artsy and all that. It's mostly just gameplay, which decently animated, good enough feedback on the hits and stuff to feel satisfying for a bit, but ends up losing a lot of depth by the end because they just don't really add a lot, but it's short enough. So the spear is essentially like a spear you can throw around and like recall whenever you want. I think you can jump up on it, but mostly you're going to be throwing it at dudes from far away or pulling it back and hitting them as they're coming and using a few other melee weapons to smack dudes around. Think kind of like a guacamole, but a little less fun, and a bit more boomerang spears. It's mostly linear levels with some branching here and there that you pick from a world map. Not much in the ways of bosses or anything. It's got like a little romance thing they're trying to do. That's where the name of the game comes from. It's okay. It feels good. When it's at its best, it's feeling good, and it's got some interesting like surreal story beats. But when it's at its worst, it's the same old shit. You're lost because you don't really know what's going on with the story, and it's been kind of just repeating the same shit for a bit. Not a long game, but not bad either. It's just kind of whatever. Record of Lodos War, Deedlit, and Wonder Labyrinth. I would put that as good. We talked about this a good bit earlier, though, with Toho. I would like to see them go a little harder on their next game. Do a little bit more. They really need to get their level design figured out. I'd still say this was good, but just relying on this formula of like 4 or 5 hour long games with pretty clean action, but that's still mostly just kind of a new gimmick with the same shell of a game that the other ones have had before it. I don't know. I just don't know if it's enough. I would say it's more than just a gimmick, you know. Wonder Labyrinth has like an equipment system with different ranges and stuff. It's got the mana thing and all that, and the bow. And but the problem is, it still feels like the same kinds of kind of weak level design areas that Toho Luna Knights and Synchronicity and the Mega Man one kind of had. I don't think any of those are really bad. You wouldn't really notice until you've played probably all of them that it's kind of like, because the combat is really smooth, the music's really nice, they're very short, so the pace makes it you don't really notice it as much. And like I said, they're animated well. I think I might have already said that. They're just really fun games, but I feel like they could do so much more. They take that fun, they add more real upgrades, more movement stuff, more Metroidvania kind of elements, and get a more detailed, like, dense world, some kind of game for us to, like a Soden, where there's a lot of new stuff to see. Every room looks different. A lot of secrets, like a Funotopia. Doesn't need to be like, well, okay, not that many. That game is amazing, but like, not it. Their style doesn't work with that. It's more of like a like a more actiony Metroidvania style, more like probably like a Metroid levels of secrets, but just more to do, right? More of that kind of stuff happening if they're going to do another Metroidvania. Obviously, that requires a lot more effort. The combat has to work with environments like that. The combat works with the environments in this because they tend to be just very simple platforms and like open bits. And then stuff like Toho, you're flying around and stopping time and shooting shit everywhere. So if you had a lot more density and more confuzzling areas, I guess it would make it a bit more interesting how you'd move around them. But you can't just have it be like, there'd be some limits, I guess, of movement and shit. But I don't know. I mean, it'd just be like any old Metroidvania then, right? Which is fine. Anyways, it's a good game. We watched Record of Lodos War before this, which was a pretty fun anime to watch. It was just big epic kind of fantasy story. Looked at a lot of really cool shots, like the KDkill kind of shots of knights and heroes and dragons and all that kind of stuff. So that was enjoyable. Yeah. This is about the elf from that. Yeah. It's neat. Once again, their storytelling sucks. It's really bad. There's not much story though, so it doesn't really matter. But the rest of it's cool. Yeah. Let's keep rocking. Echo Generation, I think it was good. Surprisingly, pretty good. It's a voxel art adventure turn-based RPG. You're like, oh my god, voxel art. It's actually pretty sick. Some of the humor in it, the amount of areas you're going to, how kind of surreal and bizarre some of them are. Is pretty neat. That's the main appeal for sure. The gameplay not super challenging or anything, but you might have to be a little bit careful for sure. You could definitely get fucked. It's like Paper Mario where there's like little mini games you have to do. Some of them can be a little hard. Some of them are just like way better than others. So I think the combat probably could have used a bit more depth, a bit more situational abilities that you'd use against certain types of things or certain types of when you get affected by something, or I don't know, just more depth to it. It's generally just how much damage do I want to deal for the mana I got, and how much do I think I'm gonna need later. It's mostly just mana management, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they could have gone a little bit better than that. But the little mini games were cute. I liked those. They weren't like really annoying like Yix or anything, where they're like 10 hours long. They do the job. The UI and all that can look a little tacky for him though, so not the best part of the presentation, but the voxel art shit's solid. Like I said, just the big takeaway is the gameplay's okay, but the exploration, all the side quests, the amount of areas, and all the trading sequences you end up doing, all that variety is really cool. You know, it's got like little horror areas, it's got like serial killer shit, it's got like alien shit, it's got just kind of like just kind of good feels, kind of like if you like running around the the cul-de-sac, kind of with the buddies in the treehouse, kind of little areas and stuff. I don't know, funny shit. It's got a little bit of everything. It's very I don't know if Earthbound inspired is the right way to put it, but it kind of is. That where you are kind of running around and it's just kind of like urban, but like weird shit's going on in this urban environment. The dude's got a baseball cap on, although you could choose what your character looks like. Yeah, I mean, it's a good game though. I think it's good, but it is once I incite the name of Earthbound, yeah, it can't be helped. It's kind of an eye roll statement, right? Because it's true, but it's pretty good. I liked it. Um, like I said, I really wish the combat had a bit more depth to it, or at least customization. If it was going to be simple in the turn by turn, I'd rather at least have some fun customizing it in the back end. It's kind of like Paper Mario, right? Like Thousand Year Doors combat's pretty simple, but it's fun customizing your badges and stuff, and the presentation and all that's really great. So it's still fun the whole way through. This one's missing a bit of that, so but you still do find plenty of upgrades and shit to enjoy. Okay. Yeah, it's an eye roll statement, but it's a fair, real thing you can use. I don't use it willy nilly for sure. If I'm gonna use it, I want to make sure it's like a true like it really is. But yeah, so do I like that kind of like surreal urban kind of stuff going on. Giga. Soon. Gotta talk about Manifold Garden. These fucking emotes. Yeah, Manifold Garden, one of the best puzzle games of this year. Really good. I guess I did Superliminal last year, right? Yeah, really solid puzzle game. This is a mistake, but a good one, yeah. Um, I think the idea of, I guess, Manifold Garden, if you're not aware, I'm not doing a good job of explaining what these are. I'm just kind of saying my piece. Is it is a game about infinite worlds and puzzling. Also cubes, because of course every puzzle game has to have a cube. And then you being able to change perspective in these infinite worlds. So let's imagine you're gonna walk off of something, you're gonna fall, you're gonna infinitely fall, and the world's gonna keep repeating. You're not falling from the top, back over and over. It's just infinite worlds, in all directions, left, right, up, down. And so you use the idea of infinite worlds and changing your perspective because you could like change your orientation if you attach yourself to different surfaces and then fall that way, or whatever you want to do. Really cool puzzling. The game is at its strongest when it is playing with these ideas. It's got a pretty distinct art style that looks really neat. It's supposed to be kind of like an Escher type of thing. You're flying around and the infinite worlds look really cool and stuff, and the music's getting crazy. We can do a little bit of Manifold Garden music. um, it gets really loud, and a lot of things are changing when you're fucking around doing shit. It's mostly like different kinds of crazy ambience, but it's very striking kind of. Maybe I need to stop using these fucking fancy ass like, ooh, it's striking. Like, they say what the fuck. What does that mean, right? They say what that. Let's say that, not fucking striking. But I've been talking all day. I'm gonna throw out like goofy shit. Yeah, a good looking game, really cool idea. I think that if there's a problem with Manifold Garden, is that it's when it's not doing puzzles revolving around that. They tend to be kind of just it's like you placing blocks around and playing with the perspective where you're moving in different directions in like a room to try to like stack blocks in certain ways to get out of a room. And it's like that's cool, but when you're fucking minutes before that and 2 minutes after that, falling through an infinite world, flying around, trying to like make your way around shit and doing like outdoors puzzles, it's really hard to think those are that impressive. I would say the game's also not too hard, but if you do the secret endings, it is very hard. There's a lot of crazy shit going on if you watch any speedruns or bonus endings and stuff. So if you really, it's like kind of like a Talos Principle, although that game is harder in general than this. If you really want to go deep, it can get pretty hard. But I would say this doesn't go to that extent either. But it's got the same idea. Yeah, really cool game. Would definitely recommend it. I would definitely recommend you check it out if you like puzzle games or you just like cool concept. It's definitely like a Superliminal, it's a cool concept puzzle game. I think something like Superliminal nails it a little bit cleaner what it's trying to do. Feels a bit more fleshed out. I think Manifold Garden has too many uneven areas, but it's still really good. So definitely hit it up. Very, very creative. Yeah, best game of the year. Giga Wrecker is here. It's time. So easily. Whoops, I put it in the wrong category. I'll fix it later. Yeah, easily one of the best games of the year. Made by Game Freak, so you know it's good. I could keep it straight. I couldn't keep my fucking self in check after saying that. Yeah, this game is like really fucking bad. I wanted to play some other Game Freak games, The Giga Wrecker music, I don't even want to think about it again. So I wanted to do some more Game Freak games because I feel like I'm always giving them a hard time. So I want to see what their other games are. Yeah, mute the music, man. I'm wrecking. I'm gonna wreck. Oh yeah. um. So yeah, Giga Wrecker. I wanted to explore more Game Freak games. I'll laugh at emote simulator. It really is. Just some goofy ass emotes, dude. So yeah, Giga Wrecker was an option there. There's like Extra Drill or whatever it's called, or whatever. It's something, not maybe an Extra Drill, some kind of drill something. That came out back during Ruby time period. It's supposed to be decent. This was supposed to be good. Little Town Hero is supposed to be shit. It's too long. Tembo the Badass Elephant. So we played a couple of those. Giga Wrecker was one of them. If you're ever like, oh, it's not Game Freak, it's something else. It's the hardware. They're just being held back too much. I'd like to recommend a playthrough of Giga Wrecker and Tembo the Badass Elephant to you. Two of their most acclaimed games that are not Pokemon. And you'll definitely rethink your words and deeds very quickly. This game is horrible. It looks horrible. It's disgusting to look at. It looks like an ancient, janky, like puppeteer kind of Flash game. The story is nonsensical garbage. The gameplay is a physics puzzle game where every object has its own little physics, and you break apart things, you wreck them. To kind of create bridges or way down a scale or something, and it's just so inconsistent. It feels horrible. The jumps have like the worst feeling momentum, like they've got delay, like, so just the core feeling of the game feels like shit just to move around. The jumps, the heights, like too much. There's no real good control. There's like delay in the controls, stuff like that. So that sucks. It really sucks because you're making constantly different sized platforms, that you can you're essentially carving out weird little amounts of platforms and breakable objects and shit. So not having a good controlling jump or nice, yeah. Yeah. We'll pull that out here soon. Oh my god. That's my favorite part of Tembo was that right there. The Tembo peaked in the first few seconds, dude. After that, it was all downhill. I'll just play it. Fuck it, man. Yeah, this is Tembo the Badass Elephant. This was the other Game Freak game we played, the one that was supposed to be even better, right? Oh, this game is so fucking good, dude. This is the little like start of the game. The other Game Freak. I'm pretty sure we just never come back at some point later. Yeah, so you get the idea with these spin-offs. We're not spin-offs, these spin-offs. There must be used to like train or just like attempt to make other little IPs. You got to remember, Game Freak is their own game company. They are the Pokemon Company is a joint venture between Game Freak and Nintendo, from what I understand, right? Game Freak can do what they want. Giga Record was on early access on PC before it officially released, which then they made a new version of on the Switch and never updated the old early access PC version with the rest of the content with. Tembo the Badass Elephant, PC. Well, most of their spin-offs are on PC and Switch and stuff like that. Or spin-offs. I call them spin-offs. They're spin-offs to Game Freak. Yeah, they probably peaked with Drill Dozer. I haven't played it yet. I'd like to. I've heard that one was actually good. It was during their glory days, which around, Ruby, Sapphire. They're still good at that point. But yeah, Giga Wrecker was it was almost infuriating. It was very irritating, inconsistent physics, bad feeling jumps and controls, a horrible game to look at, a story that just did not. It wasn't interesting to read as you went, and the framing of it didn't make you feel anything for any of the events you were doing as you went. It wasn't like a cool setup, at least, right? It was just like, you're just there for the gameplay, which just barely works. Super frustrating. You could do two things the same way, and it'll end up. You could do one thing 5 different ways, or sorry, you could do one thing 5 different times the same way, and it'll end up different almost every time. I feel like I've only solved like half of the puzzles or less the way that was intended. It was definitely a game where you just feel like you're janking your way through shit. And it wasn't because the game felt like it was well made and you're supposed to find a bunch of cool ways to solve shit. It always felt like I was breaking the game or doing something I wasn't supposed to, but it just worked. Yeah, it's way too long. It's just drawn out. It's the same old shit over and over. You get a few different abilities that are helpful here and there, but it's nothing that crazy. Does not make up for like the 12 plus hour length of the fucking thing somehow. Yeah. And it's a pretty new game. I mean, it's in the last like 4 or 5 years, right? And it looks just fucking horrible. It plays bad. I mean, it's one of those things. Have you ever heard of a Game Freak game that wasn't Pokemon? You've heard of Little Town Hero, probably. You and the 7 other people who bought it on Steam. Does it have more than 7 yet? But like, and you probably only heard about it because it had Toby Fox music in it. Like, there's a reason. There's a fucking reason, dude. These games, Steam's like, hey, sit back and relax. View your Steam replay. Okay. Can I do that? Oh, I have to enable privacy. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. Here are your highlights. I guess I could show this on stream. You guys want to see this? Oh yeah, I need to play Pulse, man. That game looks visually like a fucking crazy psycho trip, but I'd like to still check it out. Can I set a monitor? Okay. Here's my Steam replay. I played a lot of FF14 and RE6, dude. Holy base. 87% keyboard and mouse. The Steam average 21. 5 games. 16 days. New releases. Recent favorites. Yeah, good thing, right? You are what you play. Card Battler. Yeah, I don't play all my games on Steam if you couldn't tell. Yeah, one new friend added. I'm popping, dude. I played like 1 day of Inscription, dude. What the fuck is it doing on here? Yo, Kubanashi Recollection. RE4. Okay. Um, that's enough of that. I just thought they just showed me that, so I thought it was kind of interesting. Very, very goofy. Yeah, I was gonna check Little Town Hero. Little Town Hero. Yeah. Oh, 10 people have played this game now. 10 whole people have reviewed this game on Steam. Game Freak. Made by the critic and audience acclaimed Game Freak. Yes. Very acclaimed. Yeah. Shockingly, only 10 people have reviewed this game. It's like Game Freak makes stuff and nobody cares if it's not Pokemon. This game even got advertised in directs. It got talked about because of the Toby Fox shit, and I'm sure more people played it on Switch and stuff, but like 10 people after this many years. And there's a fucking good reason, dude. These games are fucking horrible. I don't know. I just don't think Game Freak even has enough confidence in these games. I don't know if they're there just to train people. I don't know what. People say they don't have time, man. They just keep cranking out Pokemon games. And then why is Little Town Hero getting made? You know? What the fuck's going on there? They got time, man. They just don't give a fuck. Yeah, I know, right? Like 10. I mean, it's probably got technically more people didn't review it, but like, I mean, it can't be more than like 100 people. It's just wild. And this is Game Freak, the people who make the most successful IP on Earth, right? It's yeah, Giga Wrecker though. Just fucking, it's torture. I hated playing it. It was an irritating game. It wasn't funny. I mean, it was funny to talk about and joke about. I'm not like just pissed the whole time, but I was like, oh my god, it was just torturous, man. Just boring, just dull, just too long, inconsistent. It looks like shit, it sounds like shit. It's just shit. Simple as, man. All right, we can see the end, dude. Awesome. Just about, anyways. Cyvariar Delta. I don't got much to say on this one. It's a shmup. It's a cool port of like 3 different Cyvariar games and a new version. And we played through all of them once. It looked all right. It was cool that they upheld the old ones. The soundtrack's pretty bitchin'. I picked it up, although I haven't listened to it all yet. It's just a shmup. I don't remember even really anything about it hardly. It wasn't super unique, but it was a cool little time. Not gonna go anywhere really. It's not bad. Not that notable. Um, is there any something notable about these? Opus. Is there something that was like that was last year? I think, or was it the year before? Yeah, some fucking horrible year I played that game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was last year though. One of the top cringy moments of the year. Bob Ross, Martin Luther. It's like that Persona song that Sam links all the time. Um where it's talking about fucking the carpet and the rug and all that shit, but it's like a whole song in like a game. Um what she say? She's got a line. It's like, I got beef like Angus or something. I mean, the context is we play this game, It Can Fall, and there's randomly in a couple fights like rap that starts up, and I don't have any problem with rap, but this is a game that's essentially like Harry Potter with quirky little teens or whatever, little gremlins, um, and then all of a sudden you've got like this chick rapping about Bob Ross and Martin Luther King and beefing like Angus in the middle of this boss fight, and you're just like, it's just like, it's like it's made for the game too. She says it can fail multiple times, and you're just like just shocked, like what the fuck? Because it's so out of nowhere, and the lyrics are so just clear, and you hear them, and they're just bizarre, and it has nothing to do with the game or the world. Bob Ross is not in it, can but like you're hearing these things, and it's just like that's just such a. There's two different rap songs too, and it's just like it's just you're like ooh fuck, you just felt it all like down, that feeling like straight through the spine down to the toes, man. Just ooh, like very clingy, man, very cringe. In the most literal way. I don't like to use that too often because unless I'm ironic about it. But yeah, so that's what we're talking about with It Can Fail. If anybody's ever like blabbing about that. Anyways, yeah. So not much to say on so far here. Kamiwaza Way of the Thief was a Japanese only originally game made by the Tenshu devs. Was it Tenshu? Um, Anyways, about a stealth thief, a stylish stealth thief in the feudal Japan era. It's essentially a game where you have to take care of your daughter or your kind of foster daughter. You have to put back on the thief bag and start stealing again to try to get the medicine she needs. And it's essentially just a big open world with day-night cycles and quests you go pick up. And it's just this kind of grindy, for a bit, game where you just kind of do these little odd jobs and stealing missions and run your loot back without getting caught as you continue through the storyline. And it culminates in a few different endings, and they're all kind of just whatever. And the story itself's kind of whatever. It's very funny at the start. The games in general is you're running past people doing flips and shits, and they can't see you because you're so fast. And it's like an active stealth game. It's weird. Like it's all about comboing into different like either hiding places or just out of sight or timing your button presses perfectly to dodge in front of people so they can't see you, and then also while you're stealing their money. And it's a really cool concept. But once that kind of runs out, it kind of turns into a grind fest. It's kind of the story doesn't really go anywhere. The funniness of the animations and the goofy shit, your backpacks you're wearing and stuff, just really aren't that juicy. It's not a bad game. I would call it decent, but I'm definitely it's got okay music, I guess too, but it gets a little repetitive. I would say check it out, take a look at it at least. I'd be like, huh, that's a neat idea, and then just kind of be done with your day and go on to something else. That's kind of all it is. It's pretty decent port though. I didn't have any issues with it, and the translation seemed fine. So it's cool to see that kind of stuff coming out. I'd rather have those kinds of ports, remasters and remakes, than games that we've already had a million times in the West. So that's where stuff like Live Alive is really strong because we never really got Live Alive before. So having a strong remake and a global release was cool. Anyways, let's move on from that. I don't think anybody really cares about Kamiwaza Way of the Thief. Scorn. So this one was pretty hyped up for a long time. It's the art inspired by what's his ass who did the alien art. What is his name? It's not Escher. What's his name, dude? He did the Alien movie art, the design for the Alien. Geiger, H.R. Geiger. I was thinking of like fucking Asher for some. Yeah, Geiger. So it's a game that's inspired by Geiger's art. First-person horror game where you run around this kind of Geiger world and weird body horror, tech fusion stuff happens. The art's really good in the game, but everything else sucks. And it really, sadly, it's worth maybe looking at, maybe watching a bit of a playthrough here and there, just kind of enjoying the art. If you really want to soak it in, give it a play, I guess, for the art. On Game Pass or something, but know this, it really has weak ass gameplay and puzzles and kind of exploration and stuff like that. Like, you're going to be lost a little bit in the beginning. You're not going to know what certain things do. You're going to start doing first person shooting, and it's really slow and it feels like shit. And it's just not really what you're there for. Which, hey, if it was at least good, you could be like, oh, whatever. I didn't realize they were shooting. Maybe it'll be fun, but it's not. So, the story, what there really isn't any. It's kind of just you going from area to area, and then it kind of ends. It's kind of whatever. I think that was even kind of the idea. Apparently, in the art book, there's a lot more lore and areas they'd cut out and stuff. So. It's supposed to flesh things out a bit. You can definitely get the idea of what was supposed to be going on in this whole place. There is a story to uncover, but it's not super like interesting or like deep or anything. It's pretty apparent. So it's definitely just about art. And it's good art. It looks nice. They probably spent some good time on it. I respect it for that, but it's one of those things like you can have one element of a game and have it somehow like trump all the other ones if it's good enough. But when when those elements are truly just bad enough, man, even really strong art direction, like even that one thing, I don't think can hold something up enough. It depends on what it is, right? Like you could have bad music, and it's not gonna weigh down like again with like good gameplay. You can have shitty art direction, but hey, it's really fun. Like you can get over it and stuff. But like the gameplay, you have to feel it. You have to engage with it. You're a little bit more in gameplay generally than just pure art. And so I'm not saying it's more important necessarily, but like I think it's one of the worst things you could truly fuck up. I really would have just preferred. We were out. It was one of those few games I was like, I wish this was just a walking sim. Like, that was the only time I probably ever fucking said that. I was like, I'd rather this be a walking sim because it would be paced better. It drags on for way too long because of its really dull gameplay sections. It wouldn't have bad gameplay sections then. And you could just enjoy the art and all that. I think it would just fit better. Hell, even a boogeyman running away thing, man, I'd even take that. So it's a shame that in their desire to create this kind of art exhibit, they figured they'd throw some gameplay in so that people, I'd imagine, were not shitting on them for having no gameplay or something, and it ends up being a not well thought out kind of big detractor. Oh yeah, I mentioned the puzzles too. The puzzles don't really fit the world either. It's a lot of like, oh, I twist this knob and then these two things twist, and then I twist this one and those four things twist, and it's like it doesn't really make sense to be in the world. A lot of the puzzles are your typical gamey puzzles, but like recontextualized for a Geiger art style. Doesn't really fit. They really stand out. Maybe if you don't play a shitload of games, you might not notice a lot of these puzzles, but it was the kind of puzzles you see in like every video game. We just played Phototopia; they had some too, right? Even a good game like that uses some of the exact same puzzles everything else is using. So, not probably what I would have picked. I would have done something more, either walking sim or make it like a Myst game. where you're discovering what all this kind of machinery fused with bio stuff does and figuring out how to make it work and why you need to make it work, like Myst. I think that would make a lot more sense with the art because you'll actually, engage with it, but they didn't do that. So, do I call it a bad game? I guess I feel kind of bad calling it a bad game because there's good things about it. I would put a notable on there. I'll feel. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Let me go back. There must be some button combo I hit when I'm holding control, or it just pops it all the way to Z. Yeah. So the art's notable there, but it's still kind of shit. Anyways, Project Wingman. This is a jet fighting game, so think Ace Combat, something like that. Feels pretty solid. It looks really good. There's a lot of variety on tools you can use and missiles and planes you get. You're swapping a lot. They start to feel like they really do pilot better, and you start to really get a better kind of skill for the game, and you can do a lot more cool maneuvers and shit. It's arcadey, but it's not full on. It's not. I wouldn't call it sim, but you're not like flying in between star destroyers at like Mach speed and doing like fucking like drop turns. Although you can do like some gravity turns with like certain gadgets. We're generally going to be fighting, just planes and like a few big kind of like cruisers and then like boats and stuff like that. And other than that, there's a couple like crazy sci-fi enemy bosses and stuff. But hey, later, Sam. And thank you very much for hanging so long today. I appreciate it. This one went a little longer than usual. Probably next year I'll probably split these in half. And I always seem to go way too long, and it's too much. Probably. I could finish tomorrow. I mean, we still have got like 20 left, and then just the wrap up. It would have taken like a couple hours, probably. But we'll do a little more. Might be smart to actually. We'll see. But yeah. Anyways, Project Wingman. Yeah. Fun. It's a good time. The stories, a lot of kind of like military, tactical kind of shit. Nothing fancy. Um, the VA work is not amazing, but it's masked by the sound of like the filters of you talking over comms and shit, so you can't really tell. But there's a few moments you can kind of pick it up. It's a good time. I would definitely recommend it. Like, it looks good, feels good. I've not played a whole shitload of arcade flying like dogfighting games, but when I play this one, whew, I don't know. Maybe we should do the last 20 tomorrow, and then the best. I mean, we'd probably have another hour or two at least tonight. That's if I went quick. It's already been 14 and a half hours. Could just wrap it up quick tomorrow. Because I'm not going to be given the best commentary, that's for sure. I could just blast through these and put them exactly where I know they'd be. I mean, like I said, if I really wanted to do one of these quick, we could do it in like probably 10 minutes. I don't have to think about it. It's more about justifying it, kind of going back over these and talking about it, recommending stuff and all that. Maybe we will. I don't know. Godo? Well, you probably will be not even awake by the time I finish. I should finish now. I mean, I could. Alright. Let's do a bit more. I mean, I have fun doing these, but yeah. I've been going for a while. Anyway, Mario and Rabbids. Yeah. I think I liked it even less than the first one. It just gets really old. Um, I think there's some upgrades there in the freedom of movement and stuff. But the levels are a bit more open, and that means that the puzzly kind of like movement combinations and like sliding into jumps and sliding into shooting don't really happen as often. It turns a lot more into like your typical XCOM just sit in the back and shoot people combos. It's mind-numbingly easy. Also, regardless of what I said earlier about movement and shit, not being available, that actually made it more challenging and more interesting to optimize than the other game. But yeah, I mean, it looks better. It's got less Mario shit, I guess, though, and a lot more OCs, a lot more OC rabbits, original rabbits, which are kind of lame. But yeah, I think the writing a little bit more dull combat, despite them trying to make some pretty large upgrades to customization and movement and stuff. Just kind of make for a little bit more of a boring game. I think maybe you could argue it's better. I mean, it's got better exploration and worlds for you to run around in, but they're not like that crazy good. I just found myself really kind of done with the game. I don't think I'd want to see another Rabbids one. I don't like the Rabbids much. They're obnoxious in this. But yeah, I think what made the original unique, the movement combo, is just it's not really there anymore. No matter what they did everywhere else, that kind of just hurts it. So it's okay. Yomawari. Okay. Next. What do I say about Yomawari 3? It's better than the first one. Worse than the second. They're always like the same. The exact same running, the exact same amount of stamina bullshit you gotta worry about. It's really just a question of what's the general story, and is there ever going to be any set pieces? Maybe this was better than the second one. It's just at this point, 3 games in, because this is the third game, Yomawari 3, Lost in the Dark. They're just doing the same shit over and over, and they haven't done one for a while now. So they came back after this long to pretty much do the same thing. Like, look, some of the environments are new, some of the enemies are new, but the raw gameplay, it's just, I don't know. Like, I like the art, I like the general like horror atmosphere. I would call it more like a comfy horror in a way. Like, nothing's gonna make you shit your fucking britches, but like. It's still spooky. It's like cute spooky. You know, the characters are cute, but it's like, oh, the enemies are spooky. Like an RPG maker type of thing. Need some music. No, the music just stopped. Yeah. Anywho, it's alright, man. I don't know. I like playing the Yamawari games because of the art and because I like kind of RPG maker horror type of vibes. The gameplay just has always felt so rigid and just kind of annoying, and they just have never changed it. It's just like a staple to them. More adventure game elements. at least if you're gonna make it to be a game about running away from things and trying to like make it execution heavy, make it like have more. Like there's so many bosses where you're just dodging shit and you're like pixel dodging shit nonstop, and it's like this is not a spooky game. You're turning this into like a fucking like some kind of execution based like kind of like action game, but all you can do in the game is just walk and then walk faster. It's just like it's just not. Whatever. Let's not harp on it too long. We should really probably focus on being like this. I'll say a quick little something, but anyways, Bayonetta 3. Yeah, I would say out of all the Bayonettas, that's my least favorite. I think it's still good though. I don't think it's quite as smooth and concise as the first game. That game has just like the perfect amount of challenge. All your abilities and stuff have a nice use. The enemies are well telegraphed. There's good variety in enemies and weapons and all that kind of shit. The second game gets a little more wild, adds a lot more set pieces, a lot more weapons and customization on where you can put them, so you can have a few different loadouts. Third game decides to go for summons. I think the summons are neat. They add a lot of crazy set pieces, but they just don't really feel all that good. If you're playing really well, you can still play fully while doing your summons and stuff, but you're not really controlling them fully. Like you're not right there. They're kind of away from you. They're doing shit. And you're kind of just like they feel big and crazy like a set piece, but they don't have that just like clean, like you are just right there in front of the enemy, dodging and reacting to stuff. It's just this very disconnected feeling, and they're like too good, so you really can't just like fully ignore them or anything. And if you want to play optimally, you're gonna use a little bit of everything. So yeah, my nose too. I'm like getting choked up here. But yeah, I think the set pieces are cool, but they almost start to get in the way. There's not enough actual just action. Like just on the ground, just doing action. Like you're getting a couple fights here and there, super big exploration bits, which are cool. A lot of secrets to find and stuff. A lot of side shit. And then you're right back into another set piece or a super long cutscene, and it's just like you get I mean, it's impressive, but also kind of annoying in some ways because you're getting a new weapon for yourself to use on the ground every 2 seconds, and it's wow. You're like, wow, this is a lot. The creativity of the weapons, the amount of them is crazy. The amount of summons and stuff, it's really good. And you'll get one, you'll use it for 2 fights, go into a set piece, do have to do a bunch of summon shit, get in a bunch of cutscenes, and then you'll get another weapon, and it's like, well, Jesus, you never even let anything time to breathe. And even if you just pick a favorite set, I mean, you still just don't get that many just normal fights. The most fun I actually ended up having was just doing the witch trials at the end of the game, the difficult like 10 fights in a row thing. Because I just gotta sit there and I just gotta let the combat just roll. It was a great mix of summons, of using crazy creative weapons like a fucking, I was just like a train on a fucking stick. And yo-yos and an anchor and just crazy stuff like that. And just going let loose, doing crazy shit, and it was just a lot of fun. And I just don't think the game generally lets you do that enough. It's very odd. The other games let you breathe plenty. For that matter, like I said, while there's a lot of cool set pieces, I think the bosses and stuff are just kind of whatever. There's like one good boss in the game, and the rest are kind of eh. I think two and definitely one had better there. I think the music design and a lot of the art style is also just not as strong as it was. It was very dark, a lot of the golds, and then it always felt like you're like in some kind of Twilight or something. In the first game. This game, they're kind of just fucking around. It looks kind of shitty on the Switch a lot of the time. It runs okay, but looks a little washed out. The new creature designs aren't really that fun to fight compared to the old ones, because you'll fight some of the old ones here and there, and they look kind of just okay. But it just doesn't really quite have that same style the first one and the second one did. It lost it a little bit in there, and I think some of it's in the music, some of it's in just the general color palette and all that. I respect them trying to do something different with Bayonetta. They don't want to just keep doing the same thing. I still think it's a good game. I liked it. It was a solid action game. Bayonetta is one of my favorite series. Just because it feels great to play. But yeah, I wasn't diving back into Infinite Climax right away. I did the hardest mode I could. It wasn't too bad at all. They didn't really have to use consumables at all. Yeah, there's some depth there for sure, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not my favorite of the ones. I think the summoning's to blame, and the combat encounters just not being tailored to actually let you fucking play the thing enough. So, Art of Rally. It's alright. Just a game about driving a car. The music's pretty good. It's about just drifting in places like Finland and Japan. I played a lot of it off stream. It's a little grindy. Pretty steep learning curve. I by no means ever mastered it. But to beat the game and just get to the credits, you can play on all sorts of difficulties. It's you just kind of doing time trials. It was pretty fun, I would say. The mechanics felt pretty good. I think the problem with it is it's probably just. I mean, how do you really have much more variety? I mean, it has plenty of content, cars. I don't know. I'll put it as a good game. Honestly, it's probably good. I don't really have big problems with it. It's just what it is. It's just a game where you just start rally driving. If you're more into rally sims and shit, maybe there's some stuff it's missing. But yeah, it's just eh. It was fun, but there's really not much more to say. It's just a clean racing game. Sonic Frontiers. Yeah, I know we go real. I go really hard in these reviews and shit in the actual VODs and YouTube videos when I finish the games. Anyways, Sonic Frontier sucked. Maybe it's better than some of the recent ones, but another game with a shitty open world with nothing to do in it. It looks like shit. The controls and the platforming are not interesting. It's pretty much just auto platforming all the time. And when it's not, it's you just ricocheting off of weird shit and just running quickly through environments that aren't made for really that interesting of movement and platforming. It's kind of just it's just running through like your backyard, right? It's not like made for Sonic, but you could run through it, right? It's kind of just that. You're not running through like a really well designed green hill zone with a lot of things to find. Um, cool NPCs or interesting, platforming that's just built into the world, or that's not dense, full of stuff. It's you just running to a fucking jungle gym that got installed into the sky occasionally. That looks exactly the same in every map he's in. I'm free to do a couple times until you get to the next story thing. Where they put on some fucking like 90s punk or some shit and have you fight like a horribly shitty boss you're clipping into and can barely control supersonic in. It also tries to be way more pretentious about the story. It's more emotional. The characters they're going through more traumas or problems with their, these parallels or these other creatures they're meeting in this world, this simulated world. So yeah, Sonic trying to get a bit more emotional. Hey, that's fine if they could actually make you care about the characters and write out a whole arc, but it's just a bunch of like short whatever cutscenes, and you're supposed to kind of give a shit about these like little stone dudes from history or from the simulation or something. And it's nothing. It's just nothing. It's a shit game. In the end, you want more? Go watch the VOD. Frog Detective 3. I think it's just kind of played out by Frog Detective 3. God, Jesus. Still a cute idea and game of which you are just a detective who's a frog. There's no really mystery. There's not that much mystery to it. It's kind of just little jokes. The characters just have very literal kind of like ways of speaking and taking jokes and stuff, and that's supposed to be the comedy of it. It's hard to really dislike them. They're fun. You'll probably enjoy the first one a lot, and then slowly enjoy the rest a little bit. The second one's probably the worst, but you'll probably like them less and less because you kind of get used to them. The humor is just really one note. The jokes get reused too much, or not too much, but the kinds of jokes are a little too reused, and I don't think they really like. I think they could have a bit more adventure stuff going on. Instead, you essentially just talk to everybody once and then talk to everybody again, and the game's over because you have all the items they need after that. I think running around and actually interacting with the environment, maybe doing a little sleuthing just for fun. I know you collect a few things in the environment, I suppose, like flowers or something, but like a little bit more, maybe I get the old bolt cutters out, the old Resident Evil bolt cutters. Maybe I gotta like look for a little secret here and there, and a little sleuth, and nothing crazy. It doesn't need to be difficult and have a bunch of systems, but just a little something adventure-y, especially by the last game. They give you like a scooter, which I guess is cool, so you can run around quicker. But I mean, it's only used for like one small part of the area. Otherwise, it's just pointless. So, I think it's a cute game series. They're done with it now. I think they're all on Game Pass. But I just think it kind of they kind of played it out. I think they could have made something really great, really funny and cute, but I kind of just they just did the same thing 3 times, and I can't blame them too much. It's cute, but that's kind of all it's ever gonna be. God of War. I'm gonna have a quick bite here. God of War. I mean, I guess it's good. I'll put it as good, but I more and more have bad things to say about it, I suppose. It's definitely not going to be one of the best for me, but it's not bad. I just considered it kind of underwhelming. I think the story is a huge step down. I think the gameplay, well, I guess better. The encounters aren't as interesting. And it's not really different enough to warrant another 40 to 50 hour fucking game. Yeah, Undertale's OST is great. Ooh. We could do some more Undertale chill music. This is just my chill playlist because I want some easy background shit so I don't get distracted. I'll play the Undertale stuff on there. My nose is starting to actually get a little raw from all the fucking. Yeah, which is interesting. I guess maybe the honeymoon is over on it. It's got a different set of writers. I mean, fucking Anthony Birch wrote part of this game, man. I mean, I feel like that should say something. Like, it's not Cory Balrog, and it's not the same people who wrote the first one. The scope and focus is a lot different now. It's not about a simple trip to the top of the mountain with 5 characters and a lot of lore to build, a sense of mystery. Now it's about a war, and there's 50 fucking thousand characters, and they all gotta have their own little arcs. And Kratos has to end his little story and all this and that. And I just think the characters just don't feel as human. The interactions are a lot more ham-fisted. There's too many arcs. Too many of the interesting things kind of get just glossed over in the end. I think the portrayal of like the gods, the Norse gods, and all that are just, they're trying to make them too relatable, too contemporary. They just feel kind of fucking lame. You can still make them have some kind of emotional resonance with the everybody else, or at least with Kratos, and then we empathize with him, kind of like with Zeus with Kratos. I mean, the old ones are not super relatable, but you could do something with it. And it just, I didn't like the characterization on those guys. I didn't like the war at the end was just really lame. It kind of is over in an hour. It was kind of pointless. It's just full of platitudes and shitty twists. And all of the cool stuff that happened is glossed over to prep for this war in like another 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the 40 hours before that are focused on drama and like pointless side diversions and stuff. And I don't know. I mean, there's good things about it. The side areas are pretty well fleshed out. You're not as interested in the lore because you already know everything going on. So why do I care about every little piece of lore at this point? There's no mystery. Maybe they could have held their cards for a little longer so I actually cared about what's happening. But they're still like pretty large, fleshed out areas with little bosses and set pieces that were only for those side areas. Sorry, I'm like getting really hungry and tired, and my nose, I'm pissing, I'm shitting, I'm woman. But yeah, a lot of those. I think the story was the big letdown. Which you'd be like, oh well, it's not just story; it's mostly story. That's the big takeaway. Obviously, the presentation and the art, graphically it looks good. The art design's pretty solid. It never gets to the grand scale you'd hope from a game called Ragnarok. It's never really happens. It's not an apocalypse. It's not. It technically starts right for like 30 fucking minutes. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much kind of what it is. I mean, I didn't think the first game was like some god piece of art or anything, but I felt it had enough respect to the originals. You can never truly make the old Kratos a character that quite really has you can empathize with and fully develop into what they're trying to do. The shit that Kratos does in the old ones, if you could just throw that up, like if you play these right before you play the new ones, you're like, this doesn't quite work. But with enough passage of time, you kind of forget about what Kratos is all about, and I feel like that's kind of what they're gunning for in 2018. And I feel like they made you kind of relate or at least empathize or make the conversations feel all kind of meaningful, whether it was through world building or character development or something. There's still a lot of annoying shit like the kid and all that. I mean, a lot of drama arcs and stuff that were just kind of contrived, but at least felt like most shit had purpose and it was kind of fresh. But yeah, Ragnarok just kind of, I don't know. Story was the big drop in quality for sure. Otherwise, I mean, the combat's pretty much the same with one new weapon, which is a cool weapon, but you get it pretty late in. A lot of shitty bosses, not really even that many bosses. There's only like 3 good ones, and they're always like the animal ones. Otherwise, it's just a lot of refights and a lot of whatever bullshit. It still has that problem of having like magnetized combat, like a lot of AAA games do, where you press X and you like spin around and you fucking fly towards them and shit, and all the enemies do, they're like a mile away and they swing their sword and they like just fly, they skate all the way over to you. To a certain extent, you kind of have to have that magnetized shit, otherwise it can make the game maybe too annoying or too hard or something. But it eliminates the idea of like spacing and the range of your attacks and that whole element of combat, which makes stuff like like a Souls game very popular. I think they could find a middle ground there, and they didn't even try. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like the first game does a great job of building up all this mythology. You're like, whoa, dude, this shit's gonna be big, right? You feel like a little small player in a big world and game, and you're like, man, you're thinking back to the Greek games. You're like, whoa, man, these go fucking hard, right? Like, play God of War 3, and like the beginning's like, whoa, it's going ape shit. And you're like, but imagine now with the budget they got. And it's like, yeah, he's got feelings now, and he's not gonna, just rip people's faces off. But like, they could still go pretty big. They do some of that in the first game, in 2018. But like, then they just kind of don't. In Ragnarok, I mean, they prep up for it. There is some big scale shit here and there, but for the most part, they build up all this shit, and then Odin's just a mob boss who talks like he just had a breakup with his 2022 girlfriend. Thor's just kind of a drunk, dysfunctional dad. And you're like, these are okay traits. Well, the dysfunctional dad part's okay. Maybe not the mob boss. That's a little too off for me. These are okay traits to like maybe gods who are still imposing or feel like at least mystical in some way they're not quite human, right? But instead it's just really dull. Like all of the big creatures and stuff, like in the final fights, oh, we're gonna find out the snake's gonna fight Thor, right? And he's gonna get shot back in time, and he's like miles in the distance, and he just disappears, and you're like, okay, oh, the big Ragnarok thing. You summon, Surd or whatever to like take out, all of Asgard. We didn't need him to do it, and actually, us summoning him ends up killing one of our friends. And then you just move on. And then Jim Carrey's mask or whatever is like the MacGuffin for the whole game, and it's like nothing to do with Norse mythology. It's just this fucking like plot device that Odin had, and there's like all these twists with Odin that like make him just seem like a fucking idiot instead of this really cold, calculating, smart kind of person. And yeah, it's just lame. They found a way to make like most of the Norse mythology stuff just kind of lame. This was a cool probably once in a lifetime chance to see those kinds of myths blown up into like a big and interesting high budget kind of set piece fueled game. And yeah, so they decided instead they wanted to turn it into a shitty Netflix show. It's still good. It's still fun enough. The sheer budget. Yeah, like I feel like Thor was fine in the very beginning, right? Where he's just kind of there, and then he gets pissed, and then he starts fighting Kratos, and you're like, okay, You know, it's a little goofy, all the fucking one-liners they throw at each other, but like, okay, right? But yeah, as Thor goes, it's just like, yeah, the 2018 Thor felt, yeah, on the money too. The hood, and yeah. Them, I get that the Norse gods are not like the regal, fancy gods of the Greeks or whatever. They're more just like rough dudes and dudettes. But like, they go way too into just making them just kind of people. And like, there's got to be some element of that, or at least if you're gonna just make them people, some kind of element of like of epicness, of scale, or of some kind of big thing that like reminds you that it is a bunch of gods beating the shit out of each other. And instead, you just get Odin whining in a basement, and you beat the shit out of him as the final fight. And it's just like, eh. You only fight Heimdall too out of all the gods, right? In that game, when you fight Thor, but you don't kill him. And then there's Odin. There's not a whole lot else happening. The best fights in that game were probably Nidhogg, Fenrir. Um, I don't know what else. Like generally, like mythological beasts. But like you look at any other God of War game from back in the day, you're fighting that many dudes in the first hour, probably. So it's definitely a step down on that front. And I think they could have married the concept of like these big, larger than life moments with like from the old games with like the new stuff. They definitely built it up enough in 2018. Well, they built it well, but they just don't deliver on it. And the writing has just changed too much. You can tell it's a completely different set of writers in a lot of them. Anyways, it's too handholdy, of course. There's too many quips and jokes. Gotta have that Joss Whedon fucking like Avengers bullshit going on. Whatever you want to call it, where every moment has to be deflated with um some kind of joke. We can't have too much seriousness. They gotta have a joke, and all that kind of shit. Yeah, exactly. Like you can have these epic entities feel like you know somewhat relatable in a way. They're still like humanish, right? But like you want them to feel, when Odin's doing tricks, you want it to be like, wow, this was really like 5D chess, really thinking down the line, crazy plays. And instead, he just like his cover just slips, and he's just a dumbass. Like he's just a whiny baby about something. You're just like what? Like he can just be a dude with like dark, like very human desires or something, and maybe even talk in a kind of like, I don't know. It's just like, it's just, yeah. I think they lost an opportunity there. And you know what? If they want to do something different, fine. But they didn't sell me on it. I wasn't into the dysfunctional family. I wasn't into Grandpa Odin, obsessed with Jim Carrey's The Mask. I wasn't into. I definitely was not into any of the storyline of Kratos' kid, Atreus, or whatever. And his actor sucked. What the fuck happened, dude? He was a better actor as a kid than a fucking like teenager. Jesus Lord, he was fucking horrible. He got nominated. He was really bad. So that killed all of the nuance, and all of his parts. What little there was in the writing, none of it carried over into the fucking acting. um, I don't like Atreus' character much at all. Anyways, he's just kind of this fucking angsty, like receptacle for all their super contrived drama. That was another thing. The game felt a lot more contrived as well. There was a lot of situations they just kind of, you could see the writer's hand. They were just forcing drama and things to happen just so they could create some goofy situation. And I don't know. It all felt a bit more natural in the first one, I guess. I'm going down a Christian path or something. Yeah, in the original, the end of the original God of War, they wanted it to be that. The original God of War 3? um, he was going to become one of like the three wise men or something. The original idea for God of War 2018 is it was going to take place in Egypt, and then they changed it to Norse. Don't know about Ragnarok though. There was probably very little plans. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, all the humor, the quipping, all that kind of shit. I just think the writing was. I was just like, damn, I was really expecting this game to be really good, and I'm just playing. I'm like, man, I just really. And like, I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I'm like, I just really don't. I really don't like the anything going on in the story. It's just really not that great, and I still did all the side shit, pre post game. I tapped out after the credits, but yeah, just did not engage me enough. It's also like I said, it's just the same game, which is same with all the old God of Wars, but those games combined were shorter than God of War 2018. Um, so you're not as tired of the combat, and they have like 10 times the amount of variance and like set pieces and shit. So they can get away with it a bit. Still, one of the bad things about the old ones, I don't even consider the old God of Wars like godly action games. They're great set piece games, but they're not amazing games in their own right. But yeah, shame about Ragnarok. If you guys want, once again, you want to hear about it in way more depth, you can watch the end of that playthrough. I should probably keep moving though, yeah, because I'm still going. But that's a big one this year. I still, like I said, I liked it. The amount of budget, the art direction, the skill that went into all that. It's strong enough. It is fun enough. It's not like mind-numbingly boring, but it was underwhelming. And that was the overall take. I blame mostly the story and the lack of really too much shakeups in other areas. The Dark Pictures Anthology, The Devil and Me. Pretty much what I said with the Quarry, but worse. Disjointed, nonsensical cutscenes. The choices barely matter and don't even like they barely know how to even like thread them together in a way that works. Uncanny, just unnatural, bizarre animations and facial animations. The story is just like it's just like I don't know. I guess the setup was okay. It's just like a hotel pretty much. Um, More contrived drama like the other ones. They just make up reasons to have like high school drama for you to have some kind of choice that doesn't matter pop up. Um, I have to kill this person or that person after we just had our breakup or something, right? Like, it's like okay. Um, they're really funny. It's really funny. All of them are. This one's probably the most just sad, funny from just like being a technical shit show, but just a bad game. All these games since Until Dawn have been fucking shit, dude. Yeah, I know it's the worst. Like the animation, the acting, like yeah, even like the faces and stuff. It feels like it's getting worse every time. Like watch the final chase scene in this game. I don't know if there's a version of events in that chase scene that don't look fucking bizarre. You're teleporting from like a roof to like the ground. Guys, like the killers are walking in, just like looking around, and then all of a sudden it just cuts to you just walking out the door or something, and like nobody's there, and just like weird shit like that. And like you'll watch people play this, and they're just like, huh? Like what's going on? Like it doesn't like it just feels like it's just extremely lazily slapped together to just be the bare minimum, and it just does not work. And this one, like the other ones were bad because the stories were bad, the contrivances were bad, um, the twists were generally pretty stupid, and they looked really uncanny and crappy. But like it was like at least it didn't feel like they were falling apart at the seams. But this one was almost like falling apart. It was wow. Maybe they shouldn't have released the Quarry in the same year. Just a thought. Very funny though. These games are all very funny. They know it a bit. They play into the cheese a little, but it feels like what I said earlier. It's like them failing at being a B movie. Like they're trying to be cheesy like a B movie, but they can't even manage to do that. So it's like kind of double funny. Um, it's a guilty pleasure. I usually watch these. It's one of the few games I will put on here that I didn't play because you can watch it and get the whole fucking idea. Um, I kind of want to play the next one on stream though. These are really funny games. But God, I just love watching. It's a guilty pleasure to sit back and watch somebody play one of these fucking pieces of shit, dude. I liked Until Dawn. I did play that one. But yeah, fucking hell, dude. Just a bad fucking game. Tembo the Badass Elephant. I don't know. Let me eat something real quick, and then we can have this speak for itself. Yeah, we showed that earlier when I was talking about Giga Wrecker. As soon as you boot up the game, that's what's happening, right? It's just not fun. It's better than Giga Wrecker. It's just a crappy Game Freak platformer. The controls feel like shit. There's like sliding. The air momentum does not feel good to control. Even just the height of the jumps and stuff. The way the levels are laid out. Like it's a cute platformer. It's got a bit more charm and looks a bit better than say Giga Wrecker. So it's better put together and for the most part. But still, why play Tembo over almost any platformer out there? If it doesn't feel good and the level design's not that great, and you're forced by the game to get almost like a 90% clear rate in every level, which means you can't even just speed through it and have fun just being fast. You have to slowly, tediously kill everything and collect everything. Then it's like, why even go for this one? Like, what's Tembo got? Yeah, I just boot it and it's just fucking pure shit. After that, it worked fine once I got it to work again. I said to restart and not alt tab or mess with the sound, apparently, but yeah. Game Freak quality. So another shitty Game Freak game. Lump it in there with the new Pokemon games and Giga Wrecker. Will we find a Game Freak game that's good? That isn't an ancient Pokemon game. I don't know anymore. We'll see. We'll try Drill Dozer at some point. I don't think I'm gonna do Little Town Hero. That's supposed to be like legit shit, but these were supposed to be good. They ended up pretty whatever. Oh, my nose. I think that's slowing me down today too. Yeah, we can hope. I don't know, man. It's fun playing their games, and I genuinely want to like hope there something in there is good. I think Drill Dozer might end up being good because it was made during the Pokemon Ruby Sapphire time period, back when they still had something going on. Later, Arcus. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging for so long. Apologies if the commentary or anything and the conversation's not been really that amazing. I'm sick. We've been going fucking forever. I'm trying to do like quick, dirty little pieces, things to say about these games so that I at least justify where they end up. But I feel like we're kind of just half-assing some of these. Man. That's all right though. Yep. Have a good one. Yeah. Like I said, if you want more, go to the playthrough. But definitely a piece of shit game. Case of the Golden Idol though. I Awake. This is a good game. One of the best games of this year. Maybe the best game. Who knows? I'm not gonna pick a best game. I don't think there's a single one that I'm like, this is the one. We'll just have a list as usual. But this game was sick. I liked it a lot. Just go play it. It's a deduction game where you look at a screen full of information. You have some information panels. Yeah, well, thanks for hanging out. It's been, I think that's one of the reasons it's been so long this time is I've had some good conversations with folks, which I appreciate. I think starting next year though, we're gonna have to split these into 2 different streams. I think with all the extra talk and other people bringing in lists and stuff, that'll be a 2-day streaming review. Usually over 12 hours, but fucking hell, man, yeah, we're like 15 hours in. But yeah, Case of the Golden Idol. Great game. The deduction game, like I said, dense screens where you're filling in different kinds of information bubbles and panels to figure out what has happened in this screen. And the screen surrounding it, you can kind of jump between screens at some points. Figure out what happened, who did what happened to people, whatever they want you to figure out. And you kind of go through this story over a couple decades, and it's just really cool. The music's good. The art's really unique. The deductions, you feel smart. They're clever, or they just make a lot of logical sense. It's just a very unique set of mechanics. It'll take you a few minutes to understand what's happening, but once you do, it's good. Definitely check it out. It's very new. Less than a few months old. Case of the Golden Idol. If you liked Return of the Obra Dinn, you should like this. No reason not to. It's very solid. That's actually how I found out about it. I'm pretty sure that the creator recommended it. Like I said, once we're done with putting all these in the filter, we'll go back through really quickly and pick out the best ones that I want to put in these last 2. That won't take very long because I'm not going to say much. It'll only take a while if I'm like, and I got to make sure I know which games came out this year, but probably not going to be a shitload, actually. That end up in the best and that released this year. I think it might be. I think most of the good games I played this year might not even be this year. There'll be a few, though. The other years, it's usually like a good 10, 20, 30 games in either category. Depends. Demon Throttle. It's another kind of twin stick. Kind of walking around shooting game. Shmup. So I mean, it's on rails, right? And you're walking and you're shooting. I don't know the version of that kind of shmup it is. So it's kind of like Pocky and Rocky, but you actually have more control. Physical only, Switch exclusive. Could rent that at least. So, it's a cute little game about a guy who is a cowboy. The demon general or king fucks his wife. I don't remember if he kidnaps her. I think he just fucks her. She likes it. And then some demon chick who gets her gem stolen. And they team up. And it's a co-op game, and you can swap between them if you're in solo. which is kind of shit because one of the characters isn't really that good, so it's probably just better for co-op. But regardless, you just pick one as you run. They each have separate health bars, and you kind of level them up while killing shit and just kind of running through these levels until um, you get to the demon guy, and he's got a huge cock, censored, and then you shoot the cock, and then you win. It's got some variants. You can unlock different weather effects, which will change the stages slightly. Different borders for the game, but nothing crazy. Overall, I'd say it's a little lighter on the features. It's fun enough, but I think the imbalance of the characters and kind of um, how short the game is for single player is kind of rough. When you fully die, you reset from the beginning of the game. But it's not like ultra hard. You'll get enough practice after like 5 or 6 runs to beat it. I don't know. It's just it's cute. The framing of the story is cool. Some of the little bits of comedy are kind of fun. Um, you don't see comedy like that as much anymore. The sexual kind, unless it's from AI. That's usually too prudish nowadays for that kind of stuff. So it's kind of refreshing to see some just kind of goofy humor like that, and all in good fun. But it's just an okay kind of shoot 'em up, man. It's not really that great. And that is Switch physical exclusive only. Good luck ever fucking playing it. Um, I don't have much else to say on it. Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. This game was pretty cool. I don't know if I'd outright call it a good game, though. Maybe? I'll call it a good game. I didn't want to get any more endings than what I got. A couple hours was enough for me. But depending on who you are, you might like it more. So, anyways, the game is. Yeah, my nose. The game is my nose. Okay. Yeah, so the game is essentially you playing stocks and supply and demand and buying off and bribing other traders in a game of back market, illegal space, organ trading. So there's a war going on, organs are needed, organs are being harvested, you've got to make some profits. The story is not terribly interesting. A lot of the time you're going so fast because you have like a limited amount of time to get on there and buy organs and sell and put up stuff and meet quests requirements that you're not really reading anything, or you're just kind of clicking through stuff because time doesn't really freeze as much, or maybe it did. But you're in such a momentum that you're not really reading a whole lot of stuff, and a lot of it's not super interesting anyways when it does pop up. But you're essentially just spending time just adjusting markets and reading markets and finding out little bits of news that you could use to maybe predict the next stock price or something. And it sounds kind of whatever, but it's actually pretty fun because it's a more arcadey, simple way of it. It's not like you're trying to really play the real stocks or some shit. Right? Um, yeah, it's it's worth checking out. It's an interesting little game. The presentation's really nice. It looks kind of stylish. I don't know how to explain it really. I mean, futuristic, but you're getting these kind of like odd views of like organs and made up, alien parts or something. It's all to pretty good music. If it didn't have the presentation or the tunes or anything, I would probably not even put it in the good category. But it's enough to kind of keep the momentum of it all going and keep you interested. God, my throat wasn't always so full of fucking mucus or whatever the fuck, dude. Like choking on the shit. 1 sec. Take a quick little break. Alright. Try to clean it out a little bit, but nothing made enough. Falling apart. Anyways, Tower Heaven. So this is an old, like, shit, dude, like 10 Tower of Heaven. When did this come out? 2009. Flash game with an bitchin' soundtrack. Really good soundtrack is what got me into it in the first place. Or got it on my radar. Basta finally persuaded me to play the fucking thing a few weeks back. Got me actually into it. But it's this cool platformer that's like 30-40 minutes long about this little dude climbing the Tower of God. And as you go up, new rules are placed. Like you can't move right or something, or you can't move left on like the ground or some shit, or you can't touch grass or greenery, or creatures or something like that. And they all start to stack together. Those aren't all real rules, by the way. They all start to stack, and it's these kind of clever platforming challenges utilizing all these rules. Just as soon as it probably, you'd be like, oh shit, man, this is getting maybe a little much. It ends, and then you move on, and it's a really just nicely paced, kind of clever little platformer with really good music and visuals. I would definitely recommend it. Apparently, these people went on to some of them make Katana Zero. Is that what I heard? I think Fast I mentioned that. Katana Zero is a fucking awesome game. Definitely play that. It makes sense. Quality and quality. So definitely, it was a cool game. I don't think it's like a god game or anything. It's too simple, too short. And while there's very simple short games that are realized enough or clever enough or polished enough to still be great, I don't think Tower Heaven goes far enough, but it's still a good game. I liked it. It was worth playing. The Looker. So the Looker is a joke game taking the piss out of The Witness. Dragon Quest 11. Yeah, we'll just say some quick. I did not only 180 something hours of that game. We did the review on that, the full tier list of Dragon Quest. Probably don't need to say too much more on it here because this is just kind of us placing shit, not really needing to dig into like some kind of big review for everything, but I don't know. I'll say some shit. Anyways, The Looker, it's a joke game, taking the piss out of The Witness. It's pretty funny at times. Well, I'm not like laughing about it, but it's a smile kind of game, right? But more impressively, it actually takes its cute little mechanic of literally just like drawing like from like yes to no pretty much, and makes a bunch of little mini games based on it, like a shooter, or you're like you're doing like a battleship sinking thing, or some other little jokes here and there, and they play into how pretentious the witness is at times with like random nonsensical philosophy and shit. And it's poking fun in the games in fun ways. You can tell they probably like the game, but they're taking the piss out of it. I thought it was a good time. Um, not a crazy amazing game or anything. I mean, but for a free game you get on Steam right now, it's a fun little joke witness thing. It surprised me how much went into it at times. So. Apparently the creator didn't like it though. Who fucking who, man? Yeah. Anyways, Dragon Quest 11. Good game. The last of the Dragon Quests we played. Finally. Super fucking long. I would argue probably a little too long. I think that last post game, which is actually just a story chunk, probably maybe didn't even need to be there, or at least not in the capacity it was. It was one of the unique parts of the game, but it was also kind of like too much. Otherwise, the game, God, I just really getting stopped up by this phlegm now, man. I'm just like fucked. Otherwise, I think it had the best characters, probably the best story, or at least most engaging story of a Dragon Quest. It's not like a godly story at the end of the day, but the best combat in Dragon Quest. It's fully fleshed out as much as that basic Dragon Quest one combat can go at this point. It looks great. A lot of new enemies and designs. Look very crispy, and it's still I really respect it in that it's staying true to its roots, the core, kind of like what Pokemon does, but actually manages to upgrade itself in all other ways. Except music, they really fucked the music up in 11. Probably because that dude was once foot in the grave. I don't know. But everywhere else they can upgrade it to still make it feel like Dragon Quest, but bring it into like a new generation and throw new ideas at it. They try to do, and I think it's a great game because of that. Because it does upgrade and it does really cool things, and it's just a lot of content. It's all very entertaining for the most part. Um, but they've never forgot what makes Dragon Quest as liked as it is, especially in the East. Um, yeah, like I said, I do think it gets a little long-winded by the end. The story's not always godly or anything, but furthermore, maybe there could be some better set piece moments and stuff. It's still Dragon Quest at the end of the day, so it's just extremely core, you know, baseline kind of JRPG, but by design, and they know it, so it's cool. It's very comfy. Um, Played it on the hard mode. Um, I'd say worth playing on that mode. It helped make all of the improved crafting and gathering and rewards feel that much more rewarding because you needed them more, and everything just kind of worked together very well there. Anyways, that's about all I'm going to say on it. This and Builders 2 are probably the best of the Dragon Quest games, I guess, that we played. I mean, we did a full series playthrough. Well, mainline and the Builders games. I have not played all the spin-offs. Astronaut, small indie Metroidvania, a very simple visual style, and a bit more of a focus on the Souls death system, but everything else was more of just kind of a tougher, semi-linear kind of challenge uh, chunks. Sorry. It's hard to explain. So some Metroidvanias are about movement, some are about combat, some are about maybe a bit of both, some are about just finding secrets and all that kind of stuff. There's all different kinds of focus. I would say this game is a bit more about um, simple, deliberate controls, and the challenge that comes from using those controls and getting from one checkpoint to the next, more than it is really exploration or any kind of crazy set piece or any kind of like crazy upgrades and movement stuff. You do get some dashes, you do get jetpacks and stuff. It does feel pretty solid there, but it's definitely more about the execution, the difficulty. I wouldn't call it a super hard game regardless, but it's been more focused on that. Down to the art style. There's not much to say about the art style. It's just black and white. I think it's trying to be stylish, but at the end of the day, it just feels like they probably just were trying to be cheaper. Which I get it. Same with like a lot of the sound and the music and stuff. It's. I think it was outsourced to some company. We had the dev in the chat for a little bit, which was cool. I like my Metroidvanias though, so I did enjoy it a bit. I didn't full 100% it. We did do most of most of them, but the game was just kind of a bitch to run back through at times because of, like I said, it kind of being a bit more execution focused at times. So I didn't really feel like I needed it or wanted to go back for a lot of these upgrades where I didn't even know where they would be. I kind of just got my feel of exploring after a bit and just kind of want to finish it up. Not a great game, but you know what? Not too shabby either. If you're just looking for a Metroidvania, it's like it could go worse. I did talk about Plague Tale Requiem already. Nice. Can skip that one. Power Wash Simulator. This was good. I liked Power Wash Simulator. It's a simple concept. You just wash, baby. You wash it. You get a bunch of different kind of heads for your washer and nozzles and chemicals and shit if you want. I didn't really use the chemicals much. And you aim and you clean off the most dirty fucking buildings and vehicles ever dirtied by anything ever. Everything's almost laughably dirty. They're always completely covered from top to bottom and shit. Doesn't mean that they all are equally easily cleanable in all sections though. There, depending on what surface it is, depending on what you're using, depending on just how the dirt's been kind of accumulated. You might have spent some more time, some less time, use a couple different little techniques here and there. But the game does a good job of giving you nice stationary movement options with the nozzle, or you could like unlock it and just move it like it's your hand. Full just normal camera options, crouching and ladders and scaffolding and all this kind of shit you can use to kind of just attack the the stages however you want. And the stages I feel like are the big thing that makes it good. It's not simulator totally, right? You're cleaning off giant boots, you're cleaning off ancient ruins, you're cleaning off like ancient buried statues, you're cleaning off a UFO, the Mars rover, you're cleaning off bizarro shit. And there's like a big story about saving the world from the apocalypse and shit. It's goofy. It starts very simple and it starts to work into that, and it's kind of fun there. So you're just some fucking dude washing. You're just washing. And it's long. It's like a 30-40 hour game because it takes a long time to do these washes. But it's just very satisfying seeing everything get cleaned. It's not a game I played like a 10-hour sessions. After that I just kind of did little bits here and there, and then the wrap up. Warshman. Yeah, the Warsher. So not a game I would probably play super long sessions back to back for. One, it's not good on your wrist. The game is like a lot of this, almost constant micro movements and shit. If you're a fucking speedrunner, you go even harder than that. You're fucking like just absolute maniac mode. So that's technically the best way to actually wash, but you're not gonna do that because it's uncomfortable and it's not comfy in a casual play. You might start to figure out that technique by the end when you get the super nozzle, but like generally not gonna be something you're gonna mess with. So it's very comfy overall. And there's just really good variety of stages, and it's a cool concept that they kind of play into in an arcadier way, but not full arcadey. You don't have to worry about like your water levels or anything, right? Alright, we're almost done. Return to Monkey Island. It was kind of underwhelming. Um, Kind of up its own ass with its ending again. I just don't think that guy can write endings for shit or just doesn't care. Most of the endings just feel like they're just flipping the finger to the fan base and for very little reason because they don't really own it very well. They don't feel like they're building towards anything cool or have anything interesting to say. It's just kind of just the novelty or something like that. So the ending suck for sure. That's what you're gonna hear most people talk about. But also, um, I don't think the comedy was as good. Um, the locations, the art, I don't think any of that was as interesting as like Monkey Island 2. I only played the first two, but I have no nostalgia for them at all. I played the second one only like a couple years ago, and I still liked it quite a bit. Or not quite a bit, but I liked it. You go to a lot of different areas. The cat game. Which cat? Oh, Stray? Oh, I did do Stray. Where is it? Did I not have that added on here? Is that not on my fucking list? Hold on here. Huh. What the? Yeah, I did play it. Why is Stray not on here? Did I really not add Stray to my finish pile? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I don't add games immediately to my finish pile. When did I finish Stray? I don't remember what games I played around Stray. Don't. Let me check my plots. Yeah, I did do Stray. I liked it more than I thought I would. I was like, LOL, it's the cat game. This is gonna be a game everybody likes because it's just the cat game. But I actually liked it pretty well. I thought it had pretty good world building, solid ass soundtrack, looked pretty good. I liked the idea of like kind of exploring the cyberpunk world in the form of a cat, and them actually letting you utilize like the verticality a cat can access and small spaces a cat can access to explore environments and be clever about how to unlock places and go find things. I expected it to be essentially just a fucking walking sim. I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised when it was a bit more than that. Let me see if I can find when did I do it? You had fun with it when you were being chased. Yeah, those were definitely not the best parts. I don't think they were like really super hard or annoying or anything, but the exploration bits were definitely the best. Stray. Where is Stray? Where is it? On YouTube at this point? Yeah, now I got me curious. Why was Stray not on here? 1 month ago, I did upload it. I don't think I'm gonna have a date on these though. When did I actually beat this game? I don't know. I don't know what I played around Stray. I have no fucking idea. I don't. We'll just put it in here somewhere. Yeah. When was Stray? Maybe it was around Frog Detective. I played it after So Big, like right after. You sure? No, that's too much. Live Alive was right after. I thought it was pretty close to Jeff Keighley's event. Yeah. I started to get distracted, but yeah, I actually enjoyed it. That's pretty cool. Shit, I can't believe I didn't add it. Makes me wonder what else I've missed. Probably more than I would think. You might be right though. I could just make up a date and we'll just, it doesn't really matter that much. I'll just put it in like after Frog Detective, dude. I mean, I uploaded the VOD last month. It's probably is earlier than that. Maybe after Giga Wrecker, I'll put it in, man. Sure. Was it October? Yeah, I could put it in after Cyvari or Delta. There's a 6-day gap. Well, what did I play it on? PS4? I could probably check that, but I'm not gonna mess with it. Let me add that to here then. My bad. Weird, man. Maybe I did add it and like didn't save. Genre, adventure probably. Yes, for release date. When did Stray come out? Yeah, I would actually. It was one of those few games that got nominated for the VGAs that I was actually like, actually deserves most of its nomination. Very pleasantly surprised that it was more than just a meme game. Okay, well, let's throw this in somewhere. I don't know. Where the fuck are we? I was gonna put it in right here. Oh, gotta delete this bit. Oh. No, I don't need to copy the whole fucking thing. Just put Stray. There we go. The hell am I thinking? Yeah. So Stray. Yeah, I for the reasons I just said, I like Stray. We'll do this other category later, but it'll probably end up in one of the better ones. Will a Wonderful World? Years ago. No, many years ago. Gotta be at least 3 or 4 plus. A while ago. Yeah, dude, it was a long ass fucking time ago. When did it come out? Came out 2017. I probably played it around 2017 then. On Switch. I had a launch trailer in 2018 on the Switch, so maybe I played it in 2018. It's been years. It's been a while though, no doubt. I don't know if I had a running order list at that point. Maybe. I'll have to check it out. I mean, I could find out for you for sure. Maybe. Um, see if it says in here. 2019. Yes, here it is. Yeah, date completed 2019. So yeah, 3. I guess it's 3 years now. Huh? About to be. How come? I guess not much. Let's sound straight. Like I said, it looked really good. I really enjoyed actually how they utilized the cat to explore. I like that it actually was like a full exploration adventure thing with like secrets and all that shit. Um, just I was surprised by that. I really expect to be just kind of like a limbo type of just more simple walking sim type of thing. So it didn't overly play into the cat thing. The cats are cute thing. I mean, of course, cats are pretty cute and all that, but it had a lot more to say about its little world and stuff. And I wasn't like hugely emotionally into it or anything, but I found the world pretty engaging. A lot of the little side characters and uh, the world development for why everything was happening and all that. It felt like the typical the living, breathing world. Yeah, it was pretty believable. I think they did a good job there. It being all contextual jumps and shit, obviously it doesn't feel great, but it makes sense. If you could just jump however you want, you really wouldn't be able to scale the hyper detailed environments in the same way. So I think it works out there. And it actually like I said, it had an actual soundtrack. It wasn't just like purely ambient bullshit. So or some orchestral score. So that was refreshing. I could actually be like, hey, there's music here, and it's kind of adding to the scene for a change. Shit. I forgot to add that. I really need to add every game as soon as I finish it instead of like putting them all together and then totally fucking forgetting to do one or two. Because some of these will get lost in like um, in chapters for other games or something. Because I probably started something else that day. Anywho, return to Monkey Island. Yeah, the puzzles aren't that great. They try to make them less wacky and moon logic, which I can respect. But I think the moon logic is and the zaniness that comes with those puzzles is kind of important to the comedy and sort of the charm of Monkey Island. So I kind of wish they would have tried to couple those things a bit better. The zaniness, but also more like um, accessible, less moon logic heavy kind of bullshit. I would prefer the moon logic if it meant that was a more cute, fun little puzzle. Maybe they could just hint better at things. That would be the solve, I guess, to make it a bit less difficult. Instead, they just go for really boring in Return to Monkey Island. Also, the areas just don't really feel that alive. I don't really care for the puppeteer kind of animation or the kind of new what do they call it, the megacorp art style or whatever the fuck. Um, it just doesn't look as detailed. The areas just seem much more lifeless, and they're just not as fun. For that matter, you're going back through a lot of the same areas from the other games, and that kind of blows. Still pretty okay, but whenever I think of this game, it feels just like a fucking lonely, just kind of like I don't want to experience it. It's just kind of like I don't want to think about Monkey Island, Return to Monkey Island much anymore. I'd totally be fine to play like 3 or something that's just got a lot more life and like kind of charm in it. But Return to Monkey Island was just kind of. I don't. I've been going for so long here. I'm not gonna go any longer on that. Warcraft 4 Hammer, 40k Dark Tide. I had fun with it. I think it's got a lot of issues. That it's a $40-50 game, and that it still has a bunch of microtransactions, is strip rating content, and doesn't even get close to apparently what Vermintide has for content. At launch, there's kind of rough. Some of the balance of classes, some of the performance issues, the story being kind of just a fucking joke. The gear system being a random rotating shop. That you have to wait to possibly get a weapon you want. That's possibly the rarity you want. So that you can go possibly roll enchantments that you can't like go back on as the end game is kind of whatever. Other than that, it's like some difficulty options, which all fine and dandy, but I don't know. There's some choices there with talents and stuff that were cute, but a lot of it just doesn't feel distinct enough. And a lot of the weapons just feel like they're not that great. At least I played a level 30 at max on a psychokinetic. Yeah, I had fun getting to max. It was kind of a fun little like Left 4 Dead type of horde shooter thing, but like a lot of people said with Vermintide, it's probably going to be good in 3 or 4 years. I think it's still a fun game to run through. It looks really nice. It got me into reading 40k lore, which is really interesting. Jasper Kide, God composer guy, did the music for it. It's really good. It really matches. It's this kind of like mix of like synth, church, kind of like this kind of this. I mean, the whole thing with 4K is it's just like ultra grim and like fucked, super bleak, like crazy space sci-fi thing. And it kind of just captures that. A lot of it does. So really good soundtrack. Big fan. A lot of good stuff in it. I'm not gonna go through it all, but it's gonna be a little too loud. But this is the guy who did, like original Assassin's Creed soundtrack, and he did his own game, and he's done a bazillion soundtracks. That's probably not that's not his most recognizable work. I'm just too tired to remember it all. Yeah, so I had fun with it, but I wouldn't call it like a great game or anything. So, anyways, last couple here, and then we'll go back through real quick, filter, and pray I didn't miss any more games. Yeah, especially because I missed Stray. I actually like that one. That was weird. I was thinking about Stray at the beginning of this, and I was like, I wonder when we're getting to it. And that just kind of never happened. So Final Fantasy Crisis Core Reunion. Do I think this is a bad game? Some of you were in here watching it. What do you folks think on Crisis Core? I was expecting a lot better from it for sure. While I respect that the remake has like played up the action a little bit better, it's still pretty basic action, pretty easy to cheese or abuse, like stuff like jumps and stuff with. The roulette system is a cute idea. It throws some spice in the gameplay, but it still doesn't really amount to much other than you spamming a different ability. Games suck. Mediocre. Yeah. I think I might go. It's a little less than mediocre for me, but I think I'll leave it as mediocre. Good to see you, Bruce. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thanks again for Loop Hero. By the way, I've already thanked you. I'm gonna thank you again. Yeah. I don't know. The story is like funny bad, the new voice acting's pretty bad. Yeah, Genesis, the Gact stand-in guy who only quotes poetry and is like this just Chuny Lord is really funny and very Nomura, but like very bad. It's one of those stories I'd honestly prefer FF7 without even fucking thinking about any of this stuff. It doesn't make Zack any more interesting. All it does is just, I feel like, water down who Sephiroth was, who Zack was, and then the mystery of kind of what all happened beforehand and the sacrifice and weird shit that happened to kind of get Cloud and them onto where they were. It's not a story that needed telling for me, at least not in the quality they put it out in. As far as remasters, remakes go, I didn't play the original. Probably it probably looks crispier, but it does look a little off sometimes. It looks a little cheap. I think this is a game, especially because it's like 10 hours long and the rest is like 30 hours of mindless side content. It's a game that I don't think is 50 to $60. It should have been $30. I think it's kind of bullshit for how the game looks and how little they truly are like remaking from the ground up, that they're selling it for almost the same price as FF7 Remake. Yeah, I if you got nostalgia for Crisis Core, you'll probably like it, but I don't think it's seeming like Crisis Core is just kind of whatever. Anyways, Phonotopia Awaken. Games suck. Oh. We just did Phonotopia Awakening 2 days ago. Went really hard on talking about it. Really good game. Really great secrets. It's just a fun, like, Zelda 2 inspired, but kind of Metroidvania thing. If you're the kind of person who wants to not be treated like an idiot, who likes to find secrets, who wants every screen to be very dense and a lot of interesting little mechanics in a game to help you find said secrets, play Phonotopia. I don't know if all that, I don't know if those sentences just made enough sense there, but it is a game that, while not ultra innovative, is extremely clean and consistent. It has a lot of fucking content. You can feel a lot of passion, a lot of soul from it. It's like, it took me like what, 60 hours or something. I mean, I'm slow, so I talk a lot. It's probably more for 50 hours for most people. Just to get through all the content. And it was fun and addicting the whole way through, just 100%ing it, finding all the secrets. And it's pretty, not even an expensive game, it's pretty cheap. It was originally a Flash game, and then they made it into like a full real game, expanded on it. Great soundtrack. Pretty solid visuals, a lot of variety. Every room feels different. Every area looks visually much more different. What I said earlier about each room looking different, more layouts and some assets here and there, obviously. None of them just feel like, they're copying the same tile set over and over. A lot of secrets fun, a lot of ways to interact with the world. The combat is a bit more deliberate. There's a lot more stamina, waiting for stamina. There's a lot more weight to stuff and time it takes to set up attacks or something. It's not like ultra slow or anything. But if you're looking for like dashes and super speed and ultra smooth, it's probably not the way to go. But what the combat does is it makes all the movement and all the tools you're going to be using in combat more interesting to use in the exploration. And it also affects just the pace and just the feel of the exploration, right? If you're dashing all around a room, just blasting into shit, well, then the feeling of you're not gonna have really a feeling of climbing up something, of checking it for secrets, of getting over like a wall or something. You're just gonna blast over it. And so I feel like those kinds of reasons are why it probably in some ways feels the way it does. I think they could still have upgraded the combat bit, but I thought it was fine for the most part. It's a game for people who like secrets, who like to explore, and a game that respects that. Um, Other than that, the story's a little shaky. The upfront story, but the lore, the tone, and the pace of all that is pretty good. It just has a couple of shitty exposition dumps, especially near the end, and tone problems as they try to get ready for a second game that I hope they get to make someday. Anyways, yeah, great game. Um, Now I sort by this, and we fuck up all the orders of that. Doesn't matter anymore, I guess. We bust through these really quickly because I'm getting pretty tired. We put in the games that I think were the best this year. I put in two just for shits already. The best that came out this year. I'm gonna tell you right now. You're looking a little light. We'll see. We'll see what we end up. What we end up with. Maybe there's more than I expect. Uh, I'll put Bayonetta 3 in here. I love the action games. I think the variety on display is like really good. There's so many creative ass weapons. It's really neat. I definitely think it's the weakest of the Bayonettas, but it's still Bayonetta, so it's still a good time. I'm shaky. I almost don't want to, but I kind of gotta give it up a little bit for Bayonetta. I did. Sorry here. I don't think it's gonna go as one of my best of the year, but I did like it. I just don't have a lot of nostalgia or anything for TMNT, so all the fan service and nods are lost on me. But I did like it as a beat 'em up. It was a good time. Nice amount of levels, nice set pieces, and the flow of all the combat was really, really clean. All right, Art of Rally. That's not gonna go in there. Codeman, nope. Demon Turf, nope. Desperados 3. Uh, I don't know. I thought Desperados 3 was an impressive game. I think the top down stealth, the depth of it was really solid. The freedom you have to handle missions in a lot of ways was good. But there was something about the game that while I think it's good and impressive and all that, it's like I could only play like a mission or two a day. I feel like they're very long, very involved, almost fucking tiring. And the story and the framing of it all just wasn't enough to keep you kind of freshened up with or keep you not freshened, but kind of gripped. It was definitely more just about the gameplay and stuff, which was really good. I think it's a really solid game. I don't know if I put it as one of the best though. Kind of want to, but I respect it as being somebody's like one of the best games they played of the year. I just don't know if it quite hit me on that same level. I don't get the same feeling from that as I do like a disco or anything. Elden Ring for sure. Dragon Quest 11 for sure. Not 8. Echo Generation. Uh, I don't know. Maybe I play Echo Generation. Thoughts on that? Beat it out. No. I'm just not down there yet. I'm just making a list of the best ones. This list on the left here is just the good games, and then I'm going to put the best games from that list over here. I'm not going to pick like a single game. It's just going to be a list of like 10 things. I'm just not down there yet. This game I just slapped in here early for fun. Live Alive's right here. I don't know about Echo Generation though. Oh, you're asking me. Um, yes, probably I would say yeah. Personally, yeah. I think there's a good argument for 11 being better. The sheer scale of it, the amount of systems that play there, um, how it stays true to the kind of core of Dragon Quest while upgrading all the other elements like the presentation. Um, but Live Alive is just so creative, has so many different stories and ways of gameplay, vehicles for gameplay, and still wraps them all together in a really cool package. And it doesn't really get bloated. Like Dragon Quest XI gets a little too long for its own good by the end. So on a personal level, I just like what Live Alive does more. It's more unique. I've played all the Dragon Quests to this point, so I'm just kind of like, okay. While 11's probably the best of the mainline Dragon Quest, it's still just more Dragon Quest. Where Live Alive is something truly special. But yeah, I would say definitely Live Alive's better. But that's just me. I don't think like objectively it's like a huge like yeah, it's just way bigger. I just personally because I just like the more creative shit at this point a bit better. I don't know about Echo Generation as one of the best. Yeah, Far Future is just like way too good. Like Far Future alone is like way Dragon Quest. All the Dragon Quest stories combined. Yeah, I don't know. Echo Generation. You guys think Echo Generation's like a best game of the year? Do you think it hits that level? It's pretty good. I don't know if it's like best. Yeah, it's just fine. Yeah, I think you're right. Metroid Odyssey for sure. Oh, I had a lot of fun with that. Great music, great art. It feels good. Famicom, no, this is as far as that goes. God of War, definitely not. It barely hits this one. Gorogoa, nah, probably not. I just don't think the level of puzzle or clarity of the maybe the story and all that is enough for me. It's very artsy. There's some cute ideas there for puzzles and point and clicks, but uh, I wouldn't go much farther than that. Inscription, I kind of I'm tired of like I said meta gimmicks, and I do think it peaks in the first part, but it's pretty cool, man. I enjoy it pretty well. We're gonna put it in there. Kimmy for sure. People may who knows, people might not agree with me on that one, but I thought it was just a clean VN with like really human dialogue and issues that um you could actually like understand and feel like for real things that it kind of tries to tap into and handles it with grace and nuance and stuff that I don't expect from a lot of video game writing. So it was cool. It's not like some kind of crazy scope god game or anything, but it's just a really well done game about some topics you don't see enough. Um, Kirby. None of these Kirby's are gonna make it. I don't think there's a single Kirby game that isn't like 64 that I'd put in like a best of list. I mean, Forgotten Land's pretty comfy. It's cool, but it's not really like a godly game. It's not like the best game of the year or anything. It's just like simple fun. I mean, Dreamland 3 is cute, but kind of goes back in the gameplay, like I said. Mass Attack, I almost want to put it in here because it's got an impressive amount of variety. But Jesus, that ending requirement, and sometimes the gameplay gets a little old. The touch shit's kind of like, meh. Probably not. Superstar Ultra. Well, it's a good Kirby game. That doesn't mean a whole lot. So, nope. I don't think so. I think it's fun still. Yeah, it's comfy. They're mostly enjoyable. Not every Kirby game's good, but most of them are pretty enjoyable. And their variety on doing a full series playthrough is pretty cool. But I would say overall though, yeah, that I would like Superstar Ultra is definitely really clean. But at the end of the day, the floatiness of Kirby, the level design, and the challenges they kind of throw at you don't feel just tight enough ever to me. It doesn't feel smooth enough compared to like other platformers or other action games. It's comfy, it's simple, it's cool, just kind of to just do. Maybe I should switch to the stray music. Something that's a bit more in the background. But yeah, despite that being one of the best Kirby games, it just it's still Kirby, man. I honestly just don't feel like Kirby feels good enough, even at its best, to really be something I'd be like, oh yeah, this was the best thing I played this year. Enjoyable, absolutely, but yeah, not enough there. Oh my god, I know this dude. Um, hot air making my fucking mustache feel weird. Yeah. So Blah Blast, no. Dream Course, no. Robobot, no. It's good, but if Superstar Ultra's not gonna make it, I don't think Robobot's gonna make it. It's good. It's got good variety. The gimmick's actually solid. The ending's pretty fun, but nope. And if that's not gonna make it, these aren't gonna make it. Kubanashi Recollection. Probably not. I liked it. The difficulty was pretty heavy duty, which was neat for puzzle platformer. The music was good, but I don't know if it was clever enough or did anything really super innovative or fresh enough. And the presentation, the visuals, and all that really weren't like super crazy. For me to really, I feel like edge it out to be like just better than good. Like I like it, it's solid, but I don't think I'd be like this is one of the best. Not something I just be like I could just recommend to anybody. Not that that's the criteria, but uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it makes it. We'll do another pass maybe. Live Alive remake for sure. Manifold Garden, yeah, I would say so. Like I said, I think the perspective block puzzles kind of are a little more dull. They're not as impressive as like the Infinite Worlds puzzles. So when you just have one of those spliced in between cool stuff like that, it feels kind of underwhelming. Um, but otherwise, I think it does some really cool things visually and has some fun while easy kind of puzzle mechanics and ideas there. I really like what they're going for. Like I said, I feel like where are we getting this on? Weird. Um, I don't know what else either. Like I said, something like Superliminal, I feel like is a bit more fleshed out and like cleaned up for if we're talking about games with like unique mechanics. Manifold Garden feels a little bit more, like I said, sloppy at times because of stuff like the cube puzzles and shit just not being quite there. But it's still a pretty damn cool game. So, wait, I guess I'd put this as a notable game. I think the mechanics are really unique. 3D World, Bowser's Fury. Nope. Sunbreak. Why not? I put it in every other fucking year. Why not this year? Muscle March. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with Muscle March. It's just not like a crazy big game or anything. It's just like, 3 or 4 stages of like fun music and a cool idea. I would say just the inconsistency of the Wii Remote controls alone, which maybe it's more on my end, is probably enough to say no. I really like it. Yeah. Norco, maybe. Definitely Opus. Norco, I think you could argue maybe not. I like the Louisiana Bayou Cyberpunk mix. I think is a point and click. There's a lot of good variety there and world building. Some of the trippier stuff is really cool, and the puzzle stuff, while being a bit more logical at times, is a lot of fun. It's just a clean point and click. Um, a lot of variety. It's not like a style or story that you're gonna like remember forever, but I'll definitely remember the world and the visuals and stuff. Opus, like I said, great world building, good story, to your presentation, music. Peggle, yeah, we're not going. Peggle ain't going anywhere more. Phonotopia Awakening, definitely one of the best ones. I just love Secrets. I love Thorn. Love Troidmanias. Simple as, man. I love smacking shit with the bat. I had a lot of fun with Power Wash Simulator, but at the end of the day, it's just Power Wash Simulator. I don't think it's. I think maybe it could have went a little crazier into the arcadiness. Um, Possibly. Maybe that could have tipped it a bit more. I mean, they go pretty wacky into the map. So it's like, I mean, really, I don't have big problems with it. It's just it's a hard one to really nail down because it's more just personal. Like, because it's already kind of like a very niche like idea. Like, do you like cleaning shit? Does that feel good? If it does it well. It's got full co-op with like a bunch of people. It's fully featured. I think maybe if they maybe improved how the chemicals worked and actually made those processes a bit more interesting, to apply, maybe that would help the depth there. I liked it. I don't know. Best games though. Eh. it feels like I should go for something a bit more. But it's like, well, what's wrong with Power Wash Simulator, right? It does what it's doing just fine, right? I mean, it does it in a creative way. Yeah, it's not like a crazy idea, but it's still unique. I don't know. Maybe I'd put it on there. I mean, I was definitely done with it by the end, though. So I guess the idea. I'll discourse a bit. We'll just leave it good. I'm comfortable with that. Project Wingman. Yeah, I guess. Why not? Um, like I said, the story's a little just kind of tactical bullshit, but the music was pretty kick-ass. Looked really good, and just getting better at piloting these jets and the dogfighting and taking out some of the more sci-fi targets and boats and stuff was something you could really get good at, and you felt kind of badass. And maybe it's the novelty of a jet fighter game, and I haven't played enough of them, but it felt pretty fresh to me, and I like that. Um, Rainy Season, super comfy game, comfy core, one of the more comfy games of the year. I don't think there's enough to it though to really call it one of the best. Um, like I said, it's just you in a fucking like Japanese, your grandma's Japanese house or whatever. Um, checking out a few like kind of surreal, kind of daydreamy areas in the house and spirits and stuff. It's kind of daydreaming essentially, living out daydreams. Yeah, soft locking behind the house or on the roof. Yeah, good old days, man. Classic. It's a good game. I like it. It's like I said, it's very comfy. Very very cool there. Um, but it's not really pushing it for me. I think maybe if there was a bit more to find around the home, there was more to the home. Instead of just kind of ending after like 40 minutes of play or whatever, you set the timer to it actually kind of went through something. Um, some more of a story to it, maybe. Yeah. That's what rainy season was. I spent probably out of like 3 or 4 hours playing the game, probably 2 or 3 hours trying to glitch out of fucking areas. Yeah, soft lock in the game. And the boys soft locking outside grandma's house. Anyways, yeah, cool game. Not one of the best though. Record of Lotus War, yeah, probably not. I think it was cool, but um, it's not even the best game I played by them this year. Where's Toho? Oh, there it is. I don't even know if I put Toho on there. Maybe? Yeah, I think Lotus War. I don't know. I think because the pace is a touch slower, the level design feels like it could have opened up a bit for you to do more fun, kind of like dungeon crawly kind of stuff from like the actual show and the IP. But they don't really do that. Still a good game. The story shit as usual, and all their games have shit stories, but they're really short stories. Uh, Overall, fun game, great combat. Yeah. Retirement's nude beach volleyball. Nah, I don't think so. I really liked where they were going with the story. Um, it was, I don't know if touching is the word there. A little exaggerated, but I liked the twists with it and the story about connection and family and stuff. But it's not like the most fun game to play, and it's not that clever. So, Space Warlord, nah, that's as far as that goes. Octo Expansion, Yeah, it's really fun. Splatoon's just really just clean to play. I guess I'll put Splatoon 3. Like I said, I think it needs to be more than it is, but it's objectively like the best Splatoon game, and I did play it a shitload. um, it just needed to be way more than it is. Not enough upgrades, but still good. It's still one of the best games I played this year. Splatoon's just solid. It's more Splatoon in general than specifically 3. Still one of the better and more creative third-person shooters of recent years. So, oh wait, Stray, sure, I guess. I guess it was one of the best ones. I really did like the world design and the world building. Like I said, I liked what they did with the cat and how that worked with the exploration. I liked that it wasn't just a fucking walking sim. It was full. It got ad secrets. It was actual exploration. Um, I don't think the story ever really hits a moment where I'm feeling a lot of emotion from it, but I am kind of engaged in the world and curious about learning more about it. At least seeing what kind of fun little interactions you're gonna have with some of the side characters. But yeah, all the finales and stuff. I didn't feel a whole lot about all that, which but it still ends on a good note, and it was fun enough. The chases and stuff definitely weren't like the best, but they weren't too bad. I really like Sub Serial Network, but it's not one of the best. One of the best soundtracks that I've listened to this year. Big fan. But no, probably not. Um, it's hard to compare to like Hypnospace Outlaw. Super Clown Build. It's really fun 3D platformer. Um, the story's a little shit, more than a little. Some of the visuals are a bit bare bones, but that doesn't really matter that much. Um, I liked it quite a bit. It was really fun, but it feels it's like on the fringe, man. uh, do I want to put it on there? I mean, it's really fun. Boosting around. You know what? I'll put it on there just for shits. I think I'm aiming way too generous with some of these. it's it's just fun. It's just a good time. What it lacks in story and presentation and all that stuff doesn't really matter that much because it makes up for it in gameplay, and that's what it's totally focused on. Plenty of content, um, good challenge. Yeah, we'll put it in there. I mean, I don't have big complaints about it, so I guess it's good. Oh god, yeah. Sorry, it sounds like I'm trying to talk weird. Other than being tired, yeah, I just got like shit throat and stuck in my nose. Yeah, Tycho. No. I mean, it's Tycho. Tales from Off Peak. I really liked the bizarre world. It was cool to explore, but I mean, it just leaves off for another one. If I was a bigger TMNT fan, maybe some of the nods and stuff I'd find more joy in. But overall, though, it's a solid beat 'em up. The 6 players or 8 players or whatever it is really cool. Um, but we just played it with 2. One sec. Thought I heard something. I guess it's fine. I must have just been in the song. Sometimes our plumbing has weird issues and we gotta like go like re-flush shit or mess with stuff. So I think it was just in the song. It sounded very similar. The Case of the Golden Idol. This was really good. I really like this one. Definitely hit this list. Boom, easy lock in. This will definitely be in the upper echelon. If I were to further tier list these into like even like an order, it would definitely be near the top. I liked it quite. Nice deduction puzzle game, well polished. Good time. Looker, nah. Ninja Savior's nah. Pedestrian, nah. But I did like it. I thought that it was a neat gimmick. Cool ideas. Good game. That's why it's where it is. But um, I don't know if it has the level of polish or cleverness of some stuff like. I forgot to put in Arceus. Oh no, wait. I forgot to put in Scarlet and Violet. What the? Is that really not in here either? Maybe I didn't label this correctly yet. Hold on. What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, like, Jesus, I need to add these right away. What the fuck? I have Scarlet and Violet on here? When did I do that? Maybe I uploaded that almost immediately. Yeah, it was close to release. Maybe that's around when I did Stray. Maybe I usually used my Twitch VODs as a way to figure out when I did stuff and write those down. Maybe what happened was I put those VODs out immediately and then deleted them. Oh yeah, because of that stupid song thing. And then when I checked to add stuff to my list, I just didn't see Scarlet and Violet there. And I bet you Stray was in there too. I would not be surprised. Because Stray was near the end of the month. So it came out on the 18th. Yeah, I probably did it right after. Yeah, it was after Tembo. Yeah, I think it was Stray, then Tembo. Shit. Okay. I think that's it. I did Scarlet, so um, this is not even gonna be accurate anymore. The number doesn't matter that much. Day completed. I probably finished it on the 22nd. We'll just make up 22nd. Um, JRPG Adventure. Whatever. Switch. Release date. The 18th. Yeah, I really think Stray was actually like down there. I played it really close to Jeff's event. I think, right? Was it? When was Jeff's event? December? I actually don't remember. Maybe you were right. When was the VGAs, dude? I'll have to check. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe it was before Ragnarok. I'm thinking of. I mean, the VGAs were December 8th. I don't know. I wish I could check. I feel like that would just explain, like, why would I randomly not have Stray and fucking. What else am I missing? Let me check. Sorry, this is probably not the time, but oh, who cares what the time is? I'm fucking 10 zillion hours into the fucking day. Um, I got a lot of these old runs in here. Got God of War, Tembo's in here, Scarlet. Unsigned Live Alive, Soul Hackers 1, Plays 2. I uploaded it at the same time as around Plague Tale, but that doesn't mean I played them at the same time. Weird, man. Whatever. I think we still got everything. I mean, maybe I missed something. I don't know. I hope not. I really need to just keep up with putting it immediately on lists. I'm building up over a couple weeks, then putting them down. They're just bound to miss something. I always just forget. Weird. Okay, well, somehow I forgot Scarlet Violet. Maybe I was just so tired of talking about it. Let's just slap it in here. Pokemon Scarlet. Should get that in there. I don't need to explain it that much. We talked about it for like an hour for Arceus at the beginning of the stream. It's just another lazy micro step forward and just a few steps back. Technical joke. Not enough innovation. Just not living up to the potential of what Pokemon could be for the amount of money involved and the amount of ideas. You could easily at least pursue, if not implement, for a game like that. Regardless of what it could be, it's also just, I mean, just a shitty game. Yeah, I've already talked it up and down though. Weird, dude. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, when you said that, I was like, did he mean Scarlet? And then I was like, wait, Scarlet isn't actually in here. I know you meant like as at the best category, but yeah, what the fuck? Those are such big ones too, man. Yeah, probably not on the pedestrian. It's good. I like it enough. It's a cute game. Goes some cute places, but what? Immortality's not on here either. It's not. Oh Jesus, dude. That one wasn't in VODs at all. That's the reason. Because I did it in Discord. Immortality. When did I play that? Oh wait, I could find out at least. Because we streamed it. Picture could okay, let me go down there to the stream chat. type in smoke. I'll type in Jared Leto. Dude, yeah, I can't believe I just forgot about it. Okay, Cactus. How is this guy not Jared Leto? Sam, the Jared Leto cure. Okay, I know. I at least got hard dates for immortality. I think we finished it on the 19th. Oh God, Jesus. Whatever. Yeah, I gotta. It's gotta stop. I gotta put these in immediately. Some of these were some pretty big games too that I've talked about a lot over the years, and like they're just like fucking. I've totally forgotten about them on this list. Uh, I went in really having high hopes after the first day or so. It reminds me a lot of like a David Lynch film, but we had so much theory crafting, so many possibilities of what everything could be, and it ends up being the most kind of weak of them. Um, the surrealness and the form of it, this kind of like you watching like little clips of different movies in like random disjointed orders and just bouncing between them by clicking like just random objects and frames is like a cool idea, but it kind of kills the okay, this is way too distracting. It kind of kills any kind of like story structure. So unless all of the little movies or all of the little clips are very focused and it has a very careful way of revealing an interesting mystery, it kind of a lot of it can feel kind of fluff or even pretentious at times because it's just trying to be kind of weird or artsy for the sake of it. I really like what they're trying to do with it. I respect that a lot. I like the surrealism. I like that they're trying to have this kind of disjointed way of telling a story. They try to do it with her story as well, probably to some better success. Same devs, and they failed with telling lies for sure. But I don't know, man. I mean, the acting's good. They're acting about acting about acting, which is pretty cool. Um, so that's neat. Some of the movies they're making are kind of interesting, but I don't know. I just think the character work, I think the disjointed way of telling the story um, just isn't worth it for the kind of mystery that they're actually like trying to deliver. I don't know. It's one of those games that's kind of niche. You're going to get a lot of people who just think it's weird and then just say it's dog shit, right? And it's like, okay, well, whatever with those people. All right. They just don't want to try something different. But I think when it's somebody who like actually kind of likes the more surreal, the bizarre, kind of experimental type of shit, and even they are kind of iffy on it. And then it's like that's kind of how I feel on it. I don't know. We had fun with it in the Discord. There's a lot of tits and shit, so we did it off streams. I didn't want to fuck with it. Um, Experimental's not really genre. Uh, when did this come out? Yeah. Um, I don't know. I think it's one of those a lot of different groups can attach themselves to. Some people will get really into maybe the pretentiousness of it. It seems really artsy. It seems really deep. It's not really all that deep, but it seems really deep. They're in smoky rooms, and the lady's hair is slicked back, and she's wearing her tits are out, and there's nipples, and And she's not saying what she means, and it's all weird. And it's like, okay, well, some people are gonna think they're the hot shit for liking it in an artsy way. Like I said, it could be too weird for people who just aren't into that, into experimental shit. It's not like a Marvel movie. There's a lot of reasons I could see people liking it too much for the wrong reasons, hating it too much for the wrong reasons. It's one of those kind of like probably divisive ones there. Yeah, to me personally though, it just cool ideas in service of something that wasn't as smart or as interesting as it really should have been. I don't want to like spoil the whole thing, but Mortality release date August. On Giga Wrecker. What? Is it really a Z after alt? What do you mean? Huh? Puzzle? No, it doesn't. There's two Z's. This motherfucker's insane. Oh, for Saivari or Delta. Oh wait, is that Manifold Garden? Okay, I see what you're saying. I thought I was clicking. It's a TV. I'm like, and it's been up for fucking 10 years. I see. I thought it was like right there. I was like, what the? This guy crazy? I got. I guess I needed to add immortality in here. Yeah, I don't know. I think her story's better put together. I like the experimental, the tone side of immortality more. I just really wish the story went as deep as we were expecting it to, or hoping it would. It has a very literal explanation, and it doesn't take a whole lot of digging to figure out what that is. And it explains what's going on, but it's one of those I'd almost prefer it to be a bit more symbolic or something. And I'm not usually wanting that exactly, but like I was expecting some stuff to be like stand-ins for concepts. River City Girls. I'm not sure. Yeah, it was River City Girls. I want to say that was last year though. Let me check. Yeah, that was 2021. We're good. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, shivers. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we did River City Ransom as well. It was almost back to back, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't heard many people talk about it, but that's kind of how we felt. I think we were all kind of just wishy washy on it. Didn't hate it, but it was kind of underwhelming. It had so much potential, but yeah. I could see a lot of people attaching to Mortality in different ways. I would put it as a notable game though. Yeah, this is absolutely one of those I would put as notable. I'm not gonna put it as a bad or a great game. I would love to put it as a good game, but it's just I'd be lying to myself. I just think it's thing is like you could just go watch some movies. I mean, there's movies that pull off what it's kind of trying to do a lot better. Hell, we even watched one recently, man. Like, it's really hard to like. I mean, as a video game, yeah, maybe it's a bit more impressive there, but like, it's one of those things like, I've seen it in other mediums. It's like I don't. It's not as impressive. Yeah, anyways, pedestrian. I don't think it's gonna be a best game. Toho, go to Toho, man. I don't know. I want to say no. Would you draw and quarter me if I said no on Toho? I don't think it's the best. I think the scope of the level design and all that still is too weak. Yeah, and the Metroidvania elements. It's got good, yeah, combat, good bosses, but and it's short, it's focused, but it's not focused enough. There's too many weak points. Tower of Heaven, it was good. I liked it, but it's still just a 30-minute game that doesn't fully realize a concept. It's got a cute gimmick and it does flesh it out, but it doesn't feel like it ever reaches some kind of like fully featured kind of like point where we're like, yeah, this is as far as this is going. Tunic, Tunic, yeah, I think I'd put that in here. I really like the music. I like the more um I like how you have to figure out how the mechanics work in the game. I love the instruction manual. Some of the like Lama Lana light stuff is cool. Um, the Soulsy kind of, stamina combat shit. Not too shabby. Some of the item stuff. The adventuring's cool and all. Um, good secrets and shit. I think overall it's just a solid game. I liked it. It's got some little things here and there, but what it does, I guess we put Tunic as a notable game. I think the instruction manual at least is enough to, and how it kind of like takes maps and like even just teaching game mechanics is like a unlockable, interesting feature, and how it just handles that I think is really neat. I think it's a cool thing. Um, Boomerang each generation, I think I will. I'm gonna put it in there. I'm not afraid either. Um, I think the picture taking thing was cute. I think it's the progression of the world, kind of getting you discovering what's really going on. Um, the style, the music, um, the areas you can actually explore being pretty varied, but actually in service of some kind of world building is cool. It's just a solid adventure photography game. Like I said, I think the Evangelion references are a little too obvious. It's a little too fucking obvious when like the Shinji Mac is just jumping on top of me, but no, go ahead. If somebody remembers, that's great. Ooh, ever had that? I think was last year. No, I don't see it. Oh wait, was that Everhood with like 50 Everwood? When was Everhood? I don't even know. Oh Jesus. Are you like looking through my list? How do you know? January, really? I guess I could check my Steam. Oh, okay. Everhood. April. Last played April 21st. Jesus. What the fuck? January, February, March, April. Well, it's possible I turned it on at some point. Yeah, no, the videos are usually 2 months, possibly even more behind. I wouldn't use the dates of YouTube. Some of those, like Yakuza 6 is, I uploaded a few months ago. It's years old, right? The playthrough. Um, but yeah, okay. Um, I don't know when I played this then. I'm just gonna slap it in here. In the mood for 17 hours, as he deserves. I mean, I guess I could just write this date down anyways. April 21st, 2022. When did Everhood come out? Oh, yeah, I should. When I played it. Oh, God, Jesus. I'd put Everhood, I guess, is a good game, but that's as far as it goes. Did I put Death Room in this list? Death Room. That's not in here either. For good reason. You're not gonna be challenged at all, but it's clever. It's very interesting. I like the ideas of the puzzles. Um, I think you'll enjoy some of those innovative bits, but the actual the difficulty of them, not so much. There are actual parts, some of the worst parts in the game, that are raw puzzle bits where you play with perspective and blocks. Those are easy as well, but um, honestly, and they're more puzzly. You're gonna have to actually think a bit more, but those are some of the weaker parts. Now, if you do all the side stuff, the hidden endings and shit, there's actually some hard puzzle stuff there. It's a bit more on the secret side of things than just raw puzzly, but yeah, that's about what I'd say. It's not too difficult, but wrapping your mind around it is interesting, and there's some cool ideas there that they execute well enough. But like I was saying earlier, it's not as fleshed out as like a superliminal or anything, or like they take an actual cool idea and make like a pretty well-rounded game around it. It's a little lopsided at times with mechanics you don't care about here and there, and obviously like difficulties all over the place. I think it's worth playing. It's worth seeing. You'd get through it in like 4 or 5 hours, bro. What were we adding? Death Room. When did I play Death Room, dude? Turned so big, right? When during so big did I play it even? Do you remember after what game it was? I don't remember. Finished another game and just booted it up. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't remember what though. Was it like? I feel like Illbleed. It wasn't after Illbleed. It was like earlier. wasn't right after Mr. Mosquito because I finished it in the morning. Maybe after Deep Fear? I don't know. I mean, I was impressed with Manifold Garden, but it was more how the novelty factor than the actual, like, difficulty. If you're after difficulty, um, you're blind? Okay. Yeah, if you're after, like, a mind-bending, like, difficult puzzle game, not so much, but I think it's very clever despite that. It's a very cool concept. They do a few cool things. Um, yeah, I'm thinking after Deep Fear. Let's just do that. Fucking hell, man. I need to put these games in the second I finish them from now on. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh yeah. This game I can't blame myself because we didn't even know. I didn't even know if I was gonna rate this game. And a lot of the time I'm ending the stream dead tired, so I'm not putting them in right away. VN. I don't know, dude. Just VN. What even the fuck do you call this? It wasn't even the genre. A fucking death game, dude. Let's just leave it. Who cares? Who fucking cares? When did Death Room even come out, dude? Um, came out. Is there a date on this motherfucker, man? You not see dates? Really? You can't see dates on it? More information. Oh, here it is. Updated, published on the in 2015. November 1st, 2015. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, how many games are missing, man? And you know there's more. There's no way that's a magic item. I gotta start doing them right away. This happens every year a few times. I guess we'll add that in here too. Death Room. Yeah, Death Room was just almost like a non-VN. I mean, it's not good, but it's just barely anything. It's hard to really even talk about it. It's not a clever concept. They don't go, even if it was a clever concept, um, it would need to go into the characters a lot more than they do because that's all there really is. There's not any room for any kind of interesting set pieces or drama. They're just trapped in a fucking cube. Um, and it just doesn't do anything with the characters. It just, there's a bunch of endings that's kind of, yeah. There's like one ending that's funny where you just fuck everybody up, and it's kind of like a funny meme ending because it's like you normally can't do that in a lot of games. That was cute. But other than that, it was just. I mean, we barely even were gonna rate the fucking thing on the VN tier list. So not unsighted. I'm not gonna put Xenoblade in there. I don't think. Oop. Oh Lord, oh no. Oh, that's all right. I appreciate it. All right. Is this fair? Let's look back through these real quick. Is this accurate? Desperados I almost want to put, but on a personal level, like I don't know if it was the story. I don't know if it was just that it was very involved. It was a game that was almost just kind of like tiring to play. It's really well done, but call that one. More of a personal reason than really just like a good reason, but not that that's not a good. Neverhood, nah, that's not going anywhere. God of War, Kirby's. Yeah, I just don't feel strong enough about those Kirby's. Like I said, despite Manifold Garden not being like really a game that's gonna challenge you a shitload, it will make you kind of get a little smile. I'm like, ooh, well, that was clever. Yeah, it was last year. It might have been 2 years ago even. Yeah, 2020. Yeah, it's definitely more the novelty. It's still well done. But yeah, you might be stuck a couple times. Monster Hunter, Muscle March. I kind of want to put Muscle March in here, but it's just not enough songs, I feel like, to really warrant it. I mean, maybe for the price, it's actually pretty good, but. Power Wash. I mean, it's played out by the time you're like 40, 50 hours, and that's pretty good. It's a cool idea, and it goes hard enough on it, but. Yeah, it's kind of niche. You kind of just have to like want to be into Power Wash Simulator. I don't really feel like super like I just put it in. It's one of the best, right? Like I mean, it's not that the best list is something I feel like I could just show to anybody and you could just play any game on it and you'd enjoy it. Of course, that's not possible. There's a certain like something. Simulators are just hard because they're just like, in a way, things that generally aren't fun always. Like you're forklifting, but there's like some element of it. I like that somebody might find it entertaining. Volleyball. Super Club, but I'm kind of iffy on keeping here. But I really did just have fun platforming in it. So. Okay. Well, I guess I'm okay with this list. Let's see. We got like 20, 21 games. What came out this year? Bayonetta, Elden Ring, Sunbreak, Norco. Shit again, dude. Why does that? Stray was this year. Tunic. Was Umurangi this year? Yeah, I need to immediately do none. Yeah, 2020 was Umurangi. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I needed that. I could be missing shit. And I like having a complete list for people ask me questions or for references. Somebody wants to like recommend something, I'm like, oh, it's already on there. If they check it out. Or... What's the point of having a record if Deersim? I have Deersim on here. Oh, and yeah, I have Pocky and Rocky. My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, Bruce. I was just shocked we were missing shit. Yeah, Deersim's on here. I talked about Pocky and Rocky earlier, so I know it's on here. Yeah, they're here. Luckily, I got the ones that mattered, right? Like Deer Simulator. I got those covered, so I had that fucking on lockdown, apparently. Yeah, so these came out this year, right? Disco did not. Elden Ring did. Kiwi, I think Kiwi's been out for a while, but double check. Yeah, 2017. It's weird this shows an 8 out of 10 on Steam, but then you open it up and it's 100% rating. Don't get that. Oh. Yeah, Norco's this year. Live Alive remake was this year. Technically, it's a 20-something-year-old game. Big Man's been out for a few years. The new version of Opus was this year. Same with like maybe Disco, but I'm counting original release dates here. Yeah, I think that's it. So, best games played in 2022. Bayo, it's not super strong about it, but it's there. Disco, which I am strong about. It's a very good game. I'm not going to order these within the list of like picking like a favorite, but I am going to say how strong I feel about each one, which means that I like some of them a little bit more than others. I'd say I like Disco better than Bayonetta 3 and Dragon Quest and all that. Elden Ring I feel pretty good about. There's a few here that would probably eke out over it, but it's a pretty strong game. It's got its issues for sure, but I enjoyed it for the insane runtime I had on it. That train I'm feeling pretty good about. It was enjoyable. My ears give me shit. Inscription, like I said, some of the meta shit, it peaking in the first act, little iffy on, but I think overall it's pretty damn good. So we'll leave that. X Takes Two, it's a little too long, but the level of variety, quality and polish, and it being actually designed for co-op in mind, it's just impressive enough that even by the end, kind of being done, it's still really good. Kimmy, like I said, I really liked the oh, I think you should. I mean, the humor's not for everybody. The amount of just talking, it's not a lot of action. Nice guy. It's not like an action pack thing, but yeah, I really liked it. It just really respected the intelligence of the people playing it. It never beat you over the head with any kind of like particular message. It just presented a lot of different stuff. And it was just, even though it was almost nonstop dialogue, it was, to me, just always really engaging. The characters were really well fleshed out. You can tell the world was something they've been writing in for decades now, which I think they have been. It's pretty well thought out, an interesting amount of like mystery and like mysticism to it, but also somewhat grounded. And like I said, just really engaging dialogue. I mean, they feel like, you know, actual people, or at least just the stuff they say, even if it doesn't feel like quite human. It's there's something about it that's just interesting. And yeah, I just really liked it. Definitely not for everybody though, but I would definitely say yeah, give it another shot. If you really don't like it, I get it for sure. Like I said, I mean, it is a lot of just talking. The dark humor is not everybody's cup of tea. Um, a lot of shit talk kind of stuff in it, poking fun at a lot of different people. Um, it's a lot of just kind of sitting around listening to people talk to you. Haritama, he's the guy that did the Katamari speedruns at the GDQ with the VTuber Fox. I go to watch him sometimes. Speedrun Katamari. Then go to just ban somebody who was being a shitter in another chat in here. Just so we don't have to see them on the off chance somehow they end up here. The long road down here. I assume that's what's going on. Oh yeah, I liked it a lot. I think it was really good. They lived up to the hype for sure. It might just be a me game to a certain extent. Yes. uh, I'm comfortable about that. Live Alive. This was definitely one of the best ones this year. Funny because it's like a 20-plus-year-old game at its core. That's what Fasto is joking about too. Yeah, you know, some of the best games, Elden Ring and a bunch of fucking remakes. It's like, yeah, yeah, but it's a good game. That's just how it is. That's kind of year it is. I mean, I don't have many remakes on here, but um, not totally wrong though. Yeah, when one of your best games is a fucking remake of like an ancient fucking JRPG, it's like, oof. But it's good. I mean, dude, Far Future alone is better storytelling than most VNs like we read. Which is really funny. I really think the remakes really sells that though. I feel bad. Sam's gonna be reading the original one, and I'm like, man, it's just not gonna hit as good. The VA work, the ambience, the scale of like the stuff going on in it, it's just not the same. It's still a cool idea, but it's not like the writing itself has changed. But the presentation of the remake sells a lot of stuff. Yeah. Now there's a lot of good new stuff in here, but it is kind of funny. Like Live Alive is like one of the premier games for me. Long live it, man. Yeah, Manifold Garden. I'm comfortable about that. Like I said, it's depending on what you're after in a puzzle game, not so much. But I think everybody should at least see it or play it just to kind of explore kind of innovative puzzle mechanic. Monhan, it's Monhan, man. Yeah, I'm okay on Narco. I'm a little, and not like super okay. I did like it a lot. Mostly the setting, the world building, and the variety of the exploration. But there's not any particular one scene or bit of story that like really stands out outside some of the trippy shit. When there's not like a super big thing that stands out, it can kind of be a little weird to me. But overall, yeah, I like it pretty well. Yeah, Opus is definitely, this is definitely one of the best this year. Phanatopia, absolutely one of the best this year. Wingman, I liked it for sure. I don't feel as strong about this being one of the best, but I'm okay with being here. I had fun with it. Maybe a lot of it's just the novelty of not playing a lot of shit. Maybe if I'd played Ace Combat before this, I'd feel a little less strong about it. Octo expansion. I'm kind of iffy on that. I do think it's really fun. The story's kind of whatever. I do wish maybe the presentation of some of the shit was a bit better, where they like kind of wove the campaign better into like actual levels in a way. It is just challenge rooms, but they're fun ass challenge rooms, man. So I think we'll leave it there. Splatoon 3, yeah, similar reasons. I love Salmon Run, man. I don't give a fuck. Salmon Run's just fucking good, man. Yeah, Stray. How built I'm a little iffy on. Like I said, it's presentation wise, it's bare bones, but man, it's fun platforming. Just fucking jet boosting, flying, speed of sound. You gotta have mouse and keyboard. It's so fast. Just fun. You can't even buy that game anymore, man. Which is a damn shame. That's also another weird thing. Is like I'm putting a game that's like unobtainable almost. I mean, you can still download it, I guess. My fucking best of list. Case of Gold Isle, absolutely. If somebody put a gun to my head, I'd maybe even call this the best one this year. I don't know, maybe not. I'd be okay. If somebody used my mouth to say it, I'd be okay with it. But I don't feel that strong. I rarely pick like a single game as like the best. Only like 1 or 2 years have I ever done that, maybe. And even then, I don't know. I think the year Outer Wilds came out, I would probably say it'd be Outer Wilds, but I think there was a lot of shit that year that was really good as well. I would still probably pick Outer Wilds, whatever year that was. It's like the best game. But even then, there's competition. So this is why I like doing a list and stuff. Too many games to really pick a single one. Umurangi. Yeah, this one there's an argument for it not being here, but still pretty good. So yeah. Feeling okay about that. Nice GIF. Yeah, thanks, man. So yeah, the best stuff that came out this year. Ooh. Yeah. Not a whole lot of releases this year that hit my best of list. But the ones I did were really good. You know, I really liked most of it. Alright. Cool. Well, I think we've done it. Let's check the notable games. Hello, Lottie. These just have something about them, no matter what the quality is, that just something needs to be said about them for the most part. Some maybe they're experimental, interesting mechanic, just really clean art. It's kind of those seem fair. Worst game. Had a lot of worst games this year, but I guess we did have a so big, right? Yeah, I don't see why these would be inaccurate or anything. Yes, we have. I am 17 and a half hours into the stream, my friend. I'm actually about to wrap up. Um, we did. We had a lot to say about it, but not as much as usual. I've already beaten that horse so to death. Yeah, definitely went in the worst pile. We spent more time on Punchline, probably. Yeah, and here I am, 17 and a half hours later, feeling very sick. Yeah, okay. That says pretty alright. I'll pop this in the Discord or some shit. If people are looking for recommendations. No, I'll remember it forever, and I've probably talked about it more than any good game that came out this year. Yeah, this is the final list of games that I played that I really liked this year. Some of them not as much as others, but that is it. We're looking at 21 games, unless I forgot some. We did have to add a couple more in. And the games that I actually released this year, out of these that I like, there's about 7. I don't consider myself like ultra picky or anything, so it just kind of worked out that way. Yep, I really like Disco Elysium. Played that at the very beginning of the year. Pretty much got all the dialogue. Yeah, I've seen him on the Hades quite a bit. Yeah, I'm starting a Hitman marathon probably day after tomorrow. I might actually do a couple of my GameFly games real quick, like Valfaris and Mutazione, and before that. But after that, I'll probably do Hitman. But I plan on watching some Elden Ring, and I might even watch KDkill. So I might do those games offline. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I bought Hades like a year or two ago, and here I am. Still haven't played it. Before Hades 2. Yeah, for sure. I opened this soda like 6 hours ago. Talk so much I ain't fucking drink. Wee. So yeah, total games played this year. Unless I missed some, which we've Goda's been finding games I forgot the whole time. 162 games. It looks like quite a bit, but it seems that's about usual. I would say there's always like a few games that take like 2 weeks to like a month or something. This year I didn't spend like a month on a fucking expansion for an MMO, but I did spend 180 something hours on Elden Ring, on Dragon Quest 11, and on Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So I think those made up for it. Xenoblade was probably more like 100, mid hundreds, but Jesus, dude, there's some big boys this year. Disco was probably around 100 too, maybe 80 something. I don't remember exactly. I went out of my way to get as much dialogue as I could, so I just really liked it. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna. Jesus, dude. Yeah, that would be. Weesh. How long was It depends on how you want to take it, Manok. I was exhausting every side quest, getting as much dialogue as I essentially could. And I at some point did start reloading rolls just to clear stuff so I could see all the quests and shit. I was a little bit more interested in seeing all the stuff than really having a tailored run to some kind of RPG character. Um, but no, if you want to do all the side shit or just see everything, it takes quite a while. If you skip the voice acting, it's a lot quicker. Every line of that game is voiced now, and I really enjoy the voice actor, so I listen to just about all of it. So that's full voice plays. Yeah, I plan on renting Crossbell 1 here at some. Okay, I'm gonna make a share for this and pin it. Um, right, get a link. Anyone with it? No, I haven't played it more yet. I plan on it. Yeah, I've been renting games for the last decade or so. You think I buy every one of these games? These pieces of shit games that I'm not like that I'm playing for maybe not always the best reason. No way, dude. I don't think you wouldn't be seeing Horizon on here if I didn't have GameFly, dude. That kind of conversation would not be worth $60, $70. Yep. No, but I rent it. I use a mixture of gameplay, Game Pass, purchases. Of course, I do buy games still. Um, Depends on how often I think I'll play them, where I can only get them. So I'm gonna spend probably like $40 on Steam here before the end of the sale. Stuff like that. But no, yeah, I read the game ever made. Yes, I would not. Don't recommend anybody. Yeah, well, that was fun. Another fun year of discussing shit. Next year, I'm going to split it into two. We had a lot more conversation this time around, and if I was better about starting conversation and letting the stream breathe a little bit, I think we could add even more. So definitely splitting into two seems like a stronger call. Probably went a little too deep on trying to like dig into some of these. We already do that in depth after each playthrough. Usually, probably could have kept it to just a quick word here and there. But some people, they've maybe just they're new or they've only watched a few things. Maybe they'd like to hear a few thoughts on these and see if it's a recommendation or what it's about. I don't think I did a great job of summarizing every game. Sometimes I was just kind of doing like a mini review and moved on. I was like, wait, nobody even knows what this game's about. I did try to have pictures for each game at the beginning, but I kind of just got too late. I also tried doing video earlier, but my computer crashed. I was like, I don't even want to risk it. I was gonna show like some footage of each game, but that would take even. It was fun. Yeah, Kameji just kind of stuck around. He's okay. He's doing all right. Well, he'll live. He's got a hard head. Yeah, I'm putting more I plan on it though. Protect the boy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, New Year's though, a resolution. Um, write down the games I finish the moment I finish them. That I forgot Stray, Pokemon, um, fucking I guess Death Room. Like Jesus, those are pretty big ones too. Anyways, I've been on for 17 and a half hours now. I've been sick the whole time. This toilet paper roll was big at the start of this. It is now small. Oh yeah, I forgot to put down again. Oh no. Yeah, I forgot to put Stray on there. I didn't write it down on my finished list because I pulled these from my finished pile. It's because I almost immediately uploaded it, I think, to YouTube. So I usually use my Twitch pause as like a way to check when I did something. But if I happen to upload shit right away, then I just forget I put it in there. I mean, this is fun for me. I'm glad that anybody wants to sit here and listen to it. It just was really unfortunate I got sick. It never stops. It never will. Yeah, just unfortunate. Yesterday my throat actually hurt though, so I was really worried it's gonna be that way today. We're gonna have to delay it, but luckily it was just really bad nose issues today, which slowed down the talking a little bit. Because I'm like choking on fucking mucus, nasal drainage. Anyhow, pretty. I guess the thoughts on the year overall though, pretty solid year. We had some fun marathons, the Kirby stuff. So big. Um, a lot of fun VN moments with AI and Punchline and all that. Some real good games like Disco and all that we did too. I think this year had a lot of mediocrity, sadly, though. I do think this was probably one of the top years for mediocrity. I'd have to double check old years. Maybe that's just a feel I got right now. Um, but there was a lot of just kind of that we got hit with. No, not planned, just kind of how it fell. Oh, but oh well. Pretty good though. Another fun year. I never probably have a year I don't enjoy doing the stream. We'll see. Yeah, we'll try to do AO4 this year. I wanna do another one in the itch, but we're doing the Hitman Marathon after those indies. Like I said, I might do one of those while you're streaming tomorrow. What if I just download Disco for kicks? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you like it. I'd be very curious to hear your thoughts on Disco. I don't know if that's your speed. I mean, it's well written, and I think anybody would generally agree on it. Feels like written and respects your intelligence at least to some level. But either that kind of style of writing, the dark humor, I don't know. If that's your style. The more bleak, kind of goofy, dark world. Um, um, download Ryza 2, even though we have to beat Ryza 1. Gotta make some progress on that. Yeah, I haven't played any of those. I mean, Ryza's hot, but I don't have any plans to play those anytime soon. Someday. Oh, you're sitting on a lot of games, huh? Digimon Survive? Did it? I don't know. I heard more about the reception than the sales. I have no idea. Yeah. Looking forward to this next year. Like I said, tomorrow or later today, I'm probably not gonna stream. Probably gonna be in go to stream watching Elden Ring and like sleeping because I'm dead from today. Sick. I needed actual another day's rest. I might do like a little offline stream of not offline stream, but offline playthrough of something maybe. I don't do that often, but I didn't want to do those gameplay games and send them back, so maybe I will. Probably won't. And then January, the big first thing I want to do is the Hitman series marathon. Before the new ones leave Game Pass. If they're leaving like somehow really soon and we're not gonna make it, I'll just jump to those and we'll go back and play the old ones. Might also do No One Saves the World. I still haven't decided if I want to play that. I don't know anybody who's played it. I don't know. Um, I've watched a little bit of it and I'm like, it looked kind of okay, but kind of not. I liked Guacamelee. It's the same devs. Yeah, I don't know if I'll sub again. I just did the little F14, so. Yeah, if I don't get a PS5, I actually don't have a shitload of stuff over the next few months, which is fine. But stuff like Jedi Survivor, Hogwarts come out on last gen a little later. I don't really care. Also, I guess if I had a PS5, there's a few exclusive physical games, even though they're on like PC, but that I could rent. That would save me money. The Pathless. Yeah, I won't be doing Fire Emblem. I've still got to go through the whole series, and I'm not definitely not going to be playing. Oh, DK64 was this year, was it? Oh, yeah. Let me go in there. Oh yeah, this didn't appear on date completed because I've got the fucking weird question marks on it. Didn't realize that. One sec. Sorry. Okay, let's throw Donkey Kong on here too. Thank you, Goto. I forgot. DK64. I don't think DK64 is pretty fucking weak, man. But I'm not gonna put it as the worst game. It's probably just gonna be mediocre. One sec. I would almost argue DK64 is bad. No, I mean I'm grateful. I want this to be complete. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I really want to play it, but I want to start with the old Fire Emblem games, and I haven't played any yet. So this year I plan on at least doing some of the old school Fire Emblems, then working our way up. I could jump around and just play the good stuff, but yeah. I'm looking forward to playing it, but yeah, I'm definitely not going to play Engage because it's kind of a fan servicey game, isn't it? That pulls from a lot of other games for like some of its content. I'm like, well, I'm definitely not going to care as much about that if I've never played any of them. But yeah, I don't know. Ooh. Yeah, Donkey Kong 64, 101%. I did the full fucking shebang. Stages are too big. They're very just poorly paced and condensed. They're just these huge tunnels with a bunch of rooms at the end of each tunnel that you have to just run forever to get to. Then you have to run back with all the other characters and do it again, like 3 or 4 different times to get all the bananas. The mini games are reused too often and they're not really fun and they're really janky. The game is glitchy as fuck. The areas just don't really look or feel as like fleshed out or polished as like a banjo levels or anything. And that has nothing to do with just like I said, the how tight the pacing is in the levels. Yeah, they just feel big for the sake of being big, and it just turns into a tedious mess. I don't care for a lot of the activities to get the gold bananas. It's Kirkhope does some cool music on it, but yeah, it's still got some charm. It doesn't compare to like the Donkey Kong Country charm or Banjo or anything, but it's got some cool bits. But I would say Rare was like one of the masters of just polish and just good feeling games on that system for the most part. At least with their platformers, the Conkers, the Banjos. Donkey Kong is just this weird mess. I think they explained it that it was like a B team or something of people who hadn't even worked with the architecture yet. And like a few of the banjo people were helping or something. I don't remember what it was exactly, but not many. I could be wrong. It was just kind of some hearsay from people in the chat, but yeah. I'd almost put it on bad game, but it's not that bad. I think people generally like Tui. Some people just might not like it as much as Kazooie because of the pacing and just how involved everything is. We had that discussion earlier today. I prefer replaying Kazooie because it's a much smaller, just tighter, just kind of platform focused game. But I think Tui's just as good. It's just a different kind of deal. You're not getting stuff as often. Each of the jiggies and stuff is a bit more involved. The levels lay into each other to have more complicated, like, shortcuts into each other. There's just kind of more going on. A bit more abilities and mini games and gimmicks and stuff. Yeah, 2E is less of a replay game because it's like a 2-3 day long game, and then like Kazooie's like I could just do it tonight. But I have more familiarity with it. I got familiarity with all of them. So anywho. Yeah. Oh, computer didn't crash again. That's nice. I don't know if the hardware swap did it or if we just got lucky. Crashed at the beginning. So while it says I've been actually streaming for 17 hours and 40 minutes, it's probably been for 18 hours and some change, so because of the crash. How long did it take to crash before? Yeah, 23 minutes. So, anyways, I really appreciate folks chit-chatting. Everybody was hanging out. Too tired to crash. Yeah, that probably. Drive up that timer. Gota's like, I must kill him. Do you need to be the man? I'd let you get away with it if you didn't. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna turn something on to watch and fall asleep within the millisecond, probably, or just not even bother. But yeah. If I don't see you folks in Discord or streaming or anything, if you're not in this or Goto's chat, Happy New Year. Like a discussion stream. Like you're saying that, yeah. I don't think it was like as strong as I would have liked. I think I really need to split them and probably focus on more clear stuff for these. I kind of just do these like half review deals, which work a lot better when we're just doing it after a game. But anyways, whatever. I'm not too worried about it. I had fun with it. It's always fun doing these, comparing them. I do them more for myself, but I'm glad that people get something out of it or want to discuss the games at all, or maybe discover a game they want to play through it. Yeah. Anywho, if people are looking for recommendations and shit from stuff played this year, it will be pinned in the Discord channel. But yeah. Good year. You folks have a good one. See you on the next game. Like I said, it'll be Mutazione, Valfaris, or it'll just be straight into the Hitman Marathon, where we'll be going through all the old Hitman games and all the new ones. I might skip Absolution because it's the only game I've already